last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. Underworld rulers with dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths. Of soul stir.
You ready for a show? What?
knows no mercy. You or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living. Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. Underworld rulers with dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths. Of soul stir.
You ready for a show?
they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. Underworld rulers with dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths. Of soul stir.
You ready for a show?
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, good afternoon, and good morning for you NARAKA BLADEPOINT players. My name is Severio with C8. We got creatives here through. And guys, listen, today is the day. Last chance qualifiers. This is essentially Gamers United energy today, guys. We have a lot of platforms to be coming through here between Twitch, YouTube, and I believe even TikTok to the extent. We got to double check that one. But we have to keep you guys instated because today is the final day of the season where whoever makes it past this point, C8, they're going to be able to play into the finals for the season of summer seasons of 2024 at NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League.
Yeah, I mean, and being the last split of the year, I mean, you definitely want to make it to the grand finals this time around for the summer split. Once again, like Sever just mentioned, this is the last chance qualifiers for these teams to try to make it. We're here with trios. You know, I haven't casted trios in a long time for the Pro League, but, you know, I'm here to overcome the mountain. I'm here excited with everybody here, especially here with Serve. We're going to be watching these games being played out once again. And, you know, there's a lot to talk about as well, Severio. They are on that new patch, but just before that, we're going to talk about the Twitch shops. As always, we always have those lives. And right now, for the last chance qualifiers, you do have a chance to get that Champions Bubble choice of the emote. So make sure you guys stick around for the minute 20. And as always, the daily drops there with the Silk, the Tay, and the Audacious Trial gift there for the skin trials that you guys are always known to get here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. You know, we don't have art for that, but everybody at home, that is live right now, the champion bubbles, if you guys are interested in that. But yeah, Severio, you know, they're on the new patch right now. The new patch hit. Big changes in the patch right now. Hottie being, you know, the topic right now. Hottie's been changed. But let's talk about the standings. We have a lot to talk about, but the first thing we're going to talk about is the standings right now. Take it away with the standings, Severio.
Yeah, of course. We got to take a look at the scene about who we have here. Repose points are taken from the values of these teams throughout the course of their play styles and getting those ranking points. And now it is going to showcase DRG has to pack in the lead with the amount of proposed points that they have, making it seem that in the grand total scheme of 18 teams, they were 7th. They were on that cutting block, and they got cut, but they still got a chance. OUG here in second, 23.7, ASC with 20.8, killing it out here. X1, 18.9, killing it last week, almost making it. They made match point in 3 rounds, but they weren't able to concur a victory for that. WBG has 17.5 in 5th, and FPX ZQ, that's going to be 16.1. And this is where we're going to have the value of points to be made for the players. I mean, look at this, right? We're looking at this patch, though, that just change up the potential, you know, flow of things. For examples that we can, you know, go off and on. And we might have a way of showcasing those to you on the screen later on. We'll have to double check and see. But for these teams, last chance here for them to actually, you know, to congratulate them to make it to top 12 finals. And that's only to the case if the bottom 6 teams don't make it, right? Most chances are going to lead them going towards mainland qualifiers. Not to exclude any of the other teams, but that's a guarantee of where they need to make sure that when they play into the mainland qualifiers, they'd have to make it happen to make J-Cup. And for the values of practice that comes out, I mean, listen, you guys know about the patch that came through here in the 17th of October. This patch came out where it just threw everything out in terms of what people were usually expected, especially for trios. When the season 14 dropped, we had a whole bunch of changes between the Spirit Wells being placed out, seeing White Tiger's prowess get gutted for a little bit for what its worthwhile value was, and then seeing the changes of Draco Storm being added on, right? And that was the last patch. But we have to look in terms of where that's going to stand into the map selections if they show up into those end game circles. Fedora is going to be our first map running through here, Morning Dew. So that's not going to be a Firefly. It's going to be 3 daytime maps into 3 nighttime maps with Morning Dew and Pedoria, Holroth Sunny, Morris Isle Midday, Holroth Dusk, Morris Isle Night, Pedoria Midnight. That's our rotation for today and how these games are going to go. And this is a good chance, right, to see CCA where these players and these teams specifically, what their rotation is. This is last chance qualifiers, but on the new patch, the testing grounds from here on is from a 6-round game set towards an 8-game set when it comes down to grand finals. But they still got pre-finals to look towards when they go up against their peers this upcoming weekend.
Yeah, and then for the trios right now, we're back on the nostalgia for me, especially because we got the, you know, the daytime games for the first 3, and then we go right into those heavy hitter matches there for the last 3 games of the day with the Firefly map spawns. As we saw our schedule, now we're taking a look at, you know, the players ready up, posted up for the matches for today. But yeah, Severio, I mean, let's go ahead and get right into it. Like we were gonna mention right before this, the Hottie, right? The Hottie Keelan. And the crew meter makes this is since the Keelan got released, that comp was just super strong. I mean, right before that, we had the Zai comp coming in, and pretty much a lot of teams starting shifting away from the Siphon and trying to prioritize the Zai comp, with her being in the mix. But as soon as Keelan dropped, the Keelan Hadi comp just came in. They saw the potential, and it exceeded everybody's potential, and how strong it was. But now, I mean, with this patch alone, I personally don't know if we're gonna see it. I know we were talking a little bit right before the show on your thoughts on the comp, so I'm very curious to see how these teams are going to approach this big change now. What do you feel like? Do you still think we're gonna have the Keelan in the mix? I know you were saying you do think we're gonna be having him with potentially Evalda.
Yeah, no, so it's a good thing you brought it up too. So I was saying around we might see him between 2 to 3 rounds. I honestly might think seeing it between all 6 rounds at least once. I think some teams might want to see it's valid to still be brought up. It's still a powerful comp because of disengagement alone. It's essentially having another Wu Chen on your team, right? Looking at Wu Chen, how he operates, where he's giving the team a full escape value. Same thing applies where it's still going to be 100% ult nearly. Not really 100% ult, but the fact that you have that 15-second rage deficit timer where you can't build rage back up, that's where the Levitech gets gutted completely. But one thing that happens is that this disengagement could be the most value in any team comp, period. And this comes out before Romy. This definitely comes into Romy, just because then you have to really be considerate about how you're going to be able to utilize your Hadi's usage rate of just being able to have ultimate for the second time. It may not come as soon as it once was, but you're going to be building up rage regardless by the course of the time. Since that Romy changed the time or it extended out, the players are going to be going ahead and still fighting out. Scrap offs are going to happen regardless. It's just how soon can that ultimate come back just in the nick of time, and that's usually the case that happens in Romy, especially when these big bulky berserker type comps, Sand Siphon, Zyphon, when they come through and they ult off rip, and then you see them have the ultimate again. That's just because of peer pressure that comes out afterwards. And for those comps to still be in the mix, I still think Keelan, with the Keelan, with the Hadi, with the Zippying, that could still be a viable option. But more importantly, if we're going to see mix-ups, we've seen Hadi actually get swapped out for Valda sometimes in certain scrims, and how the players were able to operate with her before. The thing is that now that Valda has this change, even in this patch, I know if you guys recognize it or not, she has F1 usage where she was able to be gold focus immune. I don't think players are still going to be using F1 in trios, but if they do, it is going to be something where the person that's getting caught in the bubble cannot be grappled in trios. That's a grief. That happens. People unintentionally grapple your target on the bubble, and you don't even, you're like, bro, what did you do, right? But it's not their fault. It's just quick. You didn't think you get the bubble,
Correct.
They didn't know they're gonna triple tap dodge in that direction, coming out of there. The anticipation, your big brain, and all of a sudden you look at your team like, dang man, you got that sleek cut, you look balled out there, and thing comes out. Things come out here for the players where if they decide to bring Valda into the mix, right? That's another hero that can kind of work off of the synergization of just working into hero points and just having those values of having a filler pick. Because you've seen Matari's being swapped out here for with the Matari, a Tianhai, a Zai, or with a Fairy Shed in the comp with a Valda. And the only problem that comes out of Valda is her biggest counter, which is Temi. I feel Temi then comes into full swing when we get back into seeing her potential in trios. He can single-handedly grief her, even with a V3 that we've seen more often, a 12-second duration ultimate, but he controls that whole entire field of play where she can't throw a spear to save a teammate for their life. But then again, we have Draco Storm into the Spirit Wells, and that's another thing that can really set up what these teams really want to run in terms of their comp selection.
Yeah, I mean, and every single time we getting these teams right now on the screen, we're just seeing the Zycon being presented because, I mean, like I just mentioned before, I mean, right before the Keelan drop, that was, I would say, basically the main damage comp where these teams were pop off. Obviously the Siphon comp, the OG Temi, Takeda, always in the mix still. But that's that's been in these comps for so long. So I'm still gonna be looking out to see how these teams are going to work around this change now to the Keelan and Hadi. Yeah, I mean, we did have a variation where they were playing, some of the other regions were playing a Matari with that Keelan comp in plays. I'm not sure if that's something we're going to be seeing today, but man, it's going to be very interesting to see how these teams approach this last chance qualifier. And I mean, it is such a, so much pressure for these teams for this last chance qualifier to make it. And now, while this patch hits, it could come, it could help a lot of teams, or it could, destroy a lot of teams as well. So we're gonna have to wait and see the top 6 that are able to qualify to the grand, or we should say the pre-finals that are this weekend. And right after that, you know, the pre-finals, all these teams want to get as many points as they can to be able to transfer those points on over to the grand finals for the last split. And then right after that, we're going into our mainland qualifiers for J-Cup, which is always excited. I mean, who is not excited for J-Cup? It's always a crazy year of NARAKA. And you know what better to do it here than, you know, here at twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT, the official site. Make sure you guys, if you guys are on YouTube, I'm gonna let y'all know right now. Swap on over to Twitch for those Answer for Treasures if you want to have a chance to win a special gift box here from NARAKA BLADEPOINT. As always, wow. Everybody's locked in right now in the trios. This is a whole different demon here, Severio. I'm always used to the solos, but right now in the trios is a whole different ball game. These players are locked in a whole different dimension with, you know, especially from talents. You know, I mean, just the obvious stuff, comps, how they approach things. Everything's so much different here for the trios opposed to the solos. So, you know, for me, I always love seeing these trios. I'm excited to be able to cast these here with the last chance qualifiers because, you know, this is where the pressure's on for a lot of teams.
Yeah, and I think one thing we have to look at towards is the fact that if they even think about wanting to experiment, like you said, it could really kill. It could kill their flow if it doesn't work as they hope for. Because like you said, Matari being swapped in here for a comp pick is one thing, right? We can even see Matari, the Xiphon, kind of be picked apart piece by piece. Where where we see Zai also gets followed through with like a Tianhai of the nature, sometimes even with the Fairy Shen, but for that value, if they don't pop off with it, they just use a single use, and they only have one more until it starts to cost points to choose that hero selection. So usually the coaches got that on standby. You saw the notebooks, you saw the graphs, you saw the charts. They pull up the pie graph and you have the perfect circle. Like, wow, how'd you do that? You know, or everything came choosing out for the first round selection. So X1 will take this, and I think that's a team that's going to kill it out here for this week, for today, at least to kind of work off what we saw in the last finals where they got match point in 3 points. No, like, it's just crazy that we saw it again. We're 3 matches in, match point earns out. But I want to make sure you guys understand, right? We said this once, we said this twice, and we went in conversation about it the whole time. The new patch is in play. So whether or not there's going to be a chance for these guys to really switch out their comp picks, it's going to be up to the case. We're going to see the new Zai skin. We're going to see the new Kurumi skin. That's a given. You know, we saw the fits for the Halloween coming through here for this patch. And so if you guys, you know, want to see that in action on the Pro League stage, you're going to get that. You're going to get that. But I really want to see if there are going to be any shenanigans. I know that the multipliers changes for Nunchucks has made some sort of changes for how the players want to kind of operate off of that. I know for a fact that when it came down to the Katana having faster frames for those blue focuses for the Thunder Strike move, man, let me tell you something. I saw that night and day post patch. I was like, bro, this thing is too quick. And so players are using that in trios even more often just to try to confirm a single, you know, frames advantage when it comes down to it compared to where it was before. Katana has better value now for the teams just to hold it down in place. And it's kind of the case scenario where you see these players use Hong Sword. Definitely saw Hong Sword usage. But first thing that we saw change was that Hong Sword's vertical got nerfed and then Katana vertical got buffed. Now we have the faster frame action to come out. And for Katana to have that to be now instead can come out into the circulation of weapon selection. Soul Slash got that buff too, so it's even better for catch people in a blender for the pulse sword to follow up with, or even with the spear RMBs to follow through. But with the fist blades nerf, kind of going to be more about that react parry timings that we've seen before. We've seen how players are able to react to when those blue focuses are going to come out. And now that the fist blades shadow step, which is called, you know, when you guys look into the moves, like, what does he mean shadow step? You know, wild sweep is when you dodge, when you're holding a blue focus and you shift and you keep dodging back and forth. But when you're releasing that blue, that's called that wild sweep move, where you are able to see that the react parry time is going to be a lot more strict. So players are going to try to drop down blue, maybe. Who knows? Keelan's love doing that. We saw LYD do that more times than I can count, but more times that it comes out to be anticipated is the other thing. Now, since we have omnidirectional parries, the only thing that's going to give a guaranteed blue focus hit is if they hit them right on top of the head, right? Where they aren't able to catch that 360 parry around them on that plane disc. They have to make sure they can try to hit them with that lucky strike off the forehead, or, you know, worst case scenario, they land on their forehead and they don't hit anything. You know, we've seen that happen once or twice. So for the players, seeing how their play styles evolve, this patch bringing out those new changes, the play style's opportunity to be struck again and strike gold when they can get a pop-off game. That's what they're looking for. They're looking to try to get as much as they can earn in a short amount of time, so that way they can just slow roll it forever on. Otherwise, it's a slow roll into end game where we have 7-8 teams left alive and they're contesting all for one Spirit Well potentially into these games today.
A quick little shout out to the King.
The King.
Yeah, I remember the King. You guys not aware, the King used to play in solos. He used to compete in solos. Over some time now, I think over a year now, he used to play in solos. Then he swapped on over to fully just playing in trios. So, it's nice to see the man play once again, the King. I always remember it because, the name, the King. How can you forget the name, the King? But yeah, omnidirectional parry. That's another thing right there. Like Severia mentioned, like in solos, you're kind of, sometimes you're lucky you get a double parry, from a third party action or whatever. But right here in the trios, you're bound to see that a lot more than you are in the solo. So I'm very, very excited to see some omnidirectional parries, potential a triple parry off that crazy animation with the sound effects as well. It's gonna be very interesting to see that in play today, or being showcased today, I should say. But yeah, I mean, teams just waiting this out. Man, I got me nervous over here thinking how the comps are still. I'm still thinking in my head how's it gonna be played out. Are we still going to be able to see the Keelan in the mix? Yeah. The Keelan as well with the change. I don't think we talked more about the Keelan changes.
Oh yeah.
We just been pretty much focused more on the hotties, the hottie nerf, because I mean that was the whole play style with the hottie, right? You go in, your team engages, you drop down that cube, you cancel ult, you try to build that rage up, and just keep it going off of that. And then off of the second time you ult, you pretty much just stay in there most of the time if you're a hottie, and then you just try to output more damage, and then that's the second cube up, right? But now, with the change, you're kind of just more of a all-in engagement there with the hottie, opposed to you having that full reset and being able to double F out with 2 cubes in play instead of 1. Now that it's just gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough. And with the Keelan as well, me and Severia were talking about this off stream as well. Just being able to have that nerf off those single slashes off the ultimate. That's where a lot of the damage came with the juggles. Here we go. Our first round of picks. We're getting them live now here. Siphon for JDG, which is not a surprise. This comp is always going to be, as of right now, I would say it's always going to be in the mix, as well as the Siphon comp. 2 standard comps. This is nothing new from what I've anticipated for the first round selections, but now this is where we're going to start getting a little bit more techie with it, where these teams are going to want to see what they're going to choose here for the first round picks of game number 1.
Yeah, and this is something I was talking about with you before. BBE's Viper Root and Tested, they're running that thing into second round, frame 1. ASC is as well going to be rocking that through. Zyphin is going to be brought out from EWG. Now, there's going to be a +1 ban, or in terms of a +1 hero point usage because of that Kurumi ban. But then you're going to see Zipping Ying swapped in for WBG. This is where I think they're going to be looking to swap out those 2 heroes into other comps. 5-2-1, last round selection with FPX, with OUG, with TE. This is going to be a Viper Witch and Tessa. Since there is no point bans on Viper Witch and Tessa, we can see a mono pick pull here, and that's going to be possibly the case. 5-2-1, opting in for the Sand Siphon 2-point ban because of that Kurumi being picked out 5 times in the last 2 phases. So that's going to be where 5-2-1 investing 2 points. I have a certain type of feeling about that, because having to invest the 2 points off the rip can kind of throw off if you need to really work this out. This is last chance qualifiers. The time to experiment it's finite. You can do so much with it, but if you're going to be investing out those 2 hero points, you can still rock into playing the character another round, as long as it's maybe even with a 1-point ban. But after that, you're going to have to really rotate your hero selections, especially when you're rotating between first, second, and round phases later on. And they have round 2 to have their first round selection to be made. But still, no Kata Ying whatsoever. We didn't see nothing. We didn't
crazy, right?
No Keelan, no Hottie.
That's crazy.
Well, there's a Zippy Ying, but she ain't in that comp, right? There's not that selected comp is not here for this first round. We could see it nighttime, right? It could be more so where they used the Hottie for the rage aspect, pick up Soul Blooms, pick up Fireflies. Potential, right? Because he doesn't build up rage after 15 seconds. But like you said, Keelan's damage nerf for those 1-point slashes we saw in solos. When I saw V1, I was like, yeah. I see a lot of players like say, wow, what are you using V1? Because V1 is the creme de la creme for when it comes down to 1.0 slashes. It still has that same multiplier from the baseline from V2 before this patch. Now, F2 for Takeda is something I want to see. We've seen it perform. dramatically in the favor of some teams. Yeah, F2. But I'm seeing this is going to be an F1 from JDG Tusik. He's going to be rocking that one. No strange things here. I didn't take a look in the scene if whether or not we have anything else. I think F3 V1 Viper is a definite staple now coming into the field of play. We're not going to probably see that change up unless we see a change in terms of the play styles that might just dictate how the Vipers want to operate. We've seen the Viper being switched up for his skills, all three of her skills. Yeah. V3 F2 from TE. Now this is an old. I like the F2 V3. I love it. I love seeing that. And the reason for that is because it's a full lockdown. No abilities to be thrown out. If no players are able to throw out abilities, then that works out in your favor, especially if it comes down from like Mataris, if it comes down from Takedas, and even to the case scenario of Kurumi's. If you can try to delete out Kurumi, she can get the healing circle off. She can get any sort of tether. If she's locked into tether formation, she has to use a grapple to get out of it. That's the only option she has on the table, which then locks her in animation to get staggered. But our map rotation showing out here, a lot of players in the Azov Peak here, but we see two teams inside of Imperium. Now over to the Mandate Courtyard or to the Imperial camp, we got FPX. We got 3 teams here, as well as the EWG spawning out. But inside of Imperium, WBG, ASC, going to be contesting this. Azov Peak and have DRG, SS1, and if I'm not mistaken, that is, I can't even see the medallion behind that. We're going to have to double check that one, but 521's in the distance there. JDG probably opting in for Arcadia, try to drop that off the rip. Now, remember, guys, there is no Fireflies. X1 and OUG, they're inside the Skygaze Cove. They're going to be trying to get as much as that extra loot given from those from the lava conductor protection process of just getting those dials and activating, because they're going to be able to dial in 911. Yeah, what's my emergency? Yeah, these guys are filthy, bro, because this is going to be game 1, last chance qualifiers coming through here. My name is Severio with Creatives. We're starting off here with a bang, hopefully, and if not, it's going to be a quell into the fights, but it looks like this is going to be the opposite ends here, CA.
Yeah, I mean, look at this congestion of players and teams here. I should say DRG already trying to seek to get some of this piece of this action. We do have TE as well in the same area. SS1. I mean, this is so many players. TE's still trying to loot up currently. SS1 as well. Might want to try to get aggressive onto one of these teams. 521 in the back end as well. Might get contested here by SS1. We do see Rosemary still trying to back on up. I mean, we do have the action now happening in the center of the map. ASE now the F invested there from design in the back end. We do have Walker now. It's going to go ahead and catch the prowl here. Got the 1.0s here in the trios. Big damage there on to the Viper there for ASE. And now we do have the Viper, the Tesla ultimate called in as well. Jing with a massive parry, and he's going to pick elimination there onto one of ASE's members.
Yeah, I kind of clued in here with ASC's performance, and I think they're going to have a chance of making that top 6 mark. I'm going to knock on wood before I say that, because WBG losing out A-Shot, losing out that Zipping Ying is all going to come down to offensive pressure. They got themselves to go through, hopefully to see that blue focus come out. But Sleepwalker finds a hit. Jing goes down here. It's going to be a solo pickup for Sleepwalker to go up against a 1v1 against a Tessa. Now there's going to be a chance for Ultimate to negate that pressure from the Tessa V1 coming out for that knockup. The gold focus are double dashed off here. F2 avoided, double tap. It might be looking for a 2.0 release here. Gets double tapped on here. V2 doesn't capture that Tessa. Sleepwalker's gonna go for the omnidirectional to deny the clinks. Number 2, and looking at Sleepwalker catching it out here. 1, 2, looking for the 3. He gets it. That's eliminations where the team has salty res, but they are already Gucci. But you're gonna see ASC looking for that salty run back here, CA.
Wow, he got the F3 there on to Walker. He is gonna get that big damage there onto the Zod, but the Zod ultimate is still up here for just a couple more seconds with 46% back on that rage. These ultimates coming back quickly though. We got ASC's Viper coming back in hot with the R&B follow up there onto Walker, and Walker's gonna fall off. It is Jong now is going to go ahead and invest this Viper ultimate, trying to look for a stun here onto one of WBG's member this time around. He does manage to go through the window though, and there's going to be no value off of that Viper ultimate, and now it looks like he's going to go ahead and continue the aggression onto Jing here. He does manage to get the damage. Now all 3 party members showing up as well. We do have a pair happening in the back end now. Pair here from Moran there onto the Batar, and the Batar is going to fall. We do have a Tesla enchantment there on the back end there onto the remaining member of ASC, trying to stay up. WBG is going to be wiped out here from ASC, and that's a 2-piece, I believe, there for ASC. They are going to be starting off hot here for game number 1.
5 eliminations, taking it around 17 to 18k gold. This is going to be a good chance for them to find the gear before that circle starts to collapse. JDG taking it into the Firefly cage, though. This is going to be way through. They got the Volpine's essence. They're locked in. They got a gold, purple fan, I should say, on Tusik right now, and taking into supply pools. Obviously they prioritize getting those Thunder coins opted in for the Jade frame 1, and now they're going to be just going ahead rotating into possibly Imperium. They're actually no Spring Enclave. They're going to Moongaze Terrace, and they're going to be making sure that they're set up before Rami Yang. I mean, 1 purple fan might be all you need. Ancient Sake, though, has 521 in TE contesting. There's going to be 14 from TE having a purple armor, purple great sword, but another purple armor has been picked up. TE is now stacked for the mitigation factor. Leo having that chance of just being able to use his combo breaker, gets a team out here. It's going to be a chance. TE 14 making himself to go through and making sure he can kind of work off of just getting a grapple stagger, because with this coming out here, so yeah, I think it's going to be a good engagement if they can guarantee it, because it's V3 F2, remember, from TE's squad mate from the Viper.
Yeah, we do have the Wuchen Viper Tesla comp here for TE in the back end. Tesla Ultimate is already going to connect there onto a comment. We do see him with the tether now. Everybody's going to force out the Takeda here. Big paradigm from Pampy. He is going to have the F to stay safe there for the time being. Now, the Takeda Ultimate is going to call in. Viper Ultimate here from TE. This is the V3 that Severo was happy to see here earlier. We do see the aggression there onto Pampy. They do catch the Dragon Slayer, but now Yin in the back end is going to be able to return some of this damage there onto TE. The Temi Ultimate is going to be vested as well. Now, Akame's going to fall off of this. They're staying up for the time being. We do have Yin jumping a little bit low here in the situation. Does manage to stay up for now, but TE now with tons of pressure, and the parry connects as well. And that's going to be the elimination there onto Yin. And TE with a wipeout there onto 521, showing up why they should be able to qualify for the pre-finals this weekend. Now, OUG and JDG might be going at it right now. Another Wuchen Viper Tesla comp. Once again, we have a bunch of them out here for our first game of the day. JDG wants no smoke, trying to full grapple out of the situation. It looks like it's going to be a full chase on here for OUG to try to get some damage or some eliminations on the board for themselves.
Yeah, we got 5 Viper Wuchen Tesla teams today. In terms of this round, I should say. You can see the assassination process coming through here. Comes out. OUG chasing through here, playing around and seeing about whether it goes through. Hopeful to see whether or not we can, see about whether it can work out. Honor Temple spawn out of EWG's position with DRG. Now, this is going to be interesting. I think DRG actually lost their first set of lives. There ain't no way we can see the common armor on Wuchen 98, man. But listen, he's a Kurumi. He's got his F2 to be, or F3 should be in the play. They actually did lose their first set of lives, so EWG going to be rocking through here for some eliminations against DRG. If they're careful enough to go off of here, there's going to be a long sword. There's going to be a great sword scare rush coming out here from Dongqing. Now, of course, Lei Wei going to come out. Looking to try to hold the horizontal release, maybe hoping to kind of work off into seeing about where that drop down blue could potentially come down. There's a lot of hidey spots coming from Twilight's Pass for drop down blues. You can scare rush off of one of the rock faces and drop down with the vertical, but the great sword is also making an appearance. Whether or not DRG are going to make it a conversion into a pull sword, it's going to be up to the decision making. But we saw the great sword gets changed into this patch as well. Horizontal to kind of close gap the lockdown for position, and its 1.0 release is probably one of the most strongest multipliers in the game. So for everyone to kind of work off of using that, it's just going to be a pseudo spear, with a stone form proc. So if anything comes out, a 1.0 release that can track better than what it once was, something that the players have fully utilized and getting used to, seeing how the potential of it in close quarters fights can come out, especially with quick stagger weapons from their teammates like dual halberds, dual blades, those 1-2s come out. WBG though, stuck in the zone, sleepwalker, looking to try to get his team back up after those fights in Imperium. It was kind of crazy seeing that and seeing how fast they salty res just because they wanted to respond to ASC's assault, or rather vice versa, I should say. X1 though, Moonbane is going to be expiring here. LID trying to cast it, figuring out a spot to kind of place that down. We're going to see a floating platform being used out here towards Mercury River as TE and ASC go down to a fight.
ASC, this is going to be a mirror match between both comps. We do have Tesla enchantment happen in the back end, but the teammates there to avoid any sorts of damage there. EWG starting to move on in as well with the third-party potential here between both of these teams, but ASC already with 5 on the board currently right now, looking to try to set up for the first one Yang of this game. We do have them rotating out, but BBE full grapple on in. They want some piece of this cake here. They are going to try to get aggressive, I believe. We do have them trying to kite out some of EWG's member on the left-hand side. Roshishi trying to lay down some pressure here on the bows, trying to see if he can get some sorts of damage. I've been on the Viper here for BBE. Gonna go ahead and wait this out, trying to look for the perfect opportunity for him to potentially use his ultimate, but EWG as well just wants to see if he can try to back on up, try to post up for the first round with Yang. It's gonna spawn up pretty soon. We do have them just waiting this out. And this is the difference right here from trios to solos. We do have these teams playing for that end game, because that's where the action happens here for trios.
Yeah, it's tough because I know that there's only one team here that still has only 2 teammates left that are still down, but 34 players still left alive. Now, coming out into the Spring Enclave, JDG is still opting in around here. We're going to have a lot of Rami Yangs. Can't wait to see the Jades. You know how I go about that.
Yep.
trying to see what we can see for the teams before then, and then having the opportunity of how successful the Jades game would be, if that's the main reason they win, or just, skill diff. But Wind Blast comes out here, trying to deny the Zan Siphon. Looks like JDG going to be opting in here. Let's take a look and see about this. Going to be a Stamina Strike coming up from Jing and a Vulpine's Essence. That's all we got for JDG in terms of the builds for this. Most likely to see those attack chains be stacked up for some mitigation into HP across the board. But their opponents are going to be SS1, and now SS1 is a Xiphon. SS1 going to be looking to try to go through here. You're going to see Suzu looking for the mid-air F1. He finds it, looking for the RMBs. There's going to be a chance for the fist blade action for the Clinks. There it is. And fighting Tusik to try to find a connection for the RMBs. He finds Gen 1 here from SS1. Uppercut's not going to be confirmed here. The F2 charge was a mid-air. Tusik eating up a lot of damage here, making sure he can kind of kite around. Finds his Temi to use that ultimate as a defensive measure to try to push into the Matari to invest her dashes to get out rather than to stay in. And now Rosemary, the Zai, he's coming out for blood. He's pocketing his ultimate to go crazy.
Wow, big parry there in the back end inside the Temi ult. We do have the Zai trying to respond as well. JDG trying to kite out the Temi ultimate. The RB focus there connects there for 2 onto one of the players in the back. And we do have the Takeda now trying to peel off all these oppositions right now. We do have the damage still happening though. JDG trying to stay up. The raw uppercut connects, but now the F1 called in here for the Takeda. The Zai Rosemary now trying to respond here for their team as well. We do have the takedown now happening onto the Kurumi in the backside. Overholding. Parry connects there. Now big damage off the follow-up. 2v1. Can't do much in the backside. The Kurumi as well staying up. 2-2 now trying to stay up. We do have the damage still happening there. Now it's going to be the mix-up for these teams. Now it's going to be 3v1. The F2 there from the Zai for the cleanup, and that was beautiful there for S1.
Yes, this one rotation was phenomenal coming out here from that Zai ultimate, especially after the Takeda Furins were expended, or more importantly, when the Temi Circle. Now, Pole Sword is going to be picked up here from this point. Gold rarity.
The Scythe.
Yeah, Scythe for the new Pole Sword can go crazy. And that's going to be a chance here for the weapon. If I'm not mistaken, that's another Stamina Strike coming out here. I'll triple check for you guys. But more importantly, it's the fact that this Xiphon comp has so much economy-based aspect towards it in terms of damage for how cheap it can come out just from skills and ultimates alone. JDG just, saying, bro, look at those guys over there, man. Going out here, outside of the Romy Yang, they're going to be looking to try to find teams to fight outside of that range. DRG, outside of their Romy Yang with victory looks going through, that gold pole sword on standby. They'll be going ahead and having, the time of their life. They could find a team. I mean, Vermilions to come through and just go off on that end is going to work through tremendously just to burn those first set of lives or just hunting around. 6 eliminations for X1. Now, this is going to be a secondary kill spread for the team. SS1, though, finds out DRG, and now we're going to see the engagement between both of these teams, and it looks like it's going to be between both Romeo and Victors.
Yeah, and this is the best scenario, I would say, if you have buff. To not try to stay, you can stay up in these games. We do have DRG trying not to take a lot of engagement. They are going to back on up here. SS1 though, full throttle in, trying to get some more eliminations on the board, I should say. The Zai ultimate invested here for Rosemary. Now Don Q is going to respond with a Zai ultimate as well. We do see him trying to knock back Rosemary here from his teammates, but now the Zai is going at it here. 2-2 drops very low in the back end. Rosemary now getting clipped here off the Zai ultimate there from Don Q. Now we do have the omnidirectionals happening here for DRG.
Oh no,
trying to go on top, but does not manage to do so here with a little bit of a movement error, but it's okay. They are still up, and now 5-2-1 going at it against S1 here for the third party.
5 eliminations for a 5-2-1, taking blue armors and going crazy with the Takeda Furin on activation. 2 more left. After this third one, they can connect double blue focus here. You can see Wushin 98 forcing out the ultimate for that Kurumi deletion. Wushin goes down. Sobloom picked up from the opposing side as JDG looks to try to sneak on in. Temi Circle coming from Akame, and they're going to be looking towards using this cape as a way of disengaging. They get Kakaxi out here. That's 7 eliminations. Tessa and Chant guaranteeing off of Akame, if I'm not mistaken, and Yin. This is dangerous right now. And you can see Zhang is going to be going ahead and trying to flank out, seeing about the reset for the bodies. And Romy Yang depletion teams are also here, right? They need to make sure they get rid of that depletion. That's where EWG lies into the stead. A Xiphon comp to really work in with Comet with blue armors, blue weapons. Xiao Wen goes down. Dongxi 9 gets caught into the elimination with it. And that's going to be where we can see the Sobloom yoinks. The snag tech is going to be important in trios right now, especially coming out from snagging those Soblooms, snagging eliminations, just trying to catch as much as you can without the risk involved. That's where the shark bites the bait, because if you can go ahead and get elimination, the other team's going to feel some sort of type of way about it. But we're going to see a Viper ultimate come out here, and it looks like XS1 is going to be caught completely before the Romy Yang depletion expires.
Oh my god, Viper ultimate into the Tessa enchantment just to secure the elimination there. There goes Vermilion's Bird's Bite as well. And OUG now with 3 on the board are gonna have that cleaned up there for themselves, staying inside this game. Currently, EWG trying to full focus JDG. JDG trying to grapple on out. Luye is going to go ahead and buy a little bit of resources here for the chase down with 10 grapples remaining. It's going to be a little bit of a hard task for him to completely full chase down, depending on how far out JDG wants to back on up. Now, do have our second Realm of Yang starting to form on in for our first game. Very curious, very interesting. TE just going in for the Mystic Might. Not sure if they went inside the realm or they just got the Spirit Well. Ooh, that was the a little headshot right there from the bow from 2. He said, "Back up. I know you want it. I know you trying to full chases, but you gotta back up for a second." Now, JDG's Kurumi is gonna get focused here by EWG, and that's a lot of pressure happening now. Luye is trying to stay up, and he's gonna get parried as well. The Kurumi staying up. Kurumi ultimate invested. Cookie and Luye are gonna both get caught up there by the Wisp. It's just a lot of damage here in this corner now. That 2 called in, goes back up to full health off the armor alone. Now the Zai trying to stay up. They are gonna be able to get some damage on the board, and JDG is trying to back on up. We do have them trying to still apply the pressure, but it's just so much sustain here from the opposing comp, and this might be bad for them. And EWG is gonna fall off of this, and JDG staying up here in this scrap off.
Yeah, the successful pressure came through against Kiki, but then all of a sudden, once that one parry occurred, just from casting the F ability and then being able to use the parry animation within first setup for the Wisp for Temmie. The second setup for the Wisp happened afterwards, and now it's post Zai ultimate for the knockback to try to get back into the Kurumi circle. That was over though for EWG. Once that happened, there was only coming back from that point. And now we're going to see JDG bow shotting XLY. Man, we're really looking to range game these guys out. It's okay, though, because DRG is right there. They're looking at 2 seconds. Like, wait, hold on a second. Gotta make some space here for the shot. 30k gold in the hands of XSpell.
Oh my God.
Throw. Perfect execution getting those crossbow bolts, but, you know, I mean, we're going to see the denial with that advanced heal being brought up. This is going to be an advanced heal that's going to be burned for all the resources they can get, man. This is tough because XLY is going to get pressured out here. DRG looking to try to go for it, and the fist plate's going to come out from XLY. Got to be careful. F1's up. V3 is up as well, but we're almost a level 3. If we can find another weapon to the vicinity, we're going to see that. But this is going to be a Spearwell fight between 3 teams out and towards the Sword Tomb.
Wow. There goes the Wuchen port. They're going to stay safe from this, but no. Looks like the damage is going to happen here for the opposing team. Dreadful well there for one of his teammates. We do have the second Wuchen port here for TE. They're going to be able to stay out of the situation. The ASC is going to stay in the Spirit Well. Now we're going to have DRG against X1 for our second Realm of Yang here. And it looks like it is going to be Siphon on this side. And we do have a Zycon for the opposing side.
Yeah, Assassin's Launch on XLY as well as that advanced heal, but another advanced heal on one of the other teammates. So there's going to be a good chance to sustain staying out here if they can get out of this pressure, because this Zai going crazy. B2 early investment from Dongqing, forcing out Takeda's ultimate for the first time. The F2 comes out from the Zai, making sure we can look for that Temmie circle connecting into the zone, but the F2 to escape is going to be used by that Zai from Dongqing. And as you can see, XLY going for that reset, trying to catch as much heals as possible, goes for that white health heal. With that advanced heal, it's going to do some good work. He can create that pressure. Kakashi caught almost by the Whistler. The F2 comes out just in time. Dongqing catches that snared, and now it's going to be a Kurumi ultimate used at the last possible second. It's Takeda fearing for the third one and hoping to look for the last one. He finds that last knockback. We're going to need a recast ASAP from this Kurumi ultimate, because if not, this is going to be tough for X1 to stay sustained, as Azai is just going to go ahead, the E-forming ultimate, but has that pulse sword on standby. There's going to be a 2v3 right now, and X1 maybe looking through it. No, it's still going to be a 3v3, and that advanced heal is still proccing out here, but we're still putting that pressure on.
Yeah, it's just so much damage now. XOY is going to eat up some of this damage as well. The overhold there off the Matari F, no connection on that onto XY, but XY is still going to fall in the situation. Now DRG with 3 up have the advantage in this Realm of Yang. We do have Don Q getting full chase down, sends out the army focus there off the pole sword into the F2 as well. Not sure if that connected. Now the big parry there for LYD, and that's going to be the elimination there for that squad. We do have X1 now trying to respond off of this, and this could be bad there for DRG. Now ZDI trying to stay up, overholding. There goes the Matari backstab into the air LMBs, into the F as well. We do have just so much pressure there from DRG, and they are going to stay up, even losing the Zai there for just a moment. Now they are going to get that gold armor in hand with the weapon upgrade plus the buff as well. Very curious to see if these teams are going to be finding out now with the Draco Storm and the Spirit Well. For, you know, it's going to be a big change, but they are going to be taking this Draco Storm for the second pick of buffs. So, you know, this is, to me, this is new. I mean, this could be standard. I mean, you know, but to me, Draco Storm seeing out, it's always crazy to watch because it's just so much pressure from these squads. So I'm excited to see the Draco Storm play right now.
Yeah, dude, Draco's Storm goes in absolutely crazy, and it's still going to be available for the teams potentially in those spare wells when it comes to the end game circles. So that's another thing to update.
Another thing,
this patch, right? For everything coming out here, though, they're going to be able to pick up a Nerf Shaker as well as finding another gold weapon. Now they lost that full sword to X1, so X1 has another gold weapon in their inventory. It's just really the potential of that Hong sword coming out. Now they also got a scatter shot, so if they're going to stack up a target lock fire arrow Jade, and they'll be able to see about using that, or even just for staggers with guaranteed throws of ranged weapons. Now ASC, they're working into the Skygaze Cove. They see JDG off to the vicinity. The bells may have been struck already, but ASC is still looking around here. 6 eliminations, and looking to use this dagger for the Viper into this game. Now, as Jiangdong's looking to cat around here and try to find this out, it's a bell. No one's around. No one's around there. I'm like, yeah, bada bing, bada boom. I'm walking here. No one's gonna be able to find out whether or not they're gonna be finding those players because ASC just fully kited past JDG intentionally from JDG's behalf. Though they saw the Draco Storm. You gotta hide out. Even though they don't have runway and depletion, they don't want to take the fight. Assassination can kind of go a little bit too much in terms of this stead, and especially when it comes to the endgame circle with the Draco Storm. But now that it expired, they were early on towards it. They could have a chance of finding them in later. But like the attrition for endgame is going to be to play 30 players still alive, only one team with a runway and depletion. That's going to be X1. And they're over here by the Imperium region north side, and they're by the Black Tortoise Gate. So for X1, this is going to be a dangerous game they'll be playing. They got a lot of money to be had. So if they're going to be down in the zone, if the Reaver terms are still available, they're going to have to do it right now, or they may not even get a chance later on.
X1. As I just mentioned, go ahead and spend some of these coins right now. They're so rich right now. I'm gonna go ahead and top out from all the Jades. Do have them wasting it here from XOY. Do spot a team though, SS1. Are gonna go ahead and full focus this. X1, first one's in with that Yang depletion timer. With 2 minutes and 50 to try to cleanse this. Trying to see and then get some sorts of eliminations here onto SS1, but they do have them full grappling now. It looks like Rosemary is going to get caught up there in the back end. Now the scrap off starts here from both teams. Nice F there from the Matari to back up the Takeda for a little bit of time. XOY now trying to find an opening here for his team. We do have X1 now retreating. Trying to get a quick reset in here for the Takeda with 2 minutes and 30. SS1 go ahead and continue the distance and maintain it to try to see if they cannot get inside any sorts of aggression to make into this end game. We do have them potentially running them into another team, but X1 now go ahead and just stop the aggression for the time being. X1 2 minutes and 15 now. The pressure's on. Looks like WBG is going to be the ones caught on. That's full blue armor there for that other team.
Yeah, this is a zipping in comp for the WBG for the Zype, and now you can see the deletion coming out. These guys had a lot of time to reset. They needed to reset after the first spikes in Imperium. And they only had a chance to do it for so long, but now XLY looking to try to use that for Takeda Fear and fully invested with that V3 at full stacks at level 3, and he looks to A-Shao. He just rubber bands back. He looked towards the scene about that Zai. Zai likes tap dodge from Sleepwalker. Catches the V2 stagger. Catches 2 to 3. The Sleepwalker gets caught by the R&B. Free R&B players. There it is. A nice reset. F1 comes out, but F1 does not worry. It can't do anything about the Zai ultimate. That's one of the bigger fights out here. LYD goes down. XY goes down. Oh my goodness. To turn around, WBG could get a full swipe here. A-Shao's the only left alive. Don't lose your life, bro, because it's going to be one R&B. We're going for that meteor going through. Nope, we're going to go ahead for that blocking stream. Wistro comes out. ZDI sees that zipping, sees the amount of sustain she could actually earn herself through here. Has that V1 to come out. If it's going to be proccing, there's the R&B. Oh my god, we're just 1.0ing, huh? And looking for the double R&B. Oh my goodness, we're 1-2-3ing, huh? And we're going to be R&B. And this is where the unexpected comes out here. We're just going to throw the 1.0s, huh? And that's going to be where A-Shao goes through, goes down. ZDI keeps the team alive. But guess what? 2-6 like, hey, what's up, homie? And now it's going to be a chance to see whether or not CDI comes out, but listen, he's got a solo on that standby. This is not going to be a chance between the players. 1v3 situation here, CA.
It's rough.
It's
super rough. You know, it's super tough right now. We do have the Temi trying to stay out, but JDG, oh my god, triple paradigm from ZDI onto all 3 members of JDG, into the Wister onto Zing. Wait, hold on, ZDI trying to stay up right now. Has the Temi ult blade. It's just a little bit too late. Just needed a little bit more time there. And if I would have seen the 1v3 right now, I would have probably lost it right there. That crazy
I lost it, dude.
Oh my god.
Can you imagine he had Sapjade, bro? He would have just deleted.
He would have stayed up. Yeah. Wow, that was insane there. Unfortunate enough, not managed to complete the 1v3, but I mean, that was a valiant effort if I ever seen one myself. That was insane there. But Rosemary and Code are going to go ahead and pick up this Spirit Well. Not sure what's going to be coming out of this Spirit Well. We'll see in just a moment here. They're going to wait this out. You know, this is a little trio strat here. You can wait it out. Not too long, though, because they changed it. I mean, before They could have waited this out completely. They're going to have to capture it pretty soon. Do have Rosemary with the Gold Hung Sword. I mean, full jaded out in their inventories right now. Looking to take this first game 1 win for themselves. Now, everybody is going to go ahead and start posting up on top of this rock. DRG, I believe I saw ASE as well around. BBE just dropped down. Do have the contestant of the top side of this rock as well. We do have Don Q who's going to go ahead and just back on up. ASC is going to bully them out. DRG is going to go ahead and rotate from this area. BBE, FPAZ, Q's in the mix as well. SS1, Rosemary already with the Zai Ultimate online. The Wu-Chan port there to make sure they stay safe. They're going to be able to reposition off that as well. But I mean, this is it right here. This is where the trio shines. We do have Zone 4 completely spreading. And look at the contestant of teams here. Everybody posted up in this area of the map.
Yeah, digging into the Skygates Cove Cliffside is going to be the case. Saw a lot of Jade selections coming out here. I saw some Cavalum, some Bethel Descents from both of those Jades in the hands of DRG. And then actually seeing Tuna, Blistering Edge to kind of work off of that if they actually find a usage. Not Earthshaker, like I said, debatable. But Cloud Weaver definitely going to be one of the more susceptible Jades to be used. It's very strong. It's range blue focus. You can capture somebody in a Vortex. And that comes out in more ways than one, just dishing out extra damage. Now, I like seeing this endgame circle. The Moonbane is going to grief out if someone decides to hang out here. Because you can see FPX, JDG, SS1, 521, BBE, DRG. They're all right next to each other. This is going to be where the last final moments, 21 players still left alive. Just trying to stay out here. White Tiger's Prow is going to be one buff in the hand. Not going to be any chance here to staying up there. That's an Aurora Burst. SS1 Rosemary realized that. He's backing away. White Tiger's Prow for another 50 seconds for this team. BBE is going to hold down this building. That's dangerous. Moonbane strike right there. Flat Fatmo. Seeing about trying to deny those range shots. You can see Soul Sash coming out from Roichi. Boom! There's a Moonbane strike coming out here. Now it's going to be Fatmo looking to try to keep the team sustained here. F1 is not up just yet. A lot of range shot swarms, cannon shots. There's the F1 coming out from the shield walls just for a couple of seconds here because you can see 521s at the shop looking to try to go ahead for some investment for cost of supplies or even for any sort of Jades that can try to purchase out straight up. And as you can see, DRG, they're going to be trying to rotate out here if they can. They got the most gold armors, I think, of any team in terms of the selection. So for right now, holding down this fort, it's going to be a tough task, especially when there's another Xiphon pair coming through and a Cloud Weaver spin like that. Could be a dangerous game for them to play into.
Yeah, this is both Zycoms going at it right now. We do have the Tesla Ultimate invested there from a third-party ASE in the back end. Rosemary trying to stay up, trying to claim the Spirit Well. We do have the enchantment connecting there, but the teammates there to avoid any sorts of the range damage. But JDG in the back end there with a repeating crossbow is going to be able to get some sorts of damage there onto the Matar. We do see them still applying the pressure off that repeating crossbow. Don Q still in the mix. Full aggressive here onto all these teams, trying to see if we can stay up. The Spirit Well still up though in the back end. We do have, I believe, JDG in the back end still going at it. 521 showing up. SS1, Temi Ultimate's invested. Everybody fighting for the Spirit Well right now. Rosemary back in it as well. We do have the Whisk connecting there onto Rosemary. Even with the Matario up, they are still able to connect off that Temi Whisk. Now, another Temi Tesla Ultimate invested there. Just so much enchantments. There's so much pressure from all these teams trying to stay up. He grapples into Aurora Burst on the top side. Doesn't matter to stay up. Trying to see if he can knock him out here on top of the temple. But Don Q now in the center of the Spirit World trying to contest this here for his squad.
Yeah, the 1, 2, 3 is coming out from Dong Chain. Now he's going to be looking for the chances getting to that Karunu circle. It's going to be expired here at 70-80% right now for that Spirit Well. Trying to claim this out is going to be a mission because 521 is going to be crazy. Look at the kill leaderboard. You know, BBE's at 11 eliminations, but we're going to see some spans here. We got that Spirit Well, so that's going to be a whole reset. DRG having 7 eliminations. They're going to go for the chase down. The F2 comes out here. 1, 2, Zakame goes down here. Might be a chance for Dong Chain to look for that V2 spam. He's going to look for it. He's going to activate that ultimate on frame 1 advantage here. And looking to try to see about whether or not the targeting look for an ultimate cast to kind of go for the confirmation. Sanzi gets caught, and 1 hit left through the V2. There's the burn. There's elimination. There's White Tiger's Prowess. You can see the hit's going to be coming into the vicinity here. And as you can see, Skygaze Cove has a lot of crooks and nannies here, or nooks and crannies for everyone to kind of look around and try to scare us, try to escape. But once you get locked down from the team, especially from a Zai, that's where you're going to have to force abilities, use ultimates, and try to get out there before you get caught.
Yeah, but the pressure here from DRG. They have the White Tiger's power. They want to see if they can pick up as many eliminations as possible while this buff is up. We do have Junex here trying to back on up. The Viper Ultimate is going to be invested here from FPSEQ. How many Teslas or Viper stuns is he going to connect? He believe he does connect onto several players on the backside, but he's going to use it to retreat. Don Q still in the mix though on the Zai. 68% here on this ultimate. I feel like I just see him ult like 4 times in a row already. He's about to get it right again with 80%. They are going to be able to retreat off of this. Aurora Burst still on the top side from JDG, claiming the top side of the zone. Zone 6 already about to fully close, halfway through, and now all these players getting active here in the end circle. Just so much pressure here in this corner. We do have another Tesla ultimate invested there on the bottom side. Now ASZ's Viper trying to stay up. The champion connects there onto the crewmate there from the big barrier there from JDG or DRG. Now they're able to retreat, and now they're gonna go ahead and pour up to the top side as well. Now the contestant on the top side is gonna go ahead and regress here for all these teams.
A lot of a chance coming back and forth here. ASC Zhangdong looking to use that F ability to get that knockback. Aurora burst on the backside. B1's activated. Zhangdong's looking for that massive stun into this potential for that BBE. I've been hit, and he doesn't get enough damage here. The Assassin's Lunge attempt comes out, but guess what? Tusik has Assassin's Lunge as well, and he's going for those Takeda Fear and Blast. An explosive 100 seconds left on the clock here. We're going to have a chance. Bin goes down here. A Soul Bloom pickup for Tusik is going to come out to play. We're going to have around 16 players left alive on the field of play with Rosemary here about to have ultimate back up. There's going to be the ultimate cast for that knockback, trying to secure an F2 into the corner. All the knockback, all the burn. The cleanses come out from that Kurumi ultimate as an insurance policy as Rosemary puts on that pressure. 1-2s into the 3s and making sure he can have the chance for that V2 and looking for the connections. Gold focuses, doesn't matter. Dongqing's getting cleansed, but 1-2s into that corner to the 3 again. He's going to have another ensnared in a second, and that's going to be Matario to reset the F skill. Rosemary kites around here, and there's going to be a chance where he can try to utilize that Roar Burst from Shang 1 and captures a knockback, and that's going to be another player down. And then 2 is down, but the Soul Bloom picks up. Rosemary just trying to continue this pressure, man.
Man, Rosemary staying up in that situation is crazy. The Kurumis just do wonders for these teams. You see them with the sustain there in the backside. Now, another rare burst here. He isn't able to cancel it to stay up. Does not want to get third party there for 521 in the back. And we do see the pressure now potentially going towards JDG's way. Pampy now with the aggression there onto Fat Map in the bottom side. We do have him dropping down. Gets the damage there off the fan. It looks like 2-tick is going to fall for this situation here for JDG. Another Viper ultimate invested here from June. Now, he isn't able to get the stun onto Rishishi. Just go ahead and drop down. Oh my god, gets the damage there, but not the full damage. Rosemary does manage to pop the Zai ultimate. Now, lots of players on the bottom side trying to go kiteed up here to stay inside the zone, but his zone is just so small there. Look where it's ending, right on the pillar. Nobody able to stay up in the middle of the zone. Pampy trying to stay up. He does fall. BBE all eliminated, and JDG sitting here being the last one standing, and that was a crazy game 1. JDG with 9 on the board. I believe they are going to be taking the MVP as well with the multiplier, but what an insane game here to start off the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, we gotta see what happens. I think there was a tide, meaning that there was no multiplier game, which means BBE's 16 kill game. That's crazy, right? And I mentioned this. Their strong comp being that Viper Wuchen tested, they popped off with it, man. They were slow rolling in terms of the builds and working out. When I saw them in that building, I was like, there ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way to survive. Survive, man. The amount of Viper Wuchen tests that game makes it that much more enticing. Trying to hide within the and beating past the enchant immunity is something that they had to work through. Of course, that V1 Viper goes absolutely nuts. We saw it coming out from FPX where that the Viper ultimate captured everyone in the zone. No one was prepared for that one. And drop down blues like that with erudition sometimes works out, sometimes doesn't, especially when there's multiple targets. If you can get to line up, you'll get every single one of those, but it's faster just to go for the RMBs if you have the other Jade. But then again, who knows for the majority of the usage here. Rest in peace, Fat Milk. This man's invisible. No, he's over there. You can see him crouched over. Let's see if BBE pop off here for that one game. No multiplier, though, so this means that they don't have that much chances of catching a Super C lead, but then again, catching an MVP, it's good mental. We love seeing those mental pushes, especially coming out from the players into these first days or into this final rounds before they can try to qualify before finals. Now, obviously, key component here is that for these players, right? 5 Viper Wuchen tested team comp picks have been selected. They're going to have to really work into seeing about where she's going to end up going through or where they're going to end up, that comp specifically into the second round, but more importantly to rounds 4 through 6, if they even show it back up again in multi-fashion form that we just saw. But regardless, we're gonna have a chance in going through here. We're gonna have a question for you guys on Twitch chat. I know you guys are out here, and I know you guys are out in YouTube chat. I'm looking for you guys. I see you. This man said watching from Germany. Shout out to shout out to Antonio. I mean, not San Antonio, but which team is the third to be eliminated in this game? Is it gonna? Wow, what a question. Excuse me, are you guys paying attention? No, YouTube chat. You can go back into the VOD and check that out. But you have to message in Twitch chat for the rewards. Which team is the third to be eliminated in this game? A, OUG, B, X1, CT, D. None of the above. Yeah, yo, you gotta pay attention, bro.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. The none of the above is crazy. This That is insane. I'm not gonna lie. This is probably the hardest question I've ever. I was just watching it. I don't even know. There was just so much happening right there that there was no way that I know. So I mean, if you're YouTube, you have the strat to be able to go back into VOD, you know, quickly to try to find the answer for this Summer Split random gift. I mean, this is a crazy start here for the answer for Treasures, but hopefully they start getting a little bit easier throughout the night. But hey, once again, which team was the third to be eliminated in this game? A, OUG, B, X1, C, TE, or D, none of the above. That is insane. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I mean, what a game one. That was crazy. Let's just talk about the game one right now. I mean, having that many Wuchen Viper Tessas in the in circle like that just makes everything so much harder if you're not having a Viper in your team.
Dude, I'm like, the crazy thing too is that it's like meditation after that, man. That type of mess of CC control,
yeah,
back and forth. Like, you got to understand, right? Once you get caught into a Viper Sun, it's only a matter of time before someone else sees you.
Yeah,
it's only a matter of time before if a Sand Siphon finds you and throws a wisp in your throat and into your face, and then all of a sudden you get crossbowed down. And that's just something that comes out. You know, a special shout out to the Temmies out here for the wisps, specifically with ZDI, almost conjecturing into manifesting and protagonist energy there with that triple parry. Hopefully we can see the replays coming out from that, but we'll probably not, considering he died out. But regardless, Viper and Tessa is in the mix. If you're not going to be able to safeguard yourself from getting caught by a stun, means that you're going to be caught into Tessa and Chan right afterwards. And regardless of that, you know, we're going to have the scoreboards to be looking through here. Like I said, since we see on types, actually, no, first place did go to JDG. They did get the multiplier. 12 kill points though, so they're going to have that 1.2 for the 10 kills that they earned. 16 in second place, but BBE took 18 points regardless, as they were actually able to capture third place. In second place, 521 actually earned out that 13 kills with 2.5 for the placement points, but it's 15.5. It's kind of crazy. These two teams that I was kind of like, you know, man, you know, what if? But 521 has doing some, you know, like their games in the past haven't really been popping off. But for today, this first round, we love to see this type of push. DRG, who are top of the board regardless because of the proposed points, have 11 points earned this game. X1 with 10.5, 8.1 for SS1, 8 for ASE, TE with 6, 5.5 for WBG, and then OUG, and the recipient of the other teams comes out. Wuchen, most kills, most healing, most likely MVP. This is going to be a rare case instance. I mean, you always see the other players, but see the Wuchen. Yeah. Board gamers on site. Fat Milk gonna take that MVP. With the amount of healing though, I need to see those Jades. I need to see if I didn't get a chance to look at his Jades. I didn't see if he had a group, he had advanced heal. This would be the only things I could see. If he spammed F1 like that, as much shield walls as he was able to come out with, that would be a case. And we'll see that. Standings though, bottom 6. This is gonna be the chopping block. Like I said, 521 did not have a crazy set of games coming out here. But today was the way where they can catch through. Even with the proposed points of 10.1, they got 15.5. They're at 7th place, Gatekeeper right beneath with 25.6. In 8th place, WG was 24.4. FPX is 19.6. TE was 17.1. And we're going to have to see how it's going to come out from the clutches as with the other teams. Now, OUG is 27.2 in 6th place. 3.5 points earned that game. X1 had 10.5 earned that game with 28 points total, 28.8 for ASC, and JDG's takes in 31.1, third place overall. BB in 31.8, second place overall. 39 points for DRG. And like I said, these guys have the most points for the proposed. So this 11-point game, it's like, you know, it's one thing to another. Now it's really case scenario for them to keep that average point and keep it going. We're going to go ahead and go. Clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming. And this is where the fights really, I was like question marking when I saw the salty runbacks, but sometimes that's necessary, CA.
What we're not going to do is not say Gamers United right after that. I'm sorry, sir. You have to say that every single time.
Gamers United.
But yeah, the salty run back there from WBG was insane. JDG here picking eliminations onto EWG. Got the Takedo ultimate there from JDG into the side there from the opposing team. And that was crazy because EWG was the one full aggressing JDG here in the situation, and that just backfired them completely here in the situation. Yes, they had to cleanse, but still, they had the upper hand there onto the Kurumi, but it was just not enough. And ZDI here, man, that was a whisk into the parry there. Frame 1, beautiful showcase, and Rosemary going stupid here in the end circle as well, getting the big damage here. I believe I saw like 7 ults of him alone in his last and final moments of the game. We do have Zing here playing the high ground here for JDG. Make sure he can stay up, gets the damage there onto one of 521's members, gets the elimination as well, stays up even with Poison Splash. That was the last elimination of the game. But like Severio stated, Fat Melt is going to be taking the MVP here for our first game of the Last Chance Qualifier here last chance qualifiers here for trios with 10,000 damage. Oh my god, 7 elimination. He wasn't even jaded out. Bro, all he had was fire arrows and target lock.
Bro, yo, F1 healing like that? Yo, we got those? Bro, how we get that? There's gotta be. So listen, I got a question for the devs. I mean, is picking up the buff a way for you to heal your whole team? Because for him to actually have this amount of healing for an F1 usage, I mean, that's gonna be spanned out like a lot. That's gonna be just down to the cooldown, down to the brass tacks. And the only Jade he had, fire arrow, circle lock, and he wasn't even using that. He was using pistol as the majority of the weapons. So he wasn't even getting that Jade kitted up here for the target lock side of it. That comes down towards Jade versus gameplay. I mean, that's a conversation point. That's always been the case. How many times can a roar burst be spammed out? But the other thing too is who you're going to give it to. And we talked about how that came down towards before, where who's you going to use the Jade to kind of lock down the other players, considering you don't have that pressure coming off. Usually you see the support players taking out those powerhouse Jades. Powerhouse Jades meaning like for the gold Jades where they can have control, Merciless Havoc, Aurora Burst, things of that nature. Where the purple Jades like Blistering Edge, quick 1.0 release weapons given towards the players that are on the field of being those aggressors, being the frontliners like Zai, like Matari, players that can then utilize those pole swords, utilize the quick 1-2s, especially from the spear, just drop in there for a quick amount of damage and quick amount of pressure. Where then your teammate, if you then decide to use the ultimate like a Zai or Matari, then that's where your support line comes in and controls it down. And usually that comes down towards the Kurumis in the comps or even the Zippy Yings. Now, coming out of a Viper Wuchen Tessa, taking a Viper, for instances, of just trying to stack as much DPS as she can kind of, authorize in terms of using F3, that shotgun blast, straight shot to the health bar. Early game onset spawns, getting the amount of damage that you can deal out in the short amount of time, and the off drop where there is maybe potentially no shields for your opponents. Then comes that full value for you to get the gold necessary to get the eliminations, because once you get the first eliminations in a Mortar War, you're going to get some extra gold Dark Knight coins outright. For the players to take that slow roll going through there, if they feel the necessity to kind of work into getting as aggressive as possible, that's just because they can find that gear coming out here. And usually they have that chance of being able to form into, their round selection of processing the bell rotations. Looking at the map, once you drop into Imperium, your only option selection is either to go north into Arcadia if you think the Jades is still going to work there through the 2 bells, or if you're going to be going out west towards Azoth Peak, because you're going to have more bells going off into the Ancient Stockade as well, noticing where the spawns are going to lead into. But more importantly, having that chance of finding the mentality of where your team is going to be standing out here. I know that for a fact that when it came down to the Romy Yang fights, it was very interesting scene, but Xiphon won both times, the times that we saw, versus the Sand Siphon. And so for that's just straight economy versus, being kitted out of your mind type situation. Yeah,
I mean, we saw it every single time. We see just how strong the Zai can be, especially with the burn ticks as well. It's just so much that a Kurumi can do for you. After just still so much pressure from the Zai. It's just crazy to watch how strong and how much more valuable she is now that no Keelan or Hottie's comps are in the mix. So that was crazy. No Keelan Hottie is insane to just witness right now, because of how much we've seen that comp and being in the first round selection for a lot of these teams. But now once again with the patch and play, I still don't know if we're gonna see this. I'm not sure, because I mean, we might get lucky and see the Valda like you've been speaking about. I mean, you were telling me how you would see that comp being worked out with the Valda in play, but it's just crazy to watch how there's so much Wuchen Viper Tessas now in the mix. For these games, I mean, it's just so I believe it was like 6 teams that played that comp alone. It was just so many, but like you mentioned, the Zai comps we're winning out all the Realm of Yang. Those are the super aggressive comps for these teams, as we just witnessed once again, just being able to close out and win. But the last one standing was the Siphon comp there, with the Tomok being the last one standing, but still in the mix. We still have couple more games left, 5 more games being played out. Love to see that crazy third party 521 had with all those teams there, picked up those eliminations, dropped up to 7 kills off of that alone, and successfully escaping there. That is the best case scenario. If you're able to do that alone, that's just textbook right there. Being able to do that is just beautiful there from 521, being able to just escape or get the eliminations, escape, and continue on to the end game to see potentially being able to get more eliminations on the board. But BBE coming out hot here for our first game, being our winners for our first game of the day, securing lots of eliminations right before the end game, securing more to be able to get that MVP home. as we saw there, with a crazy amount of healing there from the Wu-Chen was just insane. Samir was going crazy. He was like, just F1 alone. You was hoping for some advanced heal, group heal or something, huh?
Dude, I was looking for it. I saw advanced heals across the board from the Temis and into Sand Siphons from different teams. So I was thinking maybe they found a chance of picking that up, and they had a group heal the whole time. Now they can really just pop off with the heal factor, and usually that comes out with the micro looting that you see, like where they just scroll wheel down straight to the Jades and run away with it, just because there's so much action. I mean, we saw the cliff size off of Skygaze Cove, where those cliff size can be dangerous, especially if you're escaping from the zone, but more importantly if you're escaping from like comps like the Xiphon, where they can just F2 you midair and then look for you to delete, because F2 Matari then comes afterwards, and then you're still caught to this catapult action. So be very quick with your looting. That's usually the case scenario. Otherwise, you're going to see players looking for those chances of just getting caught out. And if you can sustain your team throughout all that pressure, I mean, that's where you're going to be able to, be MVP. Hello. Like, I'm waiting for the chances of seeing when I saw, I don't remember, I forgot the team. Moxie can let me know in chat. But where there was a 7-kill support versus an 8-kill Zai, or for Zipping for being 7 kills, I think, or Kurumi, where she had 43k healing, and yet the Zai with like 20-some k damage and working into 8 kills. I'm like, bro, dude, through 43k healing. That's crazy numbers coming out here for a support line in the game. But more importantly, especially when you have just 1 kill for the MVP, it's crazy. For this match, though, what we're gonna have a chance of seeing, since we are now inside, if I'm not mistaken, Holoroth, we're gonna be in Sunny rotation. Mm-hmm. This is where things come out. We saw 5 Wu-Chen Testas, five Wu-Chen Testas, right? And the thing that comes out is that now 5 teams, I mean, they can try to work around, coming out here for a first round selection or even a second round selection. But I'm still kind of curious in seeing if, you're saying the Kadi Ying may not even show up here with the Keelan with the Hadi, with the Zipping Ying, having a chance of that comp showing up. Most likely will definitely come down to the brass tacks of the final circle, for final rounds, maybe, just because of where it led out. You can even see the average of points from ASC's highest was the Kylan, the Kylan, the Hadi, and the Zipping Ying. So for everything coming out for that team, seeing that team get gutted is like, But then again, if you take a look at the scene about SS1, I think their top team comp is Sand Siphon coming through here. I'm throwing it in the air and hopefully it catches. If not, I'm gonna get bonked in the head, because everything that comes out from the key component comps is that if you know where your comp lies, and if it's one of the ones that gets gutted, then that's just where you guys have to evolve. It's gonna be a Xiphon. I'm getting bonked in the head. Xiphon actually coming through for them for 5.2 average, but then again, I still have a chance of seeing some shenanigan comps, right? Valda still has an opportunity of showing up here. I'm still gonna go through. I'm gonna throw that in the air and hopefully the universe catches it, because that's a comp that if Valda does show up, the anticipation of Sand Siphons not showing up is a huge gamble for you to try to take into your hero point selections, considering that other players may be just waiting for this time finally for Holoroth. And this is where Sand Siphons come out. there's no pedigree of any changes from that. So if you really think that change is going to happen here, we take those risks, and we take those.
I'm thinking. I mean, how long has it been since we've seen the Yodel comp in play?
Bro, don't ask me that question.
I'm just throwing it out there because, with the hero point system in play, they might have to go back to the, some back of the old ways. I'm not sure.
V3 slashes coming out. I mean, listen, the thing that comes out is if a shenanigans Yodo comp shows in, we saw Ice Pick, but Ice Pick can't work out as it once was because of the season changes. If Yodo shows up, that's just we're throwing the RNG in the blender. But 3 Sand Siphons so far. ASC, I'm throwing my pen on the ground. Yep, that's 4 Sand Siphons, folks. So
called it.
If I see any Valdas, don't do it. I know they can see the point bands. They know the point bands. So they know there's going to be a 1-point ban from in this selection here. So they know that they can't choose a Valda into this scenario. That's going to be where Xiphons come out. Viper Wu-Chen tested from Vibe 2-1. CE taking the Xiphon. That's going to be a 3-point ban or a 1-point ban across the board for 2 comps, with Kurumi being a double-point ban. Now, JDG, I mean, this is going to be a full fuel swipe for, if they want a 1-point ban themselves, they could for a full team comp, but this is going to be risky. So they're going to go for the Viper Wu-Chen Testas here. Easy peasy, another 5. If it's another 5 pair, DRG is going to be the one to solidify. Yes, it will. So it's going to be another pair of 5. Oh, man. 5 Viper Wu-Chen Testas.
5.
Now, Misty Forest into the final circle, potential. Alter Tranquility final circle, potential. City of Tang final circle. Now that's gonna be fire. I know that's going to be a point where if we end up into those areas where there's a lot of terrain where you have to space out, find a nice cozy spot, hop a cup of hot cocoa, in a flame, so your team doesn't get caught by range shots, then you're doing good. But we've seen teams take into those terrain manipulation fights where they just go ahead and just like drop down because they have so much high ground. Like that's why I said the Misty Forest, because if you see Vipers dropping from the sky, what are you gonna do? I mean, listen, that's a double-edged sword though, because Viper goes into the sky. Guess what? Mataris can anticipate that. They see that. The only thing that's going to be more high risk, high reward is if a Viper gets really high to the sky, ult, and then crouch bomb dashes in the face of anybody. But if there's a Takeda and there's 4 sand siphons, if there's a Takeda with preemptive ultimate, Iron Blast can deny that whole entire amount of 5 seconds that you had by just down to 1 second of pressure that you're able to kind of accrue on.
You better have that 90 ms reaction time or something like that. I mean,
swear, bro.
Like, they better have some crazy reaction time, being able to read a Viper just full-on crouching midair with the Viper online. But, now we're locked and loaded here for game number 2. Once again, I mean, this is going to be the standard for, I believe, up to game 4. Just Wuchen Viper Tessas, the side comp, and then the Siphon comp, the staple comp. Yeah. But yeah.
What
What you looking at? What you looking at?
I'm seeing this F2V1s. We're going back to it.
The standard?
Yeah, well, the thing is F2V1 was a standard, yeah. And look, the F2 coming from EWG for that Takeda. That's what I wanted to see if I was going to come out here. But the F2V1's coming back into play for the silence into the stun. That's just to guarantee cicadas can't do anything, man. And that's the main reason. Once they saw that 1-point ban, they might have just opted in to use the F2. And that would be usage in response. And this actually could potentially, this could grief out the entirety of the sand siphons if it comes down to the right coordination. Because you got to also remember, right, to Temi circles, if a Temi ults, get this, right, he anticipates the Viper to show up in the face of Takeda. If he ults within that F skill being casted out, he can knock back that cooldown and she can't use her silence. And then guess what? That type of synergy, it only comes into dreams from console players. Like, Shout out to my console gamers, though. Shout out to my console gamers. Shout out to my console gamers. No, specifically PlayStation tournaments coming out here. Also, if you guys don't know, into the NA sphere, martial artist solos gonna be showing up here for this weekend. We're gonna have some qualifier matches coming from Saturday and Sunday for you guys to take out and check out. We're gonna have that chances of actually for you guys to watch, seeing how the 1v1, the trash talking that happens. That was a taste of what's gonna happen. But regardless, our response comes out here. ASE, FPX, BBE spawning in here, but gosh, golly, holy smokes. Okay, Imperial Village is gonna have 6 teams here, man. Yo, 6 teams gonna be spawning in here. They're gonna be taking all the pressure. The Beast Pen into the tower, into the yurt, and into the cave, into the waterfall. I'm kind of hoping for the dangerous game to be played here for spam 1, 2, 3 blues.
I mean, with that new katana change,
yes, sir,
that's gonna connect. But I mean, like, once again, everything on land is different. Could be able to be reactional off that katana change. But now X1, one of the teams, one of the many teams landing Imperial Village. But we do have FPX ZQ going out against BBE. A little bit of smacks here. Everybody with no weapon in hand. It's gonna be straight dukes out for all these players in both of these teams. Oh, there goes with the weapon. Oh my God, big parry there from June X there onto Ivan. He is gonna fall for that. Now to the F finish there onto Roshishi. Now FPX ZQ staying up here for their off-drop fights, clearing out all 3 members of BBE, which have won game number 1.
Now TE chases down X1. X1 is trying to get some loot back up. ZDI by himself finds a blue armor. TE not going to be rushing this one down. We got F2 still, no grapples on Wash. Have blue Hong sword, common pistol, going for some pelt shots here and there. And this is going to be where, Chase Down comes out. Leo might be caught out from 1 stagger to alone, but the pistol shots come out here from Wash to try to create that point of just like chipping away the HP. Cannon shots, though, a bit of a dangerous game. There's going to be the silence coming out from Wash. Wash cannot do anything here for the next 8 seconds. Finds a nice armor swap. Nope. Going to be a chance for the broken armor. Clean comes out here. Wash is going to be looking at the whole check here. Gets caught with the 1, 2, 3. He's going to be going for the blues. Look for a tag dodge into the F2. Knockback. Gets no confirmation of knocking back that Viper. And that's going to be eliminations as a test enchant comes out and connects both hits.
And that's just rough for them. There goes the enchantment there onto Leo. Leo's going to eat up all the damage. 1 shot left, and he is going to be taken out as well. And X1 winning off there with off spawn drops as well. I'm going to pick up 3 off of that team wipe. Now DRG and EWG. I believe DRG did invest that Tesla Ultimate already. Louis there onto one of DRG's members. Does not get the follow-up in the back end. Cookie there with the full sword is going to be able to pick up elimination onto DRG as well. Now in a 2v3 situation. Oh, there goes the frostbite there. And it looks like Loye is going to fall for this as well. Cookie now trying to stay up, and it's a 2v2, I believe. Big parry there from, oh my God, big parry there from Xi. He is going to be able to stay up now in the 1v2. Don Q trying to stay up. This might be bad for him. Cookie here with the umbrella there onto Xi to the refreeze there off the butterflies, and that was beautiful there from EWG.
Yeah, EWG almost fought himself in a really bad predicament. Lue just got his ultimate back, got his ultimate up and got frozen right in the process, and then turnaround just came through. 5-2-1 though, dissipating from this area, needing to back off once that bell was struck here. We're gonna see 5-2-1 Pompey with that blue fist blades, blue armor on him, as well as for Yin. Tang Courtyard having a chance here. We're gonna see a bit of a tassel with that Moonbane as OUG Xingyun, purple dual blades, I should say, blue armors across the whole team instead, and having a nice chance of picking up the attack shades along the route. So that's good. We're gonna see them be able to build that one out here. X1 though, oof, I don't want to look at it.
Oh no.
See that got caught into the mix of things and then got into the test and chant, and now the silence from JDG Xing just to, insult to injury, you know what I'm saying?
Oh my God, that's super rough. XOY with a massive parry, but it's just a matter of time here with 3 players on his trail. 1 stagger is all they need. Overholds instead of 1 hit there for the elimination. And JDG now with their wipeout for their off drops are going to be able to stay up in this situation. Now, players going to start respawning in different locations now. 2 teams down right now, DRG and X1. X1 do manage to get a team wipe, but DRG only managed to pick up 1 OUG. Now, gold pole sword here for SS already with a crazy weapon off drop. And right now, with everybody with blue armors, potentially even common armor still, he's gonna be able to shred through all these players here on the Matari. So go ahead and try to shoot out the bell to try to get some information. I believe there's nobody posted up right here. So it's gonna be a full zone here for OUG.
Wow. They get a longsword too, bro. Crazy. That team, they're gonna be stacked out of their minds coming into the first round of Yang. And JDG now taking fights. I can't believe I just realized Jing activated ult after the test and chant confirmed hit. He can't do anything about that. He can't do anything about it. The time that it takes for Viper Ultimate to come out after the test and chant procs on him, there's no way for the sun to come out here. If he had V3, different story. But there's gonna be the signs coming out from the jump parry potential. Nope, Jing's gonna be held check. Oh, we're gonna be going for the parry bait between both sides. Kiki gets caught to the enchant. Now he's gonna be probably processed out here in a test and chart. Call the Amber Alert because someone's missing out from the team fight.
He's gone though. Zing is out. Pampy does manage to get 1 on the board in as well. That's 2 players down there for JDG. But 521 now. Gonna go ahead, pick up the resources there from those dead bodies. SS1 going out against WBG, right? We do see WBG trying to retreat, but SS1 already in the scene. Walker on the Takeda's gonna go ahead and call in the F into the Takeda ultimate as well with the big damage there onto Rosemary. R&B focus, and the last hit there from Jing there for the elimination there for WBG. And SS1 now is 1 player down.
You know what's crazy about Sleepwalker? Baited out the F1 and said Takeda Furin ult just to come out in the face of it. Yeah, that's a big just like, oh my goodness, 1, 2, looking for the 3. That Wu Chen port down, meaning there's nothing to keep him alive here much longer. That's Hemisphere kind of created this death sentence. Whole check of destiny coming out here. There it is. Parry like that. That's an immediate elimination. WBG clapback game coming out here. 3 eliminations coming through. Looking for number 4 though. If we can try to capture out, because Gen 1 is going to be playing out the R&B game coming out here from the fan, but the pole sword action comes out, let alone for just chunking away that armor and health.
That was a beautiful Temi ultimate there to lock down, secure another elimination there. They did get the res, but quickly Sleepwalker was there for the hit, and now that's player down there for SS1. And WBG, nice cleanup there onto SS1. Now ASC still trying to pick up more resources, trying to set up for the first round of Yang. Do have the Takeda with the purple fist blades, all full blue armored out here for ASC though. I'm gonna go ahead and see if they can pick up more materials in this area. It's just a little bit of a looting game here for a lot of these teams. Post or prior Rama Yang do have DRGs. Viper still with common armor, trying to see if he can find a better upgrade to be able to have a better armor. There it is, a little blue armor. It's gonna be a little bit swapped there from the Witch. Never mind, they want the blue armor on the Viper. Got me, but FPSZQ with purple armor, the Zaping, and purple nunchucks as well. In this skin right here, I think they're all purpled out. Yes, they are. Everybody has purple armor. Man, this Zai skin, I'm not gonna lie, this is Just definitely my favorite skin right here.
Right? Capital P-E-A-K? Yeah.
Yeah,
Put it at the top. Tier list. Where's the tier list out there for the skins? I know that's going to be an indefinite list. That's everything.
Oh yeah, for sure.
FBX though, purple weapons, purple armor, kitted out, Romyang in a minute or so. We're gonna see a movement spotting in here onto the west side towards Camel Slump. So I mean, I don't know if teams are going to be rotating down that way, but that's literally the only Romyang off the west side of the map. Only Romyang to be spotted out. The only other thing is going to be a Draco Storm Spirit Well that'll be available. That's where BBE is near towards the Jin Armory. So for them to kind of work off here, this is where DRG, like I said, 5 by Wuchen Tessa comps. They ain't taking Romyang fights unless they're Mad Lads. For the energy they have, so the Zypins or Sand Siphons, they can't take those Romyangs. They got to have to work at the outside. And DRG and 521 going to be looking to the path line here. We're going to see 521 actually kiting around behind DRG. And now for WBG outside of the Salvation Podium region, going to the east side. I mean, purple armors across the board, blue fans, double blue fans. Purple fifth place though for ASC Zhangdang, as we mentioned before. Just kiting through here, trying to chase this one down. They're actually right behind WBG, tailing them down. 18 grapples left for Jiandong and having 4-to-7 ratio for the healing berries to the armor powder ratio. Now, 30 seconds, 15 seconds before the Romyang. You know, I'm always curious about the Jades. I kind of want to see what's going to be the Jades coming out from the drop down, because the thing is that when it comes down towards, specialty Jades come out, that could, like I said, make a break. Rupture Gale Orb for the poke damage. Martial Art Will Form Hook for the control, because then double fans, that's the reason we see double fans, coming out from the players. There's going to be a mad lad dash effort for the Romyangs, and now it's going to be a chance for this WBG to get griefed.
Oh!
Man, I would be upset. I'd slam my...
Nah. Not the Zaya F2, just to back them up and not be able to take round, but FPXZQ already posted up. Do start up high, but it's gonna be the mix up here for FPXZQ against OUG. Do have, I believe, both Zai comps out here for both of these teams. We do have Junks here with a massive F2. It's a little bit of damage. Oh no, I heard a Mataro to in the back end. That's gonna be a lot of damage here onto the Zai. He's trying to stay up in the situation. To the 1-2 there onto the King. Now Zai still has ult up. He is gonna be able to pop it this time around. Now what's gonna be the mix up here for John X? He is able to get some damage, burn damage onto one of his players, but the King there stopping any sorts of pressure there. Now big damage to the backside. Both shots connecting there onto the Zai, trying to stay up. Now with 1 HP, trying to use the burn here to try to create some of the space. Does get a little bit of burn ticks here, and still trying to stay up and trying to get some healing off to the Zapingo here.
Yeah, Jin X is going to have that Phantom set to work in his favor. He doesn't get caught to the target lock, but of course for the grapple saggers, that's one thing. 1-2s against Jing Yu, 3s gets type dodge. It's going to be the F2 coming to hit the backline for Xiao Hu. Xiao Hu's down though. B2 comes out, roll come through. We're going to see a horizontal against constant pair. We lose those nunnies. That's purple nunnies on the ground. That's going to be purple nunnies not back in their hand. And that's OUG taking a victory. Gold pole sword. Like I said, they were stacked for the weapons. Even though they didn't have the armor, they were stacked for the weapons. And we see the chances here for the halberds to be picked up from Jing Yu. Going to be another stamina strike to be built out, a Hong sword, and most likely Vermilions coming out. Purple halberds also accrued into that purple rarity of the weapon. OEG stacked out for team, here and there. So now it's going to be them outside the Romyang, just going crazy into the Tang courtyard, south of the city of Tang. We're going to see DRG outside with that with not the Romyang depletion, but with the Draco Storm working through and chasing down. Because you can see DRG are just going to kite around as SS1 is going to be in the zone. Yeah,
now the pressure here from DRG. It's going right into SS1. 521's on the bottom side of the terrain as well. But DRG has their eyes onto the Lone Wolf there from SS1. Now, it's going to get caught up there by another player, I believe. Now Rosemary in the back end is going to get hits off some damage. We do have the Tesla Ultimate invested there from SS1. Quick interactions there from DRG. Now the damage is going to go towards the Tesla's way. Now the Viper Ultimate is going to be called in as well, going against DRG. But a Wu-Chan port there to make him stay into safety. 521 right next to the bush there. He does get the stagger off the Draco Storm, but full team committed still towards SS1. And they are going to be able to back on up, but now the pressure's still happening towards their way.
Bro, wait, 521 just hit it out. Kagase didn't find any tension, so they're seeing red.
He was like, wait, hold on.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't go through with it. Like, I'll keep chasing, I guess. But listen, DRG chasing down SS1. Rosemary tried to hide within the wall. Camouflage, 78%. Nice chance here for the Blistering Edge release. Stormform. Gonna come out for another one. Tap dodge. Nice. Jump LMB coming after the saggers. And there's gonna be a Stormform proc again. Shot in the other direction. Looking for a chance for the parry. Nicely done. And that's gonna be the point. Or the zone's gonna kill out. Rosemary goes down here. DRG gonna find a third elimination. I'm not sure if 521's gonna want to invade this as a third party, but SS1 Gen 1 is gonna be left by his own stead. Meanwhile, towards the ravine, towards Gen Armory, BBE, EWG, OUG, ASC, they're all fighting for each other.
Oh my god, three-way scrap outs here, 3 teams going at it. EWG picking eliminations. We do have lots of stagger happening in the terrain here. ASC trying to stay up. Big parry from Fat Melt. trying to respond here off the damage. Kurumi ultimates invested for both squads right now. We got the 10 ultimate back in. The king falls off of this. ASC with 3 members still up, being able to apply the pressure there onto BBE. Fat Milk still in the mix. Do have the tether. EWG now full chasing down Jang. Here it is. He'll be able to get some sorts of damage. He's gonna fall though. Gets caught up in the corner, and ASC with another one, another parry in the back end. This time around towards Fat Milk, and now the Dragon Slayer onto Fat Milk. But BBE Roshi, she's trying to stay up. Gets the damage off the R&B there onto one of those players. There goes the Test Ultimate for the second time into the silence. No escape pitch off of this. Into the 1.0 from the Hunter into the backside, and the Dragon Slayer. And BBE is gonna fall off of this, and JDG now with 5 on the board here for game number 2.
Taking out that kill leaders. EWG still leading up to the rolls. They burned their Vermilion, so now they're going to be rotating towards the next Romy Yang potential. DE chases down X1 here, and as you can see, the Vermilion is still active for another 30 seconds into the ravines towards Moonbeam Gorge. For TE Wash, though, one last grapple and a drink. Let's see what we do with it. We ain't going to use it, aren't we? Yeah. I mean, listen, he's going to use it there, but he's going to have to really look to the resupply for scare rushing or towards his team. Might be even wanting to cancel here. But the shops are going to be in locations very scarce in terms of this area. TE hiding in the bush just to make sure they can just burn out. Reassess, reevaluate, reposition. 1 minute on the clock though. FPX losing out that Romy Yang, not a really good sight, but they find ASC here. This could be the potential for them to chase down purple armors versus blues. Ultimate cats are fully ready to go for FPX, and ASC are looking to be around 66% of the way there between all their ultimates.
Yeah, now FPXQ starting to show on up. They're going to have to try to aggress this as fast as possible with 40 seconds remaining on the Yang depletion timer. ASC, though, wanting to start posting up for the second Roma Yang. First one in. Junex now. Find the pressure there onto the Takeda. Now, as I ultimate invested, we do have the Zaping F called in. Massive parry from Junex there. Big damage as well. Jiangdong now is going to be caught up here in the backside. There goes the burn onto 3 players. The big juggle there. And now, that's going to be elimination. First one down there for ASC. And FPSZQ making this happen. Now, the cleanse comes in there for the Zai in the backside. Do have 2 down now for ASC. Last one remaining. And FPSZQ doing wonders so quickly there. Are going to be able to cleanse on now, and they're going to be able to post up for the next round of the game. But now JDG called out the last member there on the backside, and TE now getting hit by a little bit of pressure on the, there from JDG. It looks like the aggression is going to still happen inside the zone here.
Every single time you're going to see fights happening, it's like the same reason there's liquor stores out in every single corner. You're going to see an R&B. They just want to kill each other. If that's the case, everyone shows up. This man dropped down blue. Wait.
14 got the kill.
Got the bow shot. Destiny. Yo, wait, I need a replay. Production team, where are you at? Listen, we got to see what's going to happen over there. I need to see what's going to go through because these guys are doing work out here. Jinyu going to be chasing down through towards the Pinnacle Town. Now JDG is going to be looking to drop down blue. Maybe from Jinyu is going to go out here for the bait out. Of course, Dusik baits through with the jump LMB, and that's exactly what Jinyu wanted, trying to see if they wanted to anticipate for a fight. Jinyu's going straight east. TE's right south of them. These guys are not that far away from each other. They're neighbors on the block right now, and they're pulling up because everything comes out to Falcon's Perch. If they want to fight out towards this area, that's the case. But we still got Spirituals, we still got Romy Yangs, we still got fights to be had. Our kill leaderboard right now has only 4s and 5s and 6, 1-6 FPX. But then EWG having the crown base of 8 eliminations so far into this game, where we're going to go through with, we got around 26 players. A Reaver term has been purchased coming through from Zhao Hu, so we're going to make that up to 27. But the Romy Yang EWG, free low, go longsword on Cookie. That was the person who had 43k healing. It's going to be a burst arrow built into this build. And then as well, I got to double check the scene about that one, but we're going to have a nice shard late coming out. Fight FEX DRG coming through here as EWG drops in here with a Temi circle.
Wait, there goes the Viper Stun. I'm going to mention it after, but now Unex is going to fall off of this. He R&B'd into Interact. That was so fast. That was so quick being able to do that. Does manage to cleanse the Tesla Ultimate, but was not able to stay up. And now the last member of FPX is going to be taken down here from EWG. Hey, that was an insane run earlier there with that quick eliminations there. But still now EWG with the Draco Storm do have WBG with the Mystic Might. He's gonna go ahead and buy up some of these resources. Exile here with 12k. Gonna go ahead and just buy up more of these jades to see the dark coins just falling through now. Do have gold fan in hand here for EWG's Luoye with the Takeda. I mean, this is what you love to see if you're a Takeda in trios. Being able to have that gold online for yourself, to be able to get that is wonders here for any Takedas. We do have them now seeing I believe JDG there in the back end. It's just a little bit of a, you know, just visual. No, Kiki's gonna go ahead and get parry there. Oh my god, massive parry there with the Draco Storm. Gonna be able to get the full stagger there onto Kiki. Nowhere to be able to go. Trying to stay up in the situation to the 1-2 and Exile with the last hit there for EWG. And now EWG with 9 or I believe 10 on the board here for game number 2. What is showcasing from them, and this is exactly what they need to try to bump up here from this scoreboard. Currently in 10th.
Yeah, dude, 10 eliminations bringing out here. I saw that yoink from TE from earlier.
Yeah.
So you just put that pressure. I was like, man, look at that. That thing was clean. Now they got beef. Now it's going to be a chance for Team OUG right now with the Hong Sword. It's going to be gold rarity for Jing Yu still to his hand. X1's going to be going toward the Fed Lake. This is going to be where Ballista Gaming could be potential from EWG Cookie. I see him on the Ballista Tower. Got to be careful, though, because there it is. It's going to be a shot coming out from the Ballista score sheet. You gets caught by one burnt stick. It's not going to be a whole bolt in the face of danger. But Jing Yu, I mean, this man's, you know, he's chilling. He's got support lines. He's got, you know, Aflac. He's got the insurance policy for everything. So whether or not he's investing correctly is going to be his case for the shops later on. We got no money. Well, we got money, but we don't got a lot. So for them to get elimination, they'll get a lot of money from each elimination they get earn out here, because now it's going to be up to Case and Draco Storm for the next 45 seconds, as well as with WBG with their Mystic Might. They want to go ahead and Skype out here and try to go for the connections. But regardless, Zyphon with this type of build can go a long way. It's on the same level as a fully kitted out team, pretty much with gold armors and such. So for them to kind of work off of here, this is where we can see TE are even better, because they got purple armors across the board, and they're gonna be going ahead taking fights in the Pinnacle Town against DRG.
Like, man, I'm just trying to do my challenge here. Hold on, let me just go ahead and interact.
I got dailies to complete.
Just here to do my dailies. All right. We're going to go ahead and back on up. Y'all got that DRG. We got what we came for. We got our dark coins. We're going to go ahead and just back on up. DRG, though, go ahead and try to rotate on into the next zone. WBG. They are going to be able to... Oh, we got a little bit of resurrection there from JDG. They're going to get one player back here from the squad. Still losing out on the Wu Chen, though. So, going to have to wait and see how they can respond off of that. But WBG... Oh my god, full purple wolves now at this point. I mean, this is standard as well. I mean, 2 Realm Yangs down. We're going to go ahead and post up for the remainder of this game. Zone 3 starting to fully close now. Do have a quick little replay here earlier. Do have a big juggle. Oh my god, gets clipped into the R&B as well while he lands. Now there goes the F1 here from the Takeda to the takedown. He's going to be able to get a little bit of damage there. Exile though responds with the R&B there on the back end. Sends out the 1.0 there from the fist blades. Gets the damage there onto the Temi. No, double parry there from Exile. Big damage as well. Now, the Takeda ultimate is going to be invested here for ASC. And go ahead and try to find a firm. Try to see if get some damage in. Cookie does manage to create the space beautifully there to avoid any sorts of Furins. Now, no Furin releases yet here. Does get the damage off the R&B focus. There goes the Furin. Now they're opposing Furin as well at the back end. Got a parry there from Exile. Just reading every single blue the ASC throws at him. Being able to stay up. The Kurumi ultimate now invested here for ASC. Now the opposing Furin there into the 1-2. Get some siphon back off of this as well. F1 called in. Can't release no blues. Trying to stay up. Gets caught up in the corner to the 1-2 there off the fan. And now Moran is going to get hit off the 1-2s as well. And that was a beautiful cleanup. Wow, what a showcasing there for the second Roman that we didn't watch. And now, this is what you love right here, Severe. We got the Jades on the screen.
Yeah, I got twin shot coming up from Liu Wei. Cookie's going to have that scatter shot with the burst arrow. I'm going to see a thunder call from XI as well as a soothing boon. And then working into, playing out with that, it's going to just be able to save resources and, just keep kiting around. For everything going through, that scatter shot burst arrow is going to work out. That's going to be a repair chest. That's going to be a repair chest rotation towards Cookie because of that. We're going to see, though, into this, it's going to be if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be an overcomer coming out from Dongqing. Very rare case instance of where we're seeing that. But we're going to see a focus slide, a sap jade, a blistering edge, a phantom set for Cox. He's been stacked, and we're gonna see a group here from Musha 98 with a sunwing shot. So he's gonna be rocking through there. Rampage though for Dongqing, that's a nice selection here. Very nicely going through here. Rampage gets the purple focus for that second pair, so we're gonna see that coming out potentially. Now on to WBG. You're gonna see a Cyan Fang, a Sap Jade for Jing, but towards A Shao working into playing Barb Bolts and crazy Stamina Strike as well, and that's gonna be a Barb Bolts and Venom Tip. And if you guys know what happens when the Temi circle, Temi West happens, there is nothing stopping that crossbow from coming out.
Ooh. Got EWG contesting TE here for the White Tigers powers in this spirit. Well, EWG, so go ahead and repair some of his cannons. We do have Leo responding as well with a cannon shot to the back end. TE wants to stay inside the pocket. We do have the Tesla ultimate from the back end. No eyes at the back. JDG here with a massive Tesla enchantment onto 2 players here from EWG. There goes the enchantment as well into the silence there from the Viper. Another Tesla ultimate invested in the back end. Now all these teams colliding here for the spirit. Well, EWG is forced to back on up. We do have the second sets of Tesla enchantment connecting. Oh my god, what a whister from downtown! Who connected off of that? WBG! What a crazy snipe down off the whiz. And one player is gonna fall here for EWG. Now the Tomok ultimate invested there for XI, but that's one player down. They're gonna have to try to see if they can hope to get the resurrection onto that player.
I'm about to notch my tie a little bit loose here. The teams are getting very tight here. Going to see a gold RP picked up from TE. They're going to be going for that preemptive ultimate 2-minute buff, right? As we know from the Shadow 3 and 4, we're going to have 2-minute buffs for the Spear Well. So now TE is going to have to really full send this W key 6 gear manual shift. But they can't stall. The moment that they stall, it's going to be over. They're going to be stuck in the middle of the side of the road because that's exactly what's going to happen here for EWG. If they get caught with the V2 through the wall, it's going to be caught in the connection. There's the burns. There's a chance for that Kurumi ultimate to come out here. We're going to see the high ground flank coming out from TE. Washington we going ahead with the F2. Knocks back tries, attempts. Not going to happen here. EWG get that reset into the Kurumi circle, and now of course as TE Watch looks to try to reposition, he's trying to bait out Fearin coming out here from Li Wei. He's gonna go into the sky. He's kiting around here, but we got a secondary ult, folks. We know this is gonna be the case for TE to want to try to rush this through if they need to invest it.
It's just so much pressure being able to contest that spirit. Well, capture the, you pop the ult and getting a second ult. It's just a lot of pressure here towards EWG. They aren't gonna be able to pop the no ult zone. Nice repositioning there from EWG. Reading the second sets of ultimates here from TE, dropping down Jazer from the squad as well. We do have EWG staying up there from the pressure. They are going to be able to go ahead and live out this last and final moments of this game. Zone 4 starting to fully close. They're going to be pushed out inside the zone, and TE looks like they're waiting for them right now. They know exactly they have no ults up, and Wash, the first one in here for TE, trying to see if he can hit off the F2. Does manage to do so into the army focus there off the fan. This big chunk goes in the back end. Elevate focus from the pole sword, and X just getting completely shredded there in the zone. And that was disgusting there from TE Wash there, applying the pressure there onto XI. They're going to be able to pick up the elimination there. Now the Wuchen ports out the opposing team, but TE here with the pressure here for this last final moments of this game.
These guys ain't stopping, man. They got themselves going through. Move Bane, double dodge coming out from Jing to kind of go ahead and no stunning because of that Viper ultimate coming out here. Now Jing's on a recipient end of another Viper. Scare rush into the sky, trying to create distance. He's safe, but his teammates may not be. And looking for that Wuchen port comes out from Clutch from Kiki as that team's going to be backing off here. But guess what? It's going to be WBG. Now WBG going to slam down here for the pressure. Second number 2 comes out. The Tempe circle comes through. They're looking for the blue focuses for the verticals as Jing gets eliminated from the high ground position. You can see Sleepwalker gets a kill against Tusik. That's going to be a solo straight to Cadence Fearin's pocket, and now Sleepwalker gonna go ahead. 6 eliminations for WBG. Jing gets caught with the R&B from SS as that elimination comes out, and something to know about WBG. A-Shao has group heal. He can keep the team sustained throughout these fights, but Kakaxi looking to try to opt in for this Forbidden Cage or for the Firefly Cage off into the top set of this hilltop. We're looking towards this Mystic Might to see if they're gonna be looking to that rotation because DRG are gonna be trying to protect that and try to keep this high ground to their own.
Hey, Jing. See that? I was waiting for WBG to show up to the screen because I was trying to see who the Temmie was. That boy got the snipe downs with the wisp earlier. That was disgusting. That was just filthy there from the Tomok there from WBG. But TE Wash now back at it again, recontesting TE, try to see if they can claim this second set of Spirit Well. And to go ahead and post on up, I mean, full kitted out. We have gold armor here for 2 players for Wash and 14. Merciless as well for one of the staffs. Wash is going to go ahead and just wait it out, trying to get some eyes here for their team. Do have some players getting eliminated. Cookie gets taken out there from one of OUG's member. And currently right now, TE with 7 on the board, WBG with 6, as well as OUG, JDG and DRG with 5, X1 and 521 with 4, EWG get eliminated with 10, FPSGQ with 6 as well. So it's a lot of eliminations still on the board for those teams, but still right now, trying to see if they can try to take a MVP right now. TE and WBG super close, as well as OUG in kills against one another. But Wash and Co are going to be able to go ahead and claim this Spirit Well. Wash already popping his ultimate once again. We see him trying to get active off of this alone. Wash trying to find an opening here with the Mystic Might in play off the Spirit Well. Being able to not make sure they do not climb this terrain. Wash is using the side ultimate here, omnidirections, to make sure he can just get no search of pressure towards his teammates. But now the ultimate is being invested in the back end. That's lots of burn damage there for Wash. 3 players from there from WBG, and they're going to be forced to drop on down here from this terrain.
Yeah, V2 and Snare comes out really strong for Wash. Now, no more ultimate. Looking towards and seeing whether or not the kiting for that Spirit Wheel is going to work out for the clear. Of course, Wash has to kite himself up to the sky. This is going to be Spirit Wheel contention. There it is. Proc for the Matari ultimate, preemptive. And there it is. The clear out for the Mystic Might F2 right to the Wu-Chen port. Huge into the mid-air for the V2 ultimate proc. And guess what? Matari is still active. Wash might have just enough time for that Matari stealth. No! Gets caught into the sun. And now he's going to be locked through here. No one's going to prioritize against Wash just yet. You can see Fortune trying to defend it. And there's going to be a 5-2-1 ultimate from Ying to drop down from this point. A V2 coming out from the Zayas. Wash still has it active for another 10 seconds. 1, 2s, omnidirectional 3s. Looks towards Yin. And no IFF coming out here for the test enchant. Catches all 3. Gets a little bit of healing, but there's going to be the zone kill. There's going to be Wash pick up the Soul Bloom. And we're going to be rotating out here for TE, man. We're at around 9 eliminations. TE taking into the set. Actually, 8 eliminations. But we're going to be looking for 9. We're looking for 10. We're looking for 11. The King finds a massive bow shot against X1's LYD on the top side. Because that's a whole other fight that's happening on top of this cliffside. And now it's only going to be this area for all the players to kind of contest against one another.
WBG stays up. Do have Burst Arrow in the back end. Some pressure. No hits though, I believe. Little bit of burn tick damage there onto Leo though. Kiki in the backside, repositioning there with his squad. OUG claiming the bottom right hand side of this end circle. Akame in the top side is going to get hit off of that from ZDI on the Viper. Wash though still in the mix here with his squad. TE going at it with the Mystic Might once again. They really have eyes across the whole field right now, being able to see every team's location. There goes the big damage into the F2 once again. And Leo with the last hit, but Wash there with the opener off the Zai F2 bombs, being able to get the damage there and get a player focus. And we do see him apply the pressure onto 2 players there from WBG. Into the F2 again, this time around against Don Q. And Wash is going at it right now, and it looks like he's not going to stop anytime soon.
He's going crazy with the V2, the ensnared, forcing Wu-Chen ports, getting burn ticks. Kiki goes down. We're going to see Wash going for another chance for gold focuses. He's just running around here like he's an anime character. He's going crazy. Sleepwalker has to be working around here for those 1-2s, but you can see Wash is looking to protect his teammates from any range shots. Burn proc gets knocked at Sleepwalker. He gets the elimination just because, and now he's going to look for the F2 to look for the Comet. He looks to try to regroup with his teammates as it comes down towards the cooldowns. We're at the last 80 seconds for the match here. Wash looking to try to go for those fan R&Bs if he needs to, but those ice butterflies are going to agree 5-2-1 in the vicinity, and that's exactly what happens. CRG finds the elimination. OUG just wants to keep on going here. They're going to go back and forth between one another here, CA.
Yeah, trying to stay up right now. 50% on that rage. Trying to build up some of his rage once again. Big paradigm from the King onto Wash. He's gonna give a lot of damage. Nice Kurumi ultimate repositioning there from TE. Now in the corner, 2 hits there into the Viper Sun. Wash trying to stay up, gets clipped outside the zone. Now Kakashi is going to be eliminated as well. SS with the last hit. Now it's gonna be TE against OUG. There goes the Zai ultimate there from Wash once again. Grapple LMB into the F2 inside the zone. Jing now is gonna be eliminated off of this. He's not even gonna look at him. He said, "You're dead." I hit you with the F2. Wash trying to find the second one. Does not manage to do so this time around. But in the 3v1 situation, TE with a massive showcase in here for game number 2. And what a showcase there from Wash. And I know Wash took the MVP. I don't even have to look at the board.
I don't have to look. You know, I'm going to throw a dart at the board, and I'm like, I know it's going to be a bullseye, dude. That's just crazy coming out from TE.
Oh my God.
I was like, I looked at everything, and I was like, yup. Yup. So everything coming out from TE. That aggression, man. Look, it was worthwhile. It came out. It worked out. Yo, the moment I saw Wash, I was like, don't worry, guys. I'll protect this cliffside. No one's going to be coming up here anytime soon. You know, like, I'm the guy. You know, he came through, denying everybody, using his V2. It felt like his ultimate lasted for a lifetime when he was using that cliffside. Because what happened next is exactly what we saw. We saw the Spiral being kited for the buff. The Spiral's range dome comes out, protects out the 14, protects out for his team to go 4 and stay there for as long as they need to. And now for TE, taken into this victory as an MVP, this is gonna, yo, I mean, they're currently in the middle of the board too, but like, listen, they're the BBE catching MVP for round 1 and TE taking MVP for round 2 is good times to be had in this set. You can see LYD showing up here. It's like, you know, don't worry, homie, we're living out here. But for these guys, for TE to come through and catching at least, I think, 5th place in the overall, This means that we're actually going to have a chance between, everybody contesting. Because solos was interesting, where we saw like 3 players try to contest out here for Last Chance qualifiers yesterday for day 1, for Last Chance qualifiers days, outright. Before I go straight to that point, you got some questions about here. Let's see if there's an absolute baller question, or if it's going to be easy for you guys. Take a look at the scene. Which team is leading the total scoreboard now? Now, this is where you got to really pay attention. If you look at the top left. YouTube chat, like I said, you guys got to message out on Twitch chat. It's the only way you're going to get the rewards. You can look back in the VOD, though. I know you guys are out there. Some man said, how can you play like this? Because when you see the team that's leading out, you're going to be very surprised. But is it A, SS1, B, OUG, C, DRG, or D, JDG? Now, I want to make sure I want to make mention of this. I want to give you guys a hint. This team had the most proposed points coming through here. Yep. So for how many points they earned in the game 1 is the game 2 is more important than versus what's going to happen now. But regardless, answer in the Twitch chat. Make sure you got your whispers open. I want to make sure you guys have a chance out and just trying to get those rewards. These are free. This is free. So for everything coming out, we know that these guys are going to be popping off because I want to make that point about where it came down towards for Last Chance qualifiers. This is like the hypest of hype. Last Chance qualifiers is like who's really going to make it, right? Who's really getting through. And the fact that we're getting even Steven performances for teams to kind of work between each other, like teams that you'd usually dominate, you're just like, right then and there. And then the other teams are just catching up. The fact that close bracketed mean or the average of points is possibly going to be so close with this new score system that it makes things that much more of a predicament for those teams in the bottom board. Because TE, they won out for MVP. They got 22 eliminations, and they're going to be in the first place from that game. And a massive point lead.
Wash for the F2s, man. Wash being able to cash those F2s and TE just quickly realizing, we can get this kill. Instantly prioritizing and capitalizing off of those F2s that Wash was going off of, and we saw the aggression from them here in this end circle, and it played out perfectly for them, being able to catch both of those spirit wells there for the last remaining moments of game number 2. TE with a massive showcasing. Look at the damage there from Wash. 31,000 damage. Like I said, I didn't even need to see this to know that he was going to be the MVP for this game. Just a beautiful showcasing there from TE's Wash. Man, that was just insane showcasing here from TE all around. Being able to get that aggression on the board, getting those eliminations, controlling the battlefield of this game alone. Now our current standings here for everybody in the Last Chance qualifiers: SS1 with 0 points off of game number 2, 16.8. EWG with 23.2. FPXZQ with 26.1. Had a crazy turnaround there. They only get to clinch 2 there, and then getting quickly eliminated right after. 521 with 31.1. ASE with 31.3. X1 in 7th place. WBG with 33.4. BBE with 33.8. JDG 37.1. TE off of this game alone. Look how high they jump off of that. 39.1 overall with a 22-point game here for game number 2. That was an insane run there from TE. OUG with 40.7. And your answer for treasure was DRG with 47.5, which I feel like that question was a lot easier because they were on top beginning of the day.
Yeah. Taking out to everything, man.
Yeah.
Those proposed points at 28 goes crazy for DRG, but not CE is going to be catching 3 here. We're going to get some clips and highlights sponsored by Thunder Robot, one for gaming. Gamers United. You're going to have a chance for this crazy pair. I got you, Holmes. You got Junex with that crazy pair against the BBE's Iben, and then going for the X2 for the kill confirmation there for against Roishishi. And an early game fight between ZDI and against Wash. Now, this is where TE fell in the beginning, and this is because of Gear Diff and Tessenchan, being available 50-60% cost for the Rage. Then TE got full wiped. Because ZDI would just going ahead, having F2 for the silence and everything. But then you can see into these Romy Yang fights, OUG, nice parry from Sonic Q as it comes after the turnaround. Sansi looking for the bow shot. Wait, we're actually going to see the bow shot from TE from the point of the snag against OUG later on. But regardless, coming out from SS against Junex, going to see the F2 kill. Junex going ahead though outside of the Romy Yang here, and look at that connection with crazy.
Oh my god!
Here, as it came out for those 1-2s into the 3s. And as FPX goes into the ravine here, we're going to see TE going to be one of the foes they're going to be up against as Xiaowen gets eliminated there. But nope, we're going to miss out the bow shot. It's okay, because we got this nasty cool guys don't look like explosions. As Watch knows that Burn's going to kill, he goes right to this team. That's 14 eliminations they earned themselves out here. That's TE getting themselves the value of points that they really earned out this time around.
That was just beautiful there, man, from TE. Just lots of pressure. And that's just straight disrespectful, man. You hit him with the F2 inside the zone, and you're like, whatever, just shoots him away like a fly. He's like, you're going to die. 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Gets the board. Gets the kill on the board. But TE Wash with a crazy showcasing from this man himself. 31,000 damage. 8 eliminations. I mean, he had Arrowman. He wasn't even running a great sword. Had Juggernaut though for the extra damage. And look at the damage off the Zai ultimate alone. 14,000 damage. 9.7k damage off skills and ultimate. 5.4k with the fan. I mean, he was just on it there with the F2s. As we saw, he is going to be snagging up the MVP for game number 2. And what a beautiful showcasing here from TE Wash. Wow. I mean, what can you say? This is the pressure that you need, and this is the amount this is the crazy pop-off games you're looking for these last chance qualifiers. And TE being able to secure it here for game number 2 was a beautiful showcasing for themselves to be able to make it into that top 6, to make it into the pre-finals this weekend.
You know, it's crazy too, because that's his first MVP counting to get earned.
That's what I was looking at. That was insane.
I was like, all right, we out here. This is the time to make it through here. Now TE is going to be coming out with a nice, set up the lead for their points. Now they're going to be pretty much into top 6 right now.
Yeah.
Continuing that lead, keeping that lead, keeping those points. We're going to go ahead though. A lot of action in the first 2 rounds. We're going to go for a short break, guys. We're going to be back out here for round 3, and we're going to continue on. Make sure you get your drinks. Make sure you go to the bathroom. Just get some rest. We'll see you guys then.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League last chance qualifiers here for trios. My name is Creatives, and I'm here with the man himself, Severio. We just saw 2 games being played out. Crazy pop-off games here, especially for TE. Saw a 22-point game for them alone here for our second game of the day. We still have 4 games being played out, but wow. What a start here for the last chance qualifiers. And a lot of the teams are feeling the pressure now. The days here, and this is the last time you're able to make it into the summer split for this year. So this is a lot of pressure for a lot of these teams, and love to see it there from TE being able to showcase the pressure from themselves into this game number 2. And I feel like that's super important, Severio, because, the top 6 are already qualified. So, those teams are usually the ones being able to control the tempo of these games. And right now it comes down to who's going to be able to step up and be able to have that pressure as well, as we see it for every mode not just trios, I believe. Like, I mean, even in solos, we already have our top 6 players already qualifiers as well for the trios. Top 6 already qualified. So, I mean, solos was yesterday, but still, like, I believe this is the time where, you know, you don't have those powerhouse teams that are always fully dominating in the server. So this is the time for one of those other teams to step up and try to make the best out of it from them not being in the server.
Yeah, especially coming out from GG, you know, one of the teams that kind of work out into being out of today. They're not playing today because they already qualified for the top 6. Now it's up to these teams to kind of work into it as one of those type of residence type teams. Now, forcing out into these fights, though, I know that we kind of work into seeing about Morris Isle being the next round into midday. So for these guys to kind of work into playing against each other in Morris Isle, one thing I would say to note is now that we have 2 rounds down, this means that a lot more chances to see other comps that can arrive. The more we lead on, the more it's possible. I mean, technically you can get away with running around 3 comps, but one of the more key component comps that came out, no pun intended, for the Hottie gamers is because of the Kylan or Hottie, the Zipping coming out here in potentially between now until end. And even though the gutted Keelan nerf, or rather the Hottie nerf got gutted for the V1, Keelan can be viable depending on how the team wants to kind of rotate him into which hero selections do they want to go through. Like I mentioned, you know, filling for the Valdo for the Hottie is something optional that they can work off of. Regardless, still chances here for random picks out here. I know Tian Highs might be something to sneaky itself in, but also towards Zai's with a, you know, with the Tian High, or even towards having Valdo, Fairy, Shen, you know, just out of pocket picks still available for the players to kind of work off into using. But we still have a chance of seeing about whether or not that can happen. The potential right now for X1, 7. They're right beneath. They're right at the gatekeeper, right below the gatekeeper spot for 6th place. This is you know, we got 4 rounds to make up for these, but for the points to be earned now until then is going to be more crucial than anything that they kind of hoped for before. So hoping to kind of see if X1 can have a pop-off game. I'm kind of curious to see if that's the case. Like I said, you know, everyone's success. I'm not looking for anyone's downfall for everything coming out here, because coming out for the top 6, it's staying up there. That's the real mission when it comes down to the CA.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, there's still 4 more games, so you know, these teams with a crazy pop-up game like TE just had can drastically shoot up in the rankings. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and take a look at TE. I think we'll be able to continue the pressure or continue that momentum, I should say, from game number 2. Currently in 3rd, off of that game alone. Wash with a crazy Zai showcasing, and TE being able to respond off of the value that Wash was providing for them, which is a overall beautiful showcasing there from TE. And now we have our first round selections here for OUG, TE, Fox and 1, and FPX. Now this is where, like Severio stated, hopefully we start seeing some variations. We've seen the 3 staple comps being played out, which is the Wuchen Viper Tessa, the Xiphon, and the Siphon comps already played out. So this is where, you know, we're gonna start taking up a little bit more some of these points for these teams. So and be very curious to see what we're gonna see for game 3. I know definitely for game 4 we might see some difference, so still holding out for that. But now we're gonna go ahead and wait this out to see our first round of picks from these teams going into Morris Isle, and then game number 4 straight into our Firefly map. So, you know, straight action all across the board for the rest of the night. Still 4 games being played out currently here. Game number 3, players are going to be waiting this out. But wow, I mean, that was a crazy wisp there from Jing from WBG. I'm not gonna lie, that was we didn't really speak about that, but that was just an insane wisp there. Being able to isolate a player like that and connecting off the wisp. I mean, you just saw just range pressure from everybody. Everybody sees a wisp and they know exactly. They have everybody has the same excitement to try to pick up that elimination, but being able to connect off of that Temi wisp was just beautiful there from WBG.
Yeah, and that's where you see those basket balls coming through here with the Sunwing shot, just to catch as much projectile velocity speed as possible, just to hit that target. And you know, and I made mention about that Bard Bolt's Venom tip to be available.
You did.
The moment that came through, that happened. Well, listen, the Temi Wisp happens, and everyone can take prioritization off of that person locked into that Wisp. So that's why that type of CC control just precedes everything else in the game when it comes down to holding someone down. I mean, it's short while, but it definitely does the work when it gets caught. And for this case, for this chance, I mean, for the Temis especially, only way Temis can counter Temis is like just being able to go through with an ultimate cast to kind of deny it. But the wind pressure comes out. That's where Viper, Wucha, and Tesla can really work through. If a Viper or a Tesla gets caught, if shield walls come up for the, from the Wucha to work out, then that works out. That's a burned skill though, which then gives precedence for teams to want to engage potentially. But they got to watch out because that's where Tesla throws the ultimate. That's where the Viper trying to counteract, seeing about whether or not the team wants to disengage and then use her ultimate in the case instance or even chase down for them, just to make sure they can accrue soul blooms to be picked up to try to get back into the swing of things of burning back Tesla, rage back up, or even for the factor that if a Viper does invest the ultimate, that it comes out to to no stead of issues. But I'm yapping. I need to make sure you guys are locked in for everything kind of going through here. Round 3 is going to commence. We have 4 rounds left for these players. Last chance qualifiers. You can see you can see the players just like walking through here, just because when it comes down towards today, the only other chance they got is Chinese mainland qualifier. That's it. That's all that's going to be coming through here if they don't have enough points to earn out for J-Cup themselves. So for this case, I'm kind of, like I said, there's no experiments going to happen until pre-finals. Pre-final is going to happen this weekend. If you guys, are looking in the chat, it's going to be Sunday for trios, and solos it's going to be tomorrow. Pre-finals is where players can kind of quote unquote experiment a little bit, seeing what kind of character picks come through. For right now, though, we're not going to get experiments. We're going to see the wootings on the table, but we're not going to experiment. We're not going to use going with a multifaceted touch panel on the side, because things come out here for these players where they're just going to get useful. And I think BBE has a good chance of making it to J-Cup, or making it into J-Cup this year too. I think BBE, a C team working through against all the odds of the expectations, and again having the potential for practice and just the optimal working through, something that some players may not really see working in their favor, and catching each and every single one of those points and just slowly but surely catching them to the stead, and then boom, all of a sudden they're top 12 team.
Well, hold on, wait a second. Was that Slows in the back end?
Yeah, Slows is yep. I told you. I was telling CA, I was like, Slows is one thing, but I know this man is coaching, so for him to work into the trios is exactly his heart and soul. That's where the team really succeeds. That's why I'm saying BBE got this thing on lockdown, just because they have this on lockdown.
He said, solo computer by day, trio coach by night. BBE Slows. But yeah, a little bit of theory here, just a little bit of theory, we did have the crazy nerfs from, the Hadi Keelan. But Syra's going to be releasing pretty soon,
Test servers today, bro.
Test servers today, correct. Test servers today. We're going to see the full showcasing of Syra. So my theory is, she's going to have some type of crazy comp, and, we might be able to get into that patch for the mainland qualifier. So we're going to see, we're going to see a little bit of what we're going to see for J-Cup, potentially, I don't know. Bro, I'm just theory crafting here,
Bro, she has a stun in her kit. It looked like
I saw it.
That I was like, yo, that better not be a skill. If that's a skill, the setup
that looks like a skill.
If that's a skill, the setup to avoid that better be easy peasy, because that Wei Shan walked right through there. I'm like, no, there's no way.
Full staggered,
full stun. Yeah. I'm like, Wei Shan's got nothing on this. I mean, listen, V2 Wei Shan gives you the immunity to stun, but even then, they're trying to bring Wei Shan back because of her. That'd be nuts.
Yeah, because I mean, the Yushan was used to avoid the Viper stuns, correct?
Exactly. Yeah, and then if Balda makes her appearance too, that Balda coil immunity comes out too from that.
Yeah. That's something everybody else has to think about. How's Syra gonna do? What is she gonna provide? But luckily for us, we are gonna be able to see her today in the test server. It's been, a lot of talks about Syra, especially how she's gonna be, how her kit looks like, and we did get a little bit of a teaser. We don't know if that's her F or if that's her O. To me personally, it looks like just an ability, her F, to have a stun like that. But then again, we don't know. We're gonna find all that out pretty soon, and then she is gonna be released, I believe, next week, right? She comes out next Wednesday she might show up next Wednesday if the patch comes through on the Wednesdays. They've been teeter-tottering between different days, but we'll see when the date gets announced. Our round pick selections are coming through here, folks. First round selection has FPX, has OUG, has TE on the Sand Siphon. I'm looking at 5-2-1 and seeing what they're opting. Remember that 2-point ban I was talking about earlier? Yeah, now it's really there. It is.
And there's going to be a chance for them to pick out Siphon now. Now, this is their second time picking out Kurumi, so the next time they pick her out, that's a 3-point ban. Just This is because they used it for the third time. The next time they bring her out, and this is between now until the end for rounds 4 through 6. But for round 3, we're gonna see for second round phase, gonna see a Xiphon with a zipping from JDG. SS1 and X1 and DRG are still opting in to choose out what they decided to work off. Dang, a Xiphon coming out from SS1, burn 3 points just like that, like water. Wow. DRG working into Viper, Wu-Chen Tessa, and another zipping into X1 playing Xiphon. Now, this is another zip into the game, into the mix. I saw zips into round 1, but here, crazy. IASE and BBE, AWG, WBG, last round selection. Here, another zipping coming out. BBE is going to opt in here for that double point ban coming out between the Matari and to the Zai. Going to see Viper, Wu-Chen Tessa from WBG, EWG opting in that that funky comp I was talking about earlier. This is that funky comp I was talking about earlier. There's going to be a Fairy Shen, a Tianhai, and a Valda coming in the mix. And another Viper Wu-Chen Tessa coming out here. And that comp, that the Tianhai Fairy Shen, all I'm going to say is, hi, how are you? My name is Tumulcha. You know, like I'm going to push you away to the side because that alone stops that comp from existing. If it comes down, if you can see the Tianhai launching through the walls and wind walls and knocking back targets, bro, that's best case scenario. Yeah. I'm calling all the shots, says Tianhai. I'm jumping here twice. I got 2 jump packs. I can drop through here. That also gives an opportunity for Fairy Shens to take the beacon because you got to remember, Fairy Shen can just look for the knockbacks as well. It's just that her cannon shots may not be so lined up. But then that's where Valda grounding duty comes out. She's making sure she can lock down. If she's using multi-hit weapons like dual blades and dual halberds, Tiana can get grabs. If she's gonna go for 1.8 swings for the for a pulse order spear, that's where she's gonna slap out here. She's gonna go for the slap party. But of course, builds coming out for the F1 for Takedas all across the board. V3s, and a V1 for OUGs. They're opting for the 16 seconds rather than 12-second duration. But like I said, the fact that we're seeing more V3s just comes out just because how much pressure can you throw out? Another 10 minutes to come through. EWG walking through here for their builds. It's gonna be a V2 F2 for the Valda. That's what I was really hoping to see if it's an F1 or V2 or F2, and it's going to be that case. Viper's opting in here for the full row F3 V1s. Nothing going to be changing out here between the others, but looking at the builds here for the players on the last row selection here, nothing changing out, nothing too crazy. Still V3 for the Temis, for the F1 for the Takeda for Wash, and then seeing the builds to be the same throughout the Xiphons. Now, Zipping being brought up, just being that currently just gonna have to be slotted in for other comps. I mean, that's where she's a 3-round picker. She's definitely the more optimal point hero selection pick, champion to work out here. But if EWG first time running this comp brings it out, if it comes out to what I hope for it to work out, we might see a switch up in the echo chamber.
I mean, my thing is, start off with, they're the lone wolf comp, right? This is the only team not using another comp that is being played out in the field. And let's just say they make it to the end game. You have a monk up, there's monk, and a lot of these teams do not want to deal with this monk in this end game circle. So I feel like they might get focused out if they are able to make it to the end game circle. And that's just rough, right? Because same thing happened in solos as well, where Valdos was being played out. But it was just like 1 or 2, and a lot of players weren't respecting it, especially like a lone wolf character. And I believe it might happen as well here, unless it has a crazy value, just like a crazy 20+ game, kill game, pop off game, just like that. Where a lot of these teams are, like you mentioned, are going to start wanting to play this comp alone and try to see the success off of it. Kind of how the Zai comp started happening for the league, but still. We're going to have to wait and see how they do. WBG off drop. Seeing what they can find. We do have Ajal on the Ballista Tower, making sure his teammates can go ahead and get some of these resources. Blue Armor, OUG in the back end. EWG and SS1 might be the first teams to be going at it here for game number 3.
Yeah, Alchemist's Cottage had like 4 teams spawning in here. SS1, EWG, and I think FBX maybe, hopefully so. We haven't double checked to see about that one. Here's going to be a chance here for no parries as Leeway loses out here. Now, I can see the potential here. There's the F2 for the Silence against Rosemary. Not going to have any chances of backing off here for the Whistler. We're going to see the R&B spam coming out here. Guess what? F1 comes out. We're still going to be able to pick up our fan here as Leeway's going to be looking to try to R&B spam it. Forgets the Cicadas and now looking towards the other targets we were trying to evade here. Leeway finds a solo picked up, so we're going to get some rage back, but there's going to be VBE trying to invade here with that Xiphon comp just going straight in, going straight ham. And the F2 shots, they don't miss here as XI goes through, but Cookie is down for Tianhai.
Yeah, but EWG's Valda's about to get this ultimate online pretty soon. BBE is going to go ahead and back on up. Do have another teammate back in. SS1's going to be taken out by TE. Do have a 3-way scrap off now with It's not connecting it back in. Rosemary now is going to go ahead and invest this Tomok ultimate, essentially getting the resurrection here, but Leo quickly taking out 2-2 there. They are going to be able to get the elimination. Leo now going to get caught off the 2-pick off Rosemary, but Roshishi coming in hot there for the elimination. And that's the third party for the third party there. And what a showcasing here for BBE.
Bro, she's like, I'm gonna call you right back, you know, and then knocked right through there. Gonna see a scare rush here from T. Watch, nicely done. Oh my goodness, double, triple. Wait, he just get a triple kill? No, he got a double kill. He got a double kill. Looking towards that, he's gonna be finding himself 5 eliminations off rip. That's a lot of gold. That's a lot of money. They're right now at 24 to 25k in terms of Dark Tide coins, so you can go for purchase for movements if they can. But they probably sold out right now because OUG is S Winery, JDG taking fights over here. Maybe looking for a clink number 1, looking for the F2 for the Sackers. JDG 2-6 trying to look for the background here, but he's top at that semicircle. Now there's the first movement, as I mentioned. R&B to the R&B. Oh my God, jump LB. That's Jingy going down here. That's a solo pickup. 2-6 goes straight through here. So he hears the Takeda up here, and Harry denies it, but of course that movement is going to be coming through. 2-6 going to knock it back. He's going for the R&B. He's got ultimate. He can lock this down if he wants to invest it, but he's going to probably hold out for F2. There it is. There's another parry coming out from SS. SS is going to have that Fury to come out. That Kurumi tether is going to be going crazy if she can find it. But of course, looking towards this, guiding around here. The ultimate proc comes out from Tusik. He needs to get this kill right now because Takeda is just going to be guiding around here for as long as he can.
Yo, he weaved that and he's still going. Now he has a terrain in his favor. No, gets counter grapple there in the back end. And now the full juggle here for JDG onto SS. Nearly being able to kite out the situation here for his squad. But JDG here with the Moonbane play, catching up these eliminations here. They are going to be able to get that good amount of money off of this alone as well. So JDG now with 2 on the board off of this alone. We had TE with 5 already to start off game number 3. DRG now going at it against OUG. The King on the Kurumi trying to back on up off this situation, but DRG full committing here into this lone wolf. The King's going to be hit off the staggers in the backside. Don Q's going to show up with the R&B finisher there for DRG, and OUG now is going to take a trip back to the resurrection old trip for themselves.
Yeah, 4 eliminations for DRG right now. They got themselves a good amount of gold right now, looking past 20k. Now FPX into Celestra, 2 blue armors, 1 purple for Junex, and taking a look into the ravine, seeing if there's any sort of trolls that can kind of muster into Servant's Grounds or even to Sunrow Dwelling. Now for FPX right now, with 1 elimination, target selection right now, qualification. They got 27.1 in the overall right now. 36 is the gatekeeper for X1 at 6th place because they got the 3 eliminations. So for right now, slow rolling into Romy Yang could potentially work, but the Xiphons are popping off from taking into the fights. From taking out the Xiphons from BBE and X1. So for right into that moment, if they decide to take Romy Yang and they fight a Xiphon that is somewhat lucrative in their gear, then things get a little bit dangerous for them. Because if they don't deal enough damage, guess what? B1 Matari out sustains, the zipping potentially comes out because there's no burns on Sand Siphon. So that's going to be the point where the healing comes out to full value to the investment. JDG though finds SS1, F2 to the sky as Rosemary burns out the F. This might be a chase down, but this might be a quick eliminations unless we can see a turnaround here from Takeda. Because one thing I can't do is hear from what we're going to be going through here. But of course, as JDG comes out here, it could be a chance because Takeda goes ahead and pops ult here, CA.
Yeah, I mean, that was beautiful showcasing off the F2. Reads the Temu F there off the F2 from the side to avoid it into the 1-2 finisher. Now JDG applying the pressure onto SS1 to the final hit there off the Zai ultimate. Gets the elimination onto that player. And now JDG not letting go of the gas pedal. Now with 5 on the board, DRG catch out Fat Milk here from BBE. There goes the Test Enchantment as well. Connects off of it into the 1-2 from the Spear. And Fat Milk is going to be eliminated off of this as well. And DRG with 6 this time around. And it looks like DRG and JDG trying to fight for the most amount of eliminations. But TE is a contestant as well. But ASE against 521 right now. It's just so much pressure here from ASE against 521.
Yeah, and they're over here towards this area. Of course, F2 comes out, the knockback comes out clutch. Jiangdong looks for that V1 usage, but we V1 Wu Chen port the heck out because that Matario came out. Now, if I21 going to be looking to try to go ahead for the investment for Chase, I'm not too sure because look, as much as the F2 gets invested there for Akame, you can see it. He still has his opponents here to just go ahead and kite out. Test Enchant will be up at any point in time right now. So for 521 working out to the investment, this Chase, just looking to loot up instead. Looking to reset going through here. But of course, taking the chances here. We're going to have to see the purple weapons be brought out. Glass cannons, ASC. They have a purple katana, purple pole sword. the purple katana is one thing too, because if they hold down the horizontal and they hold check the heck out and the pulsar comes out from the backline, that's at least 1200 damage coming through. That's all your armor done. GG's. And so for everything coming out, ASC Jeongdang in the front line is the more important thing of because the thing is, once he gets hop of that headshot stagger, everything can go downhill from here.
And he's in shambles too. He has 1 grapple to his name and 2 or 4 mini pods off the powders as well. Pampy though ended up a lot of damage to the back, and we have the Wucha investing the F there. Moran trying to keep his teammates alive in this situation, but 521 with the upper hand now. Akame just gonna completely shred it there off the 1.0 from the katana. Though a big parry there from ASC's Viper, big damage, and 521 now are gonna fall off of this. It doesn't even matter if Jeongdang does not have any resources. He's just gonna go ahead and just eliminate you and pick up your resources off your body.
Yeah. Kind of crazy the turnaround came through there. I mean, we saw his chances coming through. He's like, I've waited years for this. You know, I'm taking the bait. I'm taking the bait coming back from this point on. And so for everything coming out from that aggression working in his favor, just came out full clutch. EWG still leading up. They lost their first set of lives, I guess against with XI and Cookie going down. Remember, we've seen that earlier for this off drop spawn in Alchemist's Cottage. But double purple armor, purple fist blades. I mean, they got the ephemeros region down unlocked for the loot. I need those. We're gonna have to see for those. We're probably talking about the battle pass, second at the to talk about the skin. I really want to see the matte boxing gloves though. I'm gonna be 100% on. I'm still waiting for the boxing gloves.
Yeah, for sure.
That
was like, I'm pretty sure a lot of people talked about, boxing gloves, especially with the Aqua skin, right? Like being able to have some boxing gloves and playing Aquas if you have that gold skin, just beautiful showcasing. But now, first Roman Yang here for game number 3. Teams are posted up. TE already in the round. Gate. We do have JDG. Might be giving up a little bit of love pokes there onto TE. EWG starting to move on in. ASE as well posted up for the Spirit Well. White Tiger Spire might be contested there from WBG. We do see them grappling on in. And it looks like they are going to be full committing against WBG on the right hand side of the map. But EWG is going to go ahead and take this Romo Yang with this Valda comp here. We're going to see the showcasing here that Severa's been waiting for the Valda to be played on these Shields games.
Yeah, going to be a Vajra script coming out here from Liu, and as well as seeing about the Rupture Gillo from Cookie. So that's going to be good rage regeneration coming out. Cookie going to the sky, bait out. It's got to be the grapple stagger. Nice bow shot coming in from JDG. 2 seconds looking for the RMBs, baiting out here for the dash LMBs. F2 stagger coming out here from that Fairy Shen. No, that's silence, no armor. And now 2 seconds going to be F1, but Cookie goes for the ultimate cast. We're going to see the Matari coming out here. We're going to see the F2 potential burn from 2 sec as the RMBs come through from the spear. Now Cookie looks towards the top of the pillars, double jumps, attempts and try to create space. He is at half health, my friend. And now the F2 stagger comes out from Fairy Shen. It's not going to be enough. Xing is absolutely decimating the HP coming out from Cookie in the V2's eye. There was nothing that the Sienna can do. The Fairy Shen can only do so much here. V2 comes out from the Valda. Now this could be a clutch or kick moment because that F1 comes out from that Zippy Ying just at the nick of time for Tuesday to get his sustain right back to the fray.
Yeah, now JDG with the advantage here. The Valda ultimate is about to go down any second now, but the Fairy ult there from XI to try to lay out some of the pressure there from the Valda. Does manage to stay up. F2 invested. Zai still up here for the ultimate. And there goes the R&B focus there from the Valda. Trying to stay up in the situation. The 1-2 big period from the Valda. Overholds this time around. The F2 there onto XI. He needed up a lot of damage off of the situation to the clink finisher there for JDG. And now 1 player remaining. And we do see the the weakness of that comp, just having no sustain with no healer there. As we see it there, the Monk just getting full focus and being able to have a big target like that. It's just free range shots, as we saw JDG capitalizing off of that alone.
Yeah, they're gonna make up the Cyan Fang from the Jade selection in that shop, so it's gonna be the 1-2-3s. And we're gonna see that fight aggression post Romy Yang Victor's TE taking into the fight lead. Jump LB. Oh my god, the F2 from the Matari though comes out here for the jump LB. Oh my god, we're doing it again! And now it's gonna be a chance for the R&B, but that F1's up. Now we can't throw blues. Now we gotta really carry this out here for the cannon shots. So we're gonna see 2 seconds with the blue focus. But listen, folks, you can see the F1 Takeda. It's gonna be an 8-second timer or 8 to 10-second timer for this con out here because 2 sec, he's gonna have to use F2 to escape because that Matari procced ult for them. So that's gonna be a reset from that V1. But as 2 sec gets with that armor regen, how he's gonna re-engage here is gonna be up to him because now that we're gonna see Takeda here for still having ultimate, maybe having F1 back up again just in the nick of time. You can see JDG here looking to try to cut out for space, but Kiki, he's in the face of danger right now.
Yeah, TE already arrested that Kurumi ultimate, but JDG now is going to go ahead and call in the Zai ult plus the Timmy ult there for from the opposing team, TE. Big parry there off the side ultimate. He's gonna get that health back as well. And Wash is gonna eat up a lot of damage. Has the Takeda Fur in there to avoid some of this pressure, but now Wash, oh my god, he dashes through the Fur in there. And Kiki in the back here with the following hit there onto Wash. Big stuns there off the B2. Big damage. 14 eats the following hit there off the 1, 2, 3. To the last hit there onto Leo. And JDG staying up. Oh my god, what a tap dodge there to avoid the Furring.
Yeah, I'm like RZA, you know, like, all right, that was kind of humorous. Kind of working through that tap dodge LMV dash.
That was disgusting.
That was nasty, taking away the Furin's potential push, and that's 11 eliminations. JDG, they were what, 4th so far. Now they're up to 2nd right now, so they're clearing out the field of play for the top 6. But X1, 6 eliminations. You see BBE losing out 2 of their 3 for the potential for their teammates. OUG spawning into the heart of Shipwreck Expanse, and they lost their Romians. They got around, I'm doing the math right now. 160 seconds left on the clock for them to kind of work out here. EWG going to spawn out. Here's a response to spawn. Now, like I said, EWG, again, they lost against Zypin. Now they're up against the Sand Siphon, up against a Temmie. And there's a lot of terrain creep here for this Tianhai to work against.
Yeah, this is going to be rough here for the Monk to try to see he can find some grass. But in the zone, Cookie applying tons of pressure onto the Temmie. We do have the King now trying to respond as well against EWG. Now, there's ultimate invested there, I believe, in the backside. We do have Zinyu now trying to back on up, and that wasn't Zai. It was just a splash. I saw blue. I thought it was Zai, but now Zai, all the Zais are using the red accessory. So now Zinyu gonna go ahead and invest this Temmie ultimate. Cookie and get stuck in the wall. Now we have some sorts of pressure there from JDG onto DRG on the other side of the map. These teams are still fighting it in the zone. EWG in the backstab, but SS now applying the pressure onto Cookie, trying to stay up. The RB mix here from the Halberds. Cookie trying to stay up, uses the F, but no knockback off of that. Does manage to get the bloom, I believe. Does cleanse, and now the Monk ult is going to come on high, and now EWG trying to respond off of this pressure here from OUG.
So you got to keep in mind that Farius Shen is going to be able to use the cannon shots and knock back, but also Cookie can melee grab opponents through the walls as Tianhai and Voucher form.
No
so
visual.
if he can, right, that's if he can see them. But we're double catapulting away. We're disabling the ultimate. We're going probably for a manual heal here. Weakness escalation is kicking in right now, so they're going to have to just kite through the zone. 9 grapples down to 8. Cookie now going to be going straight through the council courtyard, hoping to see about some salvation. They got 1 solo for Cookie right now, but for EWG, still working out for Fairy to get back into the game. Donching's going to be ahead of the curve right now for this fight, though. If they end up going through, SS is tagging right behind, and this could be potential for a third party. Easy peasy, but they got 50 seconds, whereas we see EWG, they got 35 seconds for their 1 player, and that's going to be that Fairy Shen. Hopefully to see whether or not XI can get out of this one.
And it's going to be bad here for EWG. I mean, they're potentially in a sandwich here from OUG and DRG. And now the pressure is going to have to happen pretty soon here for EWG. Unless they're going to go ahead and just play out the waiting game to potentially buy back their teammate. As we see them starting to kind of out from the situation. They do read the third parties posted up. But OUG's SS catch out XI in the backside into the F2 silence there from the Faria. But it's not even enough. SS is going to be able to cleanse off of this alone as well. And the OUG with 2 players up here are going to be able to stay up. And Cookie is going to go ahead and get the resurrection onto XI. And that is exactly what they did. They bought up the rebirth charm for themselves, as well as June X is going to be coming back online here for FPX EQ and Sansi as well. So 3 players up now for FPX, or 2 players I should say, for FPX. Now second Roman Yang starting to form on in. We're going to have to wait and see if EWG tries to go back in. It's crazy, though. No healer on the Monk. It's just so much pressure onto the Monk once he starts forming on up, especially in the Roma Yang, where you have the pillars to stay behind. It's just super rough trying to stay up and get some sorts of value with no healer on the Monk.
Yeah, no healer. You see, that's why they use V2 for the Tianhai, just to try to get heals off.
Heal back, yeah.
But not enough when you have the amount of pressure that we saw from here. We're going to see JG2 getting griefed out here. TE being the menace of societies, and you can see it. He gets in. Hey, hold on. F for ultimate? Show that's worth. That's worth. That's huge worth, especially coming out here. But actually, Tusek actually burned his ultimate, so it's going to be a case scenario. We're going to see a chance for for a Kabloom being brought up from Leo. We're going to see a scatter shot coming out, but we're going to see a swift edge from Tusek, as well as a Benthic Descent. Juggernaut level 5. Dreadful Whale. Wait a second. Ooh. These guys are stacked out of their mind right now. For JDG, this is huge for this damage spike, but we're going to see if he's going to get parried, losing out his weapon. Full focus comes out. TE watch losing that armor. F1 comes out. This is connection. Dreadful Whale comes through. We're going to be backing off here. Remember, Tusek has no ultimate, so now it's going to be a chance for the F2 to the F2. The nice Dragon Slayer, where you see 14 getting a deleted from that Dreadful Whale. Oh, the blender, throw it in the ninja, because we're making a smoothie.
Oh, that's some beautiful showcasing there from JDG. Now TE's washed. Eating up a lot of damage there, and JDG now with 2 cleanups out of the 3. Leo, the last one standing. LMB R&B Minx off the dual blades, overholds, doesn't let loose, but the back end there is going to be Zing there with the staff. Just straight 2-picking 1-2. Slapping the back end as well from Leo. Try to stay up. We do have him be eliminated pretty soon. Sansi's going to fall there from Don Q. FPSEQ going at it inside the zone against DRG. Now, DRG's Viper trying to see he can find something. Might be able to go ahead and grapple on up and drop down with the Viper ultimate. Coming online pretty soon. I was going to stay inside the pocket. There goes the Viper online if he needs it. Kuruma ultimate invested there inside the zone. There goes the Viper ultimate now invested. He's going to be able to get the damage inside the Kurumi circle. I think he stays safe off the Temi ult though. And now the port there for DRG with the resurrection. And Sensi's going to fall. Not sure what got the kill there, but they are going to get elimination onto Sansi, and now with 3 players up for DRG, a potential third party for X1, and they do catch out one of the members here from DRG, I believe.
Yeah, gonna be 9, 10 eliminations for X1 right now. I'm gonna look for the F2, boom, smack, and there's gonna be jump LMB to the RMBs, and there's gonna be a chance for the to skill off. That's gonna be the case. Poison Splash comes out. That's 11 eliminations for X1. Taking it into placement, they're still in 5th place overall. We lost BBE, we lost to ASU. Now it's up to between WBG, up between FPX and EWG just to catch up on points. Now, of course, X1 to XLY takes his chances here. We saw that FPX was still in terms of the zone, but whether or not they're gonna be counting around here, Jade selection gonna be a Benthic Descent, Scatter Shot, gonna be a Tempest Kick. No one's gonna use that, but it's okay. We're gonna see a Thunder Call, gonna see a chance for the bar bolts for X1's LYD. Now for XZDI, looking towards a chance of using a Thunder Call coming through. No, Assault Smolder, taking a Blistering Edge, Sap Jade, Focus Light. ZDI is the certified heavy sword wielder in this team comp right now, so he's going to be able to get that one off here. Soundsy dies to the zone, cornered off here besides the crane, and now you're going to see the chance whether or not Epic can get this res, because if one's right there, they can find them out, and that's going to be an easy peasy elimination spree.
Xiaohu almost getting eliminated there. X1 though sees it quickly. F2 to open, doesn't get the damage there onto Ju next. Now the F1 called in there for the Takeda in the backside. XOY investing the Zai ultimate to the recall there off the F2 omnidirectionals onto the Temi, overholds the V2, gets the damage burn, ticks down to Sansi, just freshly coming out of the zone. Now eating up a lot of damage into the 1-2-3 there from XLY, and now X1 not letting go of the gas pedal with 12 on the board, trying to make it 13, and there it is, the 13th one there from X1, and FPSEQ is going to be wiped out here for game number 3.
Now we're going to switch over. JDG taking in the fights and the parry off the cliff side. Tusick looking to get caught by the fan R&B and looks to reposition with the F2, catches Liwei with the Vitari connections. Man, look, listen, I love to see comp selections, but EWG just caught themselves caught out in a world of pain between Sand Siphons, between everything coming out from Xiphons, and now it's up to Tusick to try to go for R&B spam, and that's all you need to do against a Tianhai, especially with the target on the side of the cliff side. JDG taking out 17 eliminations this game, 55.1, second place overall, and now they're being ambushed by TE, who are the teams right prior, who also have roaming depletion, so it's up to them to earn these kill eliminations. I'm not sure what the timer is on TE right now, but it's on them to kind of go work off against this pressure because it is on their backs.
Yeah, we see the Drake Storm getting some sorts of damage there onto XI. Does manage to get out of the situation because TE showed up to the party and JDG still trying to full focus XI. I see the grapple stun there in the back end, so XI might be eliminated pretty soon, but no, Kiki there with the bow shot is going to clean up there for JDG. TE now gonna go ahead and count their blessings, gonna go ahead and back on up. No cleanse, I believe, for any of these players, so they still have to see if they can try to cleanse out this Yang depletion timer. And now we have X1 against DRG, Don Q in the 1v3, the F2 opener for all the Zais. One stagger is all they need. Jump LMBs into the R&B, but the last hit there from ZDI are going to be able to clean up onto Don Q. TE now full rotating on out. We do have them waiting this out for 2 minutes. I mean, we saw FPXGQ being able to cleanse with 40 last game. So now there goes the aggression here from TE. It's going to go against X1. So now 15 kills on the board for X1. TE with 8. What's going to be the turnout for either of these teams?
I don't know. F2 comes out from both Zai and then the F1 from Temi. Now it's going to be secondary for that parry as everybody looks for a connection here. R&B spam come out for the focus slide. Oh, It might be a Takeda fearing to come out, but we still have a chance for the Matari to go straight into the CE Leo with that Cat Bloom member coming through here. Goes for a chance for the Kurumi Circle. Now TE Watch repositions. The Temme Circle is clean, but look at this sustain coming out from Zyphon. Nothing's going to lead them out unless they can get caught into double whisk, triple whisk. And now TE Watch losing out a lot of his armor. Is not in that Kurumi Circle passively. Looks to F1 in midair, back dodges so he avoids getting caught by Grapple Stagger. Leo trying to connect against ZDI and looking for the horizontal. Leo catches that LMB, catches for 1-2s, looking for ZDI still for the RMBs. Whole checks coming out. Tessa and Chan, assassinations from eliminations on the spread as it's come out on Butter Toast. WBG looking to slap this one up here.
That's the name of the game. Third party Central. Walker with the Viper ultimate now called in. Oh, Weaves though rolls out as well, but ZDI gets eliminated there from Jang. And what a beautiful third party there from WBG. And TE's gonna fall off of this. X1, I believe, is still up off of the situation, but TE are gonna end their run here for game number 3. JDG is gonna go ahead and pick up the Draco Storm from the Spirit Well. Zhang already has the ult online. He's going to use both S there to create some space to see if they can find their challenger or the team they have bountied. It's going to be DRG. JDG wants some of the smoke. They are going to be able to catch up to one of these players. I believe they might be playing inside the Ballista Tower. Yeah, WX on the bottom side. He is going to be able to kite this out. He has the terrain for it as well. But JDG with the Draco Storm, hoping to try to see if they can find one stagger into elimination here onto this player.
Yeah, and it's a 2-minute buff for the Draco Storm right now between Shadows 3 and 4. So after this point, we're going to see a chance. JDG Jing looking to try to go ahead and try to invest as much of the usage of that time as possible. Looks towards his village, sees that Wushin is going to be porting out. He sees a beacon of light like it's Gondor. He's going to be backing away and towards into the sight lines. Now WBG are here. We have 9 players live, up to 10 now. So now it's going to be a case for JDG to kind of ambush this full-scale team. WBG, we've seen the Zyphon coming through here against a Viper Wushin Tessa. The Tessa will come out. Wushin 98, 1 hit less into the Wonderstead and hoping to get caught by a last hit elimination. A-Shao punished for using his ultimate. As you can see, Wushin 98 gets caught the elimination, but with Shing, he's going for the aggression. He's going to get Sleepwalker, and that's a Matari versus Tessa, or versus Viper. So it's really going to be Matari really taking it into the stead. F2 charged up here. Jing, Universal Slash, releases it, connects it, and then Ballista coming in from the backline, I think from Jing himself.
Oh, yeah, big Ballista Tower hits there in the backside. There goes to Dreadful Well. But now, last and final hit connects there. JDG pick up another one on the board, and that's 20 there for JDG. 21, I should say. WBG still in the mix. This is a fast game now. I mean, zone 4 spreading, and only 3 teams remain here for game number 3. They are going to be called out. Jing inside the zone. Kiki with the Dreadful Well. FCon in there for the Tessa. It goes to proc off the Storm for him. No damage off of that, though. The 1-2 doesn't let loose. Trying to avoid all this pressure here from JDG, but the Matari F to get the knockback into the 1-2, and now JDG with 22 on the board and 1 team remaining here. It's going to be JDG against X1. Last two teams up, and it looks like we're going to get the aggression from one of these teams pretty soon. We do have the ults online for everybody on the board, and now what's going to be the showcasing X1's XLY. It's going to go ahead and start off high, trying to see if he can find an opener here for his squad. The F2 caught in here from the Zai, but opposing Zai there with a quickly F2, big parry there from JDG's Zai into the Dreadful One in the back end. It's just so much pressure. Universal slice in the back end. Now the random Bay might brief one of these teams.
Yeah, we got to see about whether or not these guys are going to be contesting between one another or towards helping out their teammates, because Jusik is getting some shots out here. Universal Slash, the Dragon Knight might somewhere in the field of play here, so whether or not we're going to see some control coming out afterwards of these ultimate cats going to come through. Jusik looking for that V2 stagger. They're not going to come out here with that Moonbane Venn diagram. Oh my god, the deletion. ZDI is going to have to roll into the building because there was so much Moonbane Blast coming through here. Universal Slash connects it. Going to be JDG picking up the eliminations like water, dude. We're at 25, dude. And we're looking at 24, actually, I should say, with the Moonbane Blast. This is going to be elimination spread. That's 25, baby. That's a multiplier between every single team. So fast this round went by. So I mean, it was weird because you expect this into end game. No. There was no end game. It just ended up to a fight. We had to Wand Shrine and we were ending up there for the Moonbane Blast. So now it comes out JDG cleaning up shot. Zyphon taking out this round under the rug, pulling it from every other team combined. And this is gonna just keep them as one of the top teams. We saw this from AIS from yesterday for solo. So he took 3 MVPs, right? 3 MVPs, and then all of a sudden, when he kept the lead.
All of a sudden, you went bald.
Yeah, this is when I went bald. So everything comes out here. I took the sacrifice. Everything came out here for the plays where if a team just has first place locked down, we just chill out. Trios, things can sweep. Come through here from the teams catching through. But we will have 3 other rounds left. 3 rounds left. 3 rounds. matchup is a little bit more of a detrimental. We're at the halfway point, and so for coming out of this, coming out of this range in the mean, a lot of the middle 6 teams or middle 3 to 4 teams between between 4th place down to 8th place, like they died early on, like they died pretty quick. So for them to kind of work into catching up, it's not going to be the case between 3rd, between 2nd. Is to try to be as proactive as I can. And for right now, I mean, JDG just took this down in the water. I mean, look, listen, we don't take any points from these games, from last chance qualifiers, but if they did, they'd be popping off. Pre-finals is where we're going to see those points be taken as proposed into grand finals when we have that in 2 weeks' time. But regardless, I'm the guy on the computer. I'm the laptop right there. You saw that. We're gonna have a chance of seeing you guys coming through into the question. And actually, no, wait, because we might have an man. I'm pre-anticipating. I'm premeditating this one out here because. Listen, EWG tried to work into experimental comp. I said that could only work out so long in terms of, you can only work into using experimental comps when you're in somewhere where you're not at death's door in terms of being cut out. That's a nice way of putting it, because things come out where if you really believe the comp is going to really work out within the scrims, within the value of, your between their matches outside of playing in scrims to now, it's just Nbpl is a stage where you can see the value coming up from the more core comps coming out, Xiphon, Sand Siphon, but especially Xiphon with that Zippying, but more importantly, seeing the Xiphon with a Zippying being brought through instead of seeing Zippying brought in for the Keelan Hottie comp, right? That's that swap up. We're not seeing Kurumi's being swapped in here for the Xiphon. We're going back to Zippying, not to be on reserve for the Kaidi. We're looking at to be on standby for the Xiphon. So with that, giving Kurumi more precedence towards using Sand Siphon potentially 3 times in the matches of 6 rounds, just to be someone to now be being reserved for those choice picks, because before we saw Zippy Ying in the Xiphon in stage 1 JL when they brought it out. And then slowly and surely it went down towards using Kurumi because the cleanse over burn against other Xiphons really came to precedence. But maybe teams want to use that aggressiveness, be as mobile as possible. We're going to see how that's going to end up. JDG taking a massive game, 32.8 points. Good golly G. You're going to see 24 kills that game with that 28.8 total kill multiplier points applied with the 4 ranking points. X1 taking 18.5 in 2nd place. You can see DRG taking 11.5 in 3rd, 9.5 for TE. WBG with 6 points in 5th. OUG 4.5. And look at the spread right here. 4.5 for ASE, FPX with 4, 3.5 for VBE. 521 takes 2 as well as the EWG. And only 1 point earned for SS1. Not having a great time today. SS1 was actually one of the first teams knocked out, and they're in 12th place currently. So former J team potential for being restructured out. It's tough. It's tough out here for you boys. I'll be 100% honest.
That's back-to-back world winners too.
Yep.
Which is crazy, right?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Look at that damage though.
Damage. I mean, so all right. So this is what I want to talk about. So you said it was JL, right? I do remember it was just a team coming out of nowhere that brought out this comp to being played out. You said it was JL, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, prior to that, Zai was in the game for a long time, and there was, there was no comp with Zai. And then this comp just being showcased from JL was just a big game changer. As we saw, I don't remember, BBE took our MVP for our first game. Did they play Xiphon for game number 1?
Xiphon for game number Viper, Witch, and Tetsa.
Okay, they played Witch and Viper Tetsa. But games 2 and 3, it's just been straight Zai, So the Zai comp, I mean, it's just so much pressure, and we saw the big numbers there from the Zai players. Wash for TE earlier, and I mean now, what was that? 39,000 damage on the board there for the second Zai. I mean, that's just so much pressure and damage, and it's. For me personally, I would have thought she would have gotten changed by now, but she got a buff. She got a buff. Which is, to me, I don't know. Which is insane. I mean, we see the big openers off the F2s. That radiation got a wider AoE off the F2s. But I mean, the overall standing, let's take a quick look at them. JDG with 69.9, 32.8 points off game number 3. DRG with 59, X1 with 51.5, TE with 48.6, OUG with 45.2, WBG with 39.4, and this is our top 6 currently qualified players for last chance qualifiers. But got a quick little replay here from Thunder Robots. Severio?
Gamers United. Listen, I was looking at the Ray Ravine fight happening here. We see the F2 Matari. There's a shot, micro selection play coming through there. Gets top of the F1 Cicada somersault, but then again, you can see the F2 comes out, completely knocking back towards, and repositions towards getting gold focus and deny that Dragon Slayer. Then that's a smite, and then Cicada Fear comes out. Actually, doesn't matter. He looks lethal job. I'm committing every single one of these moves, bro. Even if the omnidirectional parry is not coming through here from Cicada, it just doesn't come out that way. R&B hold check, doesn't catch it. Gets top of move era. You can tell the moment of frustration, but look, jump LMB, there's there. And then we're switching this out here. JDG Xing. This is the endgame circle fight. It's crazy. We went from before Rummy number 1 to now post to the endgame circle with Team JDG fight. So this is going to be the clip highlights. We're about to hear the Moonbane though went crazy here for positioning.
Yeah, oh my god. He weaves around the Moonbane there with the Matari F, and now continue applies the pressure in the backside. Spins it back to avoid the parry from the opposing Matari. Now overholds. Does get clipped off the Moonbane this time around, but the last hit connects to the back end there for the opposing team. And JDG now with the last and final hit off the Universal Slash there from the Matari. And that's the cleanup for themselves. So the crazy pop-off game 3. And the Zai, not a surprise, with the MVP for JDG. 39,000 damage, I believe, from the top of my head. I mean, it's just a crazy amount of pressure that the Zai met. Oh my god, 16 eliminations here for JDG. Man, how do I say my man's name?
I don't know. I see Moxie calling Tusick, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna roll with it because maybe the T is pronounced with the S, so we're gonna say T. I want to say Tutty. Oh, I like every single day. I'm like
Tutty.
Tutty.
Oh yeah, Tutty. Yeah.
Shout out to Tutty C. You know. Tutty C Roosevelt. Oh, stop. All right, listen.
Okay.
But that spear damage goes crazy. Taking out the gold spear and then having an early onset Juggernaut with that 9 elimination before them. That's when we saw the Jades and over straight towards into the Shadow Jade mine. We saw how much that came through here for Tutty, and hopefully they kind of work out and just keeping that momentum. You know, I mean, listen, when you got the damage that you have, and you're playing Zai, you have that gold scaling. That's just straight DPS for your chain side. That's why we saw 9800 coming out there. Skills and ultimates. I know, it includes ultimates, but mainly from the skill. This F2 just goes ballistic when you get those resets every so often. For the ultimate cast coming through here, for the aspect of having Matari to reset you as well. For everything kind of going out here, though, we have to work out in the scene about these teams working against JDG success, because JDG working out Zyphon into the full stead, TE working out Zyphon to the full stead, and now we have 3 other rounds. Scene 2 is like difficult though. If they want to risk a 2-point ban, that would be the case scenario, but we'll have to see if that ends up going through.
Do you feel like it would have been better if that Valda comp would have came out later throughout the night, like where you might see, not
Keelan's maybe. Yeah, I was actually expecting it to show later on, because Keelan's would have been the main person to kind of counteract with Valda. Once that Keelan nerf happened, he kind of had this issue about having to work against, you have to work against whether or not you're going to be using her with other key component characters. So EWG working at Tianhai and Nefaria, those are definitely out of pocket picks. Like that just comes out from from playing in scrims and seeing how it works into the Pro League set. For them to actually work that through, though, big target on their back by having Tianhai and being one of the only few ones, like you mentioned. Once you get caught into being the only person in the lobby that's being said character, they will lock you down. And knowing that your combo breaker is going to be down, then they can go ahead and reinitiate, because Tianhai sits still when he's using his combo breaker. He's not mobile like Temi. He's not going to be mobile, or he's not going to have a invulnerability. He does have invulnerability status, but he's not like Tessa, where she can just reposition past his point midair to have Foxfire in case you get staggered. He gets completely locked down for after he casted the ability, and then afterwards he procs ult, you just range him down. You throw a single 1.0 release weapons, you dodge, you bop and weave, and then that's nothing that can be done. Like that's where Zai was working with Tianhai at one point in time, because you see Zai go through with just locking down with the V2, and then he can go for grabs, or he can go for melee grabs, any which way. But we're gonna have an interview, guys, coming through here in just a second. We're gonna have the questions within the said interview, so don't lock back. Make sure you guys are in the Twitch chat and answer those questions correctly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Yeager, and now I'm standing here with Zavak, and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 我是 JDG 的繁星。
欢迎繁星来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜也是恭喜你们刚才哇，这把真的大爆发。We would like to say good job, JDG, and I would like to know for the latest game. So how's your motivation that you can have really high points in the game 3? 那我这边先问一下，刚才这把这个状态啊，包括这个分数打得这么高，哎，这把是怎么做到的呢？
就是状态回来了，然后该赢的架都赢了嘛。
突然这一把找到了整个队伍的状态。
其实就是正常的节奏嘛。我们前面的话就是用一些阵容不熟练的过渡嘛。从这把开始才上主阵。后面的话应该还会这样。
那我们要更期待你们后面几把比赛，是不是 ？Okay, to be honest, so for us, our hero combination for this turn is like in the game 3, we use our strongest hero combination now in the game. And for the the past game, like game 1, game 2, we are using the hero combination that we are not really familiar with. That because it's the beginning and we would like to have a rest and just let us get back in track and have a good status in the matches. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 我们来看一下今天的题目是什么。Okay, so you guys can see the question, and the question for this turn is how many kills did JDG get in Game 3? 这道题目呢也是关于刚才这把比赛，那京东到底拿下了多少击败积分？在公布答案正确答案之前，我们先来唠一唠刚才这把比赛。Okay, before the answer, so I would like to know. It seems like the charm is belong to you, and 3v3, fighting with X1. I would like to know is your plan or what? 那我这边要问一下，刚才最后这一波啊，这个地煞符就像为京东开的一样，对不对？那一波对阵X1，就是当时剩下你们两个队的时候，自己的一个策略是怎么样的呢？看到地气的时候，有没有想过就是要特意把他们往里面推呢？
看到地气的话，肯定是有想过这个的，就是3个人把他往符里打嘛，就是注意阵型嘛，
找了一个很好的站点位置，
对
，OK，
我们一直是从外面把他往里打的。
对，也是，就真的感觉这个地气就像为你们而开的样，但其实它不是啊，只是游戏里面当中一个自然的地气。这一波其实我们也看到，在游戏当中很好的一个策略，去运用了一个游戏当中的第三方本来是一个等于中立的这么一个道具为你们所用，对不对？Okay, so in my opinion, before the charm when the time we saw the charm, we just think about that we will fighting and let them to the position where the charm is. That's our strategy. And at last, we can see that we have all the damage on our opponent, and we don't get any damage from the charm. 真的是一个很好的方法，我觉得大家其实在平时的游戏当中也可以学起来。好了，那我觉得繁星应该准备就绪，接下来就让我们给观众进入倒计时，用英文说个3、2、1，好吗？Okay, I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 来吧。
3、2、1。
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 有请繁星公布一下正确答案到底是哪个？
公布一下吗？
没记得了是不是？
我还真没记得。
OK， 那我来公布一下好不好？Yeah, the correct answer is D, and we would like to say again, is congratulations. 那我要再说一遍，就是真的非常恭喜你们刚才这把表现，真的太棒了。Okay, so we know that today we have the new match patch, and I would like to know for your hero combination, how you think about this match patch. 那我这边想问一下，因为也看到其实今天我们的比赛也是用到了全新的一个版本。对京东来说，今天这个全新版本怎么样？特别是对于刚才你们拿下天选的这个英雄阵容，你们怎么看呢？
就是张起灵这个阵容彻底玩不了了嘛。对我们来说没什么影响，因为我们是靠操作的嘛，靠操作的队伍嘛。
现在还是在3排当中更偏向于拼刀，对不对？对。Okay, so in my opinion, it's to be honest, for the match path on the Killing Zhang hero combination, they are not useful anymore. And for us, we don't have any effect. And for me, the short game, we still have some 3v3 fighting is more important now than the hero combination. 好的，再次感谢繁星来到我们的赛后采访，也感谢你进行的一个分享。那接下来的比赛就祝你们有一个好运和好的发挥了，好不好
？Okay,
我们一起期待。Okay, let's looking forward to the rest of the game, and let's take a break and be right back later.
Gentlemen, we're live here. We're in Shanghai. You saw that view? What a majestic view. I was just going through here. We're gonna have a chance here looking at the city over there in the overview, and it's gonna be the evening time over there. But for everywhere else, afternoon, morning, how are you doing? My name is Severo, alongside with Creatives. We're actually here for rounds 4 through 6 now for the last chance qualifiers for summer season 2024 for the Nbpl. And we saw some gamers out here, 2 Zyphon MVPs, 1 Viper Tessa, and an interview coming in from Jing mentioning how Keelan isn't doing as hot, as you see in the future. And we have the next 3 rounds to kind of consider that, considering we see the players might be sneaking her in or sneaking that comp in. Otherwise, it's still kind of an upset moment. If that comp is out, that means there's only 3 solidified comps to kind of work through, and then the testing rounds comes out between all the other players. It's hard to see if they can work through. EWG tried to do it. Did it pop off? No. But regardless, there's still 3 rounds for these teams to kind of work into seeing if they want to work in having their hero points selected to be used all the way, or they can just start experimenting now if they're solidified for the top 6, regardless.
Yeah. I mean, because of me thinking about it, I think what really made that comp strong was just the Hottie, being able to reset so many times off of that ult alone, and just taking that big nerf to him just pretty much shuts that down completely in my eyes. So, we don't have the top 6 teams in here. So maybe they're cooking something up for the pre-finals, like Severio mentioned earlier throughout the night. That is probably potentially the best time to test things out before the grand finals. Yes, you do want to take over as many points as you can, but you're safe and you're going to be making it over to the grand finals at the end of the day. A post from today where the pressure's on, you have to try to make it to the top 6 to make it to the pre-finals this weekend. So there's more on the line, I would say, now just to qualify, but needless to say, still for the pre-finals you want to showcase the best that you can to be able to take over those points. But now locked and loaded for game number 4. Just want to quickly say Hey, Jaeger had that chain on her. That thing was glistening.
She dripped out. The dress sparkly, the chain on site. Everything coming through here. Fashionista. We're out here for these games. Jing was like, yo, I need some of that. I need some of that KT fat. I mentioned that earlier. You know, my man.
Oh yeah.
We saw JL. JL had that yesterday, or had that onto their day 4 of bi-weekly 4 finals. Having one of their players have that on, because not only is there mental capacity for the dexterity, there's also physical dexterity with having to just be quick-witted. And see how big that mouse pad is. They got to swipe all the way across. You see how the looting pattern comes out here. They're gonna be quick-wittedness. You see the camera movement coming back and forth here. If you saw the first-person point of view of the trios player, you see it in the clips and highlights. That's how you know these guys are just. But also it comes down to the scrim hours. I always make mention of this. It's very important to keep you guys going into the know-how. These guys practice on their off days consistently, and I mean that in the realest sense. When I say off days, I mean every day.
Every single day.
That they're not playing. They are practicing. Whether or not it's up against their own teams, the other teams of their own nature, their own tier of playing in the pro league, or if it's other teams that kind of be involved between lower tiers. Otherwise, they're still practicing, and they take all those hours into the man hours, just trying to cultivate, trying to figure out what's going to be their best case scenario of working through value of how they can work out. Maybe they switch role selections between the weeks that they play and then the other a few weeks that they don't play, that they're in the pro league, that they're just trying to see about what team or what player can work best with which character, for instances. Because you have those key core players playing said characters. Like example, off the top of my head, Sleepwalker playing Justina, and you see him playing Justina, you're like, oh yeah, it's time. But then other cases, that's just because it's a sleeper pick, because he would usually run that before then. And then, if he needs to bring it back out, that's their key player playing out that comp. If Justina ever makes her appearance back into the swing of things in trios, which would be a very, very dangerous time. But you know what? Listen, after the deletion of the Kari Ying comp potential, things are in the air for different characters to be, rounded out here for selection processes.
Yeah, and also, it was mentioned that the Justina is the next one getting a full rework. So
yeah,
I know they're cooking something. Something has to be cooking. Because once again, that Keelan comp was just super strong. And now it's just gone. Never came back. He was just never beat. Yeah, got Thanos snap.
I'm Rose Dawson. And I got the crystal of the sea, and I'm dropping on the ocean. Oh, dropping through there. No one's gonna be able to see it ever coming back ever into the light ever again, unless potential for the balance patches. But we have to see.
Yeah, so like I said, I feel like we're gonna see our meta should be set for J-Cup for mainline qualifier, I believe, unless something changes. I think there's always one big patch right before J-Cup, and that's the one that gets played out. So we still got a little bit of time left to see how the meta is going to be. But now just the trios meta completely being shifted to, I would say, how it was before Keelan got released, because this is pretty much the standard of what we used to see a lot, which was the Wuchen Viper Tessas, the Sand Siphon, and the newer one out of the three will be the Xiphon one that came out of nowhere. Once again, like I mentioned, and how Severia was saying, JL brought it out first, and it was just straight success from them, and everybody biting off of it, and now just being a staple here for trios. But now our first round selections, X1, SS1, DRG, and JDG for game number 4. We're going to be taking a trip back to Hollow Rock, but this time around it's going to be Dusk. So we are going to be having those Firefly maps for our first game or our first time for the night, I should say, here in Hollow Rock. Now, what's going to be the selections here for these teams? Nothing new here for the Hollow Rock map for the first round. The Sand Siphon being brought out for the first 4 teams.
4 rounds Sand Siphons. Second round, bro, most likely going to be Xiphons if it's still available for these guys to go off of 2-point to 3-point conversions. Okay, there's a Viper Wuchen Tessa for EWG, but Xiphon for BBE. We locked down 5 Siphons, so that means that the next round selection can't even think about playing that unless they want to burn through their points like water. For WBG, they're going to be swinging out here for the Xiphon themselves. TE still has 8 points. OUG still has 9. FPX still has 9. Xiphon coming after the Zipping Ying. Weapon Wuchen Tessa for TE. FPX and 521. Gonna see a Xiphon from FPX and 521. Viper, which Tesla. So now it's, it's a little bit more even stead. We still have 5 Sand Siphons, but at least there's more of a balance coming through here for that chance. Now, obviously, it all comes down to skill. I mean, listen, surprise, surprise. We saw F2 or F1, no, F2 Viper showing up here for one round, and then the next came back to F3s. I mean, like I said, it just came down to whether or not they can get locked down for the selection process. However, that only attributes to activation of skills. If you are a hyperactive carry like Zai, she doesn't care about silences besides the F2 procs because she has her ultimate and her chain sights and she can throw them out. And she doesn't really, it's the same thing with the case scenario of solos, right? Hyperactive characters like Akos can just go ahead, hippity hoppity around. He doesn't care about silences if it ever comes down towards it. Yeah, he won't be able to pounce for 8 seconds, but he's not doing enough pressure by just going for those double hoppity hippity hops and then going for like a little ribbit, going for those pounces. You really see the characters, or you really see the hero skills being used in different manners fashion. That's why F3 has such prevalence now, just because of just nuke damage. Just shoot him down. Your HP, where? Gone. Yeah. Gone. Your bus ticket has been punched in, dog.
Yeah, and it also nullifies, that chase game, because, when someone's weak, they're gonna start doing trying to kite it out the situation, and having the F3 on the Viper just secures the elimination a lot faster if they do manage to get a grapple stun off of that alone. So it's just that big shotgun, like you mentioned, being able to have it on the Viper. But now are showcasing here for our ults and abilities. Nothing too crazy. Both Takedas for the first top side, running the F1 standard there for the no blue release. Everything else looks pretty much standard for everybody else. The F3 on the Viper there for EWG. Back to that with the V1 for the stun. F1's on the Takeda once again for the second picks of this game. And now our last selection, we do have an F2 for TE with the V3 again.
Yeah, they're bringing it back from their Holoroth game.
Yeah.
So hoping to see if it's just because of the terrain and just going for mobile silence and mobile control. I mean, that's the whole schlick coming out for that comp selection with the skill for Vipers. And that Viper skill selection changes the whole way the comp rolls. Because you got to look at it from this way. There's not a lot of damage comes out from F2. You can mitigate F2. You can use actually F2 to kind of mitigate through blues to catch a parry within, just like how Kurumis are able to do that with their F skills or even for their ultimates. So it really comes down to the play style of the player, and that comes down towards how they're going to go through. Sponzo, Fortress Kaviani, OUG, WBG. We're seeing Salvation drop in for FPX. This is Firefly region, so Fortress Kaviani has like 3 Fireflies you can pick up on the south side. ASC dropping into the Kila's Gate. We're going to see into the Falcon's Perch, maybe for those chances of going north side towards Igneous Mound. Who knows? Because the EWG are rocking that spot for the 2 Fireflies. JDG and SS1 near to the quarry line, maybe towards Imperial Village, just to try to get those Fireflies on the southeastern end. Hoping to see if these 2 teams scrap off the rip, because Beast Pen, your gold trove area, or not gold trove, but high loot area is going to allow for them to just work into crisscrossing, applesaucing, and having hopscotch matches left and right, and then into the Yushan Ruins. 521 DRG, they're scorching in here into the Yushan Ruins. BBE are hot in the spot, and they're going to be going straight toward the room. That shit is going to have a anyone. Sorry for the language, folks. It just comes out here where we're going to enter into game 4 for this game. We're going to enter into Holoroth, and it's going to be an off-rip fight between OUG and WBG.
Though. Zinyu trying to see if he can find an armor quickly. They're going to be able to find one now. Blue armor, WBG on the bottom side, but X1 and FPSEQ going at it. Slaps coming out there for the Takedas and ZDI. Oh my god, Sansi drops one shot in the backside, but Yahoo is going to be able to pick elimination onto one of X1's member. Now LYD trying to stay alive, but FPXEQ with the eliminations there onto X1. That was crazy off drop.
That's a diabolical kill spread coming through but that means we might have ultimates for their soul bloom. Santi goes down though. That's going to be a huge upset. Now look, blue armor, blue weapons across everything. ASC literally got the god tier loot spawn, and now they're going into salvation podium. Junex looking to try to use that katana. We're going to see the bliss to be utilized here from Jai Wen. F2 to kind of knock back here. The F1's invested from the Temi, and now we're going to see the armor pick up from Junex. Gets caught almost by the fist plates, but the RMB into the Zai ultimate holds it. F2 comes right back into it. V2 ensnared comes out, doesn't get it, but that a move drop coming in here. Dang, because I got that first set of elimination. Dang, how fast did he go for the job? The Moonbane charm. That was quick.
That was quick because they got those eliminations off drop, and one of them went towards the middle of puzzle to just buy that Moonbane to ice off the pressure. We see the opposing team now backing on up, but WBG going at it against OUG. Grapple LMBs into the follow-ups there onto SS. F caught in there for the Matari SS. Now This little isolated fight between Walker and SS. One piece down for each. Big pair, but a nice F2 there to avoid the follow-up. And now ASC showing up to the party, applying the pressure onto OUG.
Forbidden Seal, can we get much higher out here? We're going to be looking for the dash RMBs, and there's going to be a chance for that solo pickup for Xiaowen. Looking to try to go for the sooner or later loot spawn, trying to get that going through. For this, though, like I said, Fortress of Kaviani dropped spawn here. OUG Xingyu hiding in the background. This is where Fortress of Kaviani just goes to the full prevalence because of those fireflies for everyone to kind of spawn in here. And it does help that it does have gold loot spawns in terms of higher trove frequency. But Sanzi taking ballistic shots here from EXI. Oh my goodness. Since this is FBX's Moonbane, EWG had to be very careful with XI being on that end of the Moonbane circle. He's going to be going ahead and chasing down FPX. Junex with that gold halberd from the Salvation Podium puzzle being completed. So for right now, up to the case, they know this. They know he's got the gold weapon. They are hunting him down like it's Bad Boys 2. And they're going over to Reggie.
Oh, that right there just did not go towards his favor. He missed the grapple, and now EWG catches up, but Junex being able to kite out the situation, trying to save this weapon. But EWG still full chasing down OUG's SS in the back end, very weak. There goes the counter grapple there onto Junex. The Test Ultimate is going to invest it, and it's going to connect there onto Junex. Going to have time to kite out this tether for a little bit. What's going to be the first player up? Both players in here, into the F3, into the last hits, with the free gold halberds there for EWG, and XI is going to be picking that up here on the Viper.
Yeah, FPX is going to find a res off of Sanzi. Junex, being down there, Sanzi gets res. This is good because Matari still keeps the chase going through. Crossbow bolt to deny it. Cookie, are we the instigator of peace? Coming out here, we're going to see the F1 being thrown ahead for Zhang Yu to try to get Sanzi a little bit of sustain here. But look at that RMB going to release out here. There's going to be kicks from the fist blades. And look at the charge RMB if you can, but there's going to be F1 investment. The RMB blue focus doesn't come out here from Zhao Yu, but we're looking for the consideration of staggers. That's the case. Jump LB to the jump LBs, and then a test enchant to deny all that pressure that we just had, as FPX might be locked down here for the count.
Yeah, now there goes the enchantment. Nice swipe. Zipping ultimate does manage to pop it, but now Cookie showing up to the party. Yahoo gonna eat up all this damage. Element to the uppercuts, into the R&B focus in the back end. The terrain did not give him the follow-up R&B focus there, but it does not even matter. The full stagger there from EWG onto the last member of that team. They are gonna pick up the elimination there. DRG against BBE inside this Tumult ultimate. Don Q applying tons of pressure. BBE is gonna fall for this, I believe. There goes the Dragon Slayer onto Roy Shishi, into the Takeda Furin for the last hit. Now JDG going at it against X1 with tons of pressure. Big parry from Kiki. XOY is gonna eat up some of that damage, but now trying to stay up. We do have O online here for XOY.
And we got a Cloud Reaper somewhere in the mix of things. There's going to be a chance here to see it from X1's LYD. X1 LYD taking into consideration for the ultimate to be casted, as well as JDG's Kiki for both Kurumis, and now all the ultimates are down. 5-2-1 though, perfect ambush opportunity here. We're looking at a tab dodge from that Tesla champ. Very good for Kiki, but there's a parry, there's elimination, there's a spread. That's going to be one elimination for 5-2-1, and they still have a chance of looking down south and trying to go towards the city of Tong and just going ahead and chasing that team. But they see the supplies potentially just to reset here. We got 12 grapples to 46 ratio for the healing berries to armor powder. So for right now, Pompey looking pretty snazzed. We still have a chance here to kind of work into the northwestern barracks if we want to go up to the wall and just look out towards the loot in trenches as well. If they just came from that direction, then no worries. We're going south, near towards the Camel's Hump, all the way out west. We're going to see WBG slipping past this area, just trying to see about some loot. Now, obviously, in this area, if we still have the Boomerang Cliff in the top right, top left of the map with the northwest, that's where we could potentially see some stragglers going out to respawn and try to get some loot back, because that's exactly what WBG's in straggler position. A Xiao Jing went down for the first set of lives. Sleepwalker still staying alive here without losing out any sort of the Reaper charms. Our kill spread has 6 eliminations for DRG, who are first with that Sand Siphon. Our seconds have a lot of tied 3 kill scores between FPX, SS1, taking it out between X1, as well as the BBE. Still, chances to be had. We still got around meeting in around 3 minutes or so before the teams really start to lock in terms of their positioning, or they take fights outside.
Yeah, we do see Sleepwalker on that new Zai skin. I think it's the first one we see. And I just mentioned it because I think there should be some more, because in that trailer... I mean, that trailer, bro. I know the trailer was fire, right? But we saw, a couple skins or whatever. But what I was more excited for was the new grapple. Grapples are rare.
Oh.
Grapples are rare.
Look at that thing. listen, I look at that grapple. I don't think it's gonna be a skin for anybody. People were like, "Hey, who's that skin for?" I'm like, "That's a grapple dog."
Grapple.
I'm like, and I'm like, listen, if that skin ever shows up in NARAKA, send it. I'm literally putting my hands up here like I'm Martin Scorsese. We're gonna have a chance here for XLY. Take it now. I'm dead. We're gonna see 5-2-1 Poppy looking for that V1 stun coming out here in the zone. Test enchant everything, all the CC control that you would never really hope to see. But the Kurumi ultimate, we like to see that for Reanimator, and that's gonna keep this team alive in the zone, which gives Fu-Chen Force for ultimate proc, which again, reverses the pressure. Now X1 can take this chance. Unfortunately, XLY only has one more grapple after this. Hopes and dreams can only lead Young so far, and we're not going to be able to cross this plateau unless we scare rush this like a maniac, like a solos player, like we're OEG Mike.
Hey, but that's beautiful there from X1. That was like amazing Kurumi ultimate there. 521 investing 2 ultimates at the Viper ult plus a test enchantment in the back end. I mean, just with no value there off of 1 ult invested from the opposing team. I mean, that's a W. I mean, you're forced to back on up and just wait for the next set of ults to come on in, and we have our first Roman Yang starting to form up pretty soon as well. So they might be posted up for that as well. So that was the retreat mindset for them, I believe. But SS1 as well gonna go ahead and start posting up for the Roman Yang as well. We do see them near a gate already. DRG as well might be contesting SS1 pretty shortly here. We do have 1 purple armor here for SS1 on the Takeda, with the purple fist blades as well as the purple rarity on the ultimate. Rosemary, the only one out of the bunch with 1 purple jade here for SS1. Soothing boon.
Yeah, still has to stack it up. You're gonna see you can see Hex Harmony Spirit from Kakaxi. You're gonna see a Juggernaut, see a Cyan Fang for Dongqing as well as an Alchemy, and then we're gonna see a Swift Edge for Dushin on a double Swift Edge. Kind of strange, but we're not going to give that to our teammate because we're going to need to hoard all those jades for the attack bonus. And now it's going to be a swap out here for the weapons. You can see it coming back and forth here for DRG. As for ASC, we don't know yet what they have. We got 6 seconds maybe to hopefully see this before we start off. It's going to be a tuna off of Jiangdong. Going to see a Assault Smolder, I believe, for Ajia Wen. So we should see that coming out here very soon to the engagement between these 2 teams.
Yeah, we do have Kakaxi in the back end trying to get a little bit of distance here. We do have the scrap off in re-immersing in the middle of this Roman Yang. Beautiful whisk there for, oh my god, for DRG. We do have him getting takedown as well there. Now the pose in Takeda with the takedown down Q. Releasing the 1-2-3, doesn't get the damage because of the stone form into the crouch LB off the pulsar. Now first Takeda ultimate investor, he's gonna respond with the Takeda ultimate of his own. We do have the Temi ultimate invested in the back and Kurumi ultimate invested, but Jiangdong is gonna get hit off the parry into the Fern as well. But Dong Q has the upper hand now, and now Kakaxi in the back end is gonna get parried here as well.
We got 3 Fearings. We get carried every single time. We throw in all these blues. Jiangdong be losing all his weapons in his inventory at that point in time, because now we're going to see DRG going for a clean sweep in less than like 3 seconds. I didn't have enough time to kind of dictate what happened there, but now we're going to switch over to the other Romy Yang. OUG versus SS1. Zhang1 losing out a lot of pressure, but that F3 coming in from that Kurumi doing work here to keep him alive for a couple of seconds longer, going for the fist plays, going for the wild sweep, and it looks like the OUG's SS gets a parry. We're just throwing blues left and right here today because this round has been carried upon parry, and OUG taking in the Siphon against Sand Siphon, working it out, getting victory, gold staff, taking into the Jade selection of the Velocity Untold, taking a purple dagger, and most likely taking out Vermilion Bird's Might. So for the Jade selection right now, we're going to see a chance between these guys. I was just going ahead and going crazy.
Yeah, that was clean up there from OUG. DRG as well. It looks like BBE is they are going to win the Realm of Yang, and WBG off to go for the Spirit Well off the Draco Storm. Lots of Draco Storms in these Spirit Wells throughout the whole night. I believe each first round has been a Draco Storm. I think we had one. Our game 1 had a Mystic Might for that, but I mean, this is a lot of Draco Storms off these Spirit Wells now with the change. But DRG with 9 eliminations on the board, EWG with 5. We have a couple teams with 3. That will be SS1, FPSGQ, BBE, ASE, X1, all with 3 kills on the board. OUG and WBG with 4 kills for themselves. Now, Yandy Police and Timer here for ASE and SS1, trying to see where ASE can resurrect, potentially find a fight on the outskirts, not get third party, but DRG off the Roman Yang, snagging up the Gohong Sword here for Don Q. They are going to be able to have that skeleton off of that. Takeda ultimate. Now we have BBE getting active against X1. Now Roshishi with the side ultimate opener here against X1. We do have Kurumi ultimate invested there from Fat Milk in the back end, but BBE getting applied tons of pressure here. The F2 takedown there for Rishishi does get the damage off the V2 as well, trying to stay up. Seeing he can stay up against X1, and looks like X1 might be getting taken out off of BBE here. Big parry in the backside, and XLY is going to fall as well, and BBE staying up here against X1.
Yeah, next one doesn't have Romaine depletion yet. They are going to lose out 2 of their 3, so now it's going to be up to the 10 to stay alive. For BBE, though, crazy. I thought the investment coming out here for the F2 before, or the ultimate before the F2 was something, but you know what? I'm okay with it because then he uses the F2 to mitigate through the Fear and Blast that potentially would have staggered him away from that point, allowing him to counter pressurize. And now it's going to be a chance for ASC Pinnacle Town, 2 minutes under the clock, hoping to kind of find eliminations. We got Roman Yang depletion. If you guys don't know what that is, if you lose a Roman Yang, you got that time limit on the left side. I know we got some new players in chat coming from through here. If you guys don't know, Roman Yang depletion gets you guys locked down for a set timer. If you do not find a soul bloom to rid Roman Yang depletion, you will die automatically. That is the case scenario. That means these teams are under pressure. You would see the pressure coming out from teams or players that you go up against if you see them really fast tracking their ultimates and like ranked mode and such. So coming out here, Zhang 1, make sure he can kind of force out 5-2-1 and I want to take this fight. This is an assassination comp coming from Waifu Ultra Tessa that Zhang 1 is going up against. He procs F1 in midair. He's wanting to commit this one.
Yeah, he's going straight up hot here with the Takeda ultimate as well. It's going to go ahead and invest the firm, but in the back end, Rosemary's going to get parried there from at 521's Tessa, but that's a nice R&B focus there for Zhen. He is going to get enchanted as well. In the backside, we still have the ferns being called in. A combat now is going to give him a little bit of damage there onto the 1-2 from the fist blades. Pampy trying to stay up. He's going to get hit off the LB focus from the backside there from a long sword. Pampy though, he's going to get the damage there onto Zhen with the R&B focus, but now the champion is going to connect now, and it looks like 2 players going to be stunned here for SS1, and this could be bad for them into the nunchuck meter burn. 521 with the cleanup, I believe, against SS1. Now 2-2 last one standing, but what a nice showcase in here for 521 staying up against SS1.
Staying alive, knocking that team out. SS1 just kind of have a good day here today. We're going to see them going down here for round 4. Sleepwalking though, WBG up against ASC, taking the corners off of the stead of the ravine and the burns and the cleanse. This is what comes out from Fermi Circle. Moran catching himself that teleport, gets out of danger. Whether or not he's going to have enough heal off, 1 burn is all it's going to be. Yep. Jung gets that F1 for that point. R&B gets held checked. Look like Sleepwalker's going to loot up the body. R&B, look for the jump parry, look for omnidirectional parry, please. And now there's going to be a chance for the R&B's to knock back. There's a parry coming out from H-Style, can't get any connection off of that. Jump LB from Sleepwalker, F2 to confirm, not going to come through. We see the tap dodge, but that's going to be a kill confirmed. WBG taking 7 eliminations and literally deleting ASC from the lobby here for round 4. BBE on the cusp right now, though. They're in 7th place and they're really closing through, but WBG are the gatekeepers for them. And WBG, like I said, and I said this once before, Zyphon can have this gear and pretend like it's gold gear. Like they can really work this out in terms of it. When they reach gold gear, it's like dragon state, the god status come out here as a threat in the lobby. So an Avengers level threat, we'll have to see if that ever happens because we got Romy number 2 showing up here. BBE Roishishi, Gold Nunnies in the mix, V2. Kind of see, I kind of low-key want to see what the Jades got going through. Yeah, we're going to see an advance heal coming in from Iban. We're going to see a Tempest kick, though, from Roishishi with the Soothing Boon and taking the Thunder Call. But we're going to see a Cloud Reaver from Fat Milk. We saw this earlier. And also a Thunder Call coming out from Iban as an option selection. So, Jade's coming through, and the only thing really coming out here is the connection for Fat Milk's Cloud Reaver into potential for the meter dump. That's all I'm going to say. But Spirit Well coming out here, contending over to Pinnacle Town. We're going to have WBG versus EWG.
EWG, Exile. Kind of found an opening here for himself. Gonna go ahead, just claim the Spirit Well on the backside. Big damage. We do have WBG's Walker. Pretty much getting rid of all that purple armor there by EWG and XY now. So go ahead and play the high ground, but Walker, LNB tries to catch the F2, doesn't manage to do so. Comes in off the focuses there from both of those players, and both of these teams are going to be contesting this Spirit Well. EWG cooking out, applying the pressure onto Walker. Zai ultimate investor here from Walker, and he is going to be able to get some sorts of damage, but now the Viper from XY, oh my god, the Mataro ultimate to avoid the Viper ultimate. It was beautifully showcased there from EWG. They can stay in the pocket, but Walker still has the Zai ultimate online. It looks like he's gonna get some burn tick damage there onto WBG, but the retreatment there from a Wu-Chen port, I believe, is gonna happen, and X1 with the third party are gonna be able to claim that Spirit Well, and now we're gonna have DRG against BBE in the second Roman Yang here for game number 4.
Tick interference coming out from Don Ching, getting caught by the hits and the rubber bands from the fans, and now it's going to be F2 from Matari as the heal off comes out. Don Ching's going to have enough chances here. Dashes RMP, goes towards Roishishi. Furin's at 2 count. Still have 2 left. We're at level 3. We're catching all these blues. But Roy Shishi mitigates it through Cold and Gold Focus. Now going to be a chance for the Furin again. Lucia 98 looks for the Pole Sword action. F2 from Roy Shishi to back off here. And now we're going to have the F1 in midair. Dongqing takes a little bit of damage as Roy Shishi's ultimate comes out here. We're going to see Kakaxi go down for the DRGs. It's a 2v3 right now. R&B spam. We're looking for the lethal jab. We're baiting out. We're jumping in. We see the F2, but remember, the F3 from the Kurumi, they actually got nerfed here as well in this new season with that 70% damage nerf. So she still takes a lot of damage coming out. As Dongqing drops with the drop down blue, F2, Matari, hold check, opposite direction. We just pulled a sneaky on you. Dongqing did not anticipate that, and this is going to be a 1v2, but listen, when you have a Matari still on standby and you have a Kurumi, this man went Sephiroth mode and just literally put him out. Goodbye, Eric.
Oh my god, BBE though. Hey, BBE coming in hot. They need this. They're currently in 7th, so, or they were in 7th, so I mean, getting these pop-offs here in this Rumble Yang is going to give them closer to be able to make it to that top 6. We're going to have to wait and see where they stand now off of winning this Rumble Yang, but do have Ivan on the gold poster this time around from this Rumble Yang, dropping out more of these weapons for their teammates. We do see 2 gold armors here for BBE, now currently still in 7th with 1 kill over WBG. It's only 1.1 point difference between both of these teams to make it to this top 6. This is just game number 4. We still have 2 more games after this. BBE taking the Mystic Mike off that Rumble Yang. OUG with the Draco Storm. X1 with the White Tiger's Prowess. We do have DRG and 521 with the Anti-Depletion Timer. OUG buying up some more resources. 2 gold weapons here for OUG. 1 gold armor on Zenyu from, or on the Zai, I should say. Heartstopper? No, I don't think so. Huh? Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is. Heartstopper here for Zenyu. Draco Storm can get active. I mean, look at the Jades here. I mean, you got that.
I mean, Blistering Edge on OUG's SS with the Ruptured Gale Orb. We got an Octaslash blade for the King. Gonna have a chance for picking up a, pick up a Fire Arrow's target lock, as well as having Ruptured Gale on the bottom row. That's crazy. These guys are absolutely ballistic for the range Jades, bro. I'm looking at that from the perspective, and range really comes down to into the oppositions. Now, 5-2-1. Roaming depletion. You got 3 minutes and 45 seconds or so, or just wake up, and having to find the players around here. I actually wanted to mention BBE actually opted in for Mystic Might being the last team to exit the Roaming Yang, so they have the most duration timer right now, taking vision to the field of play from a Roaming Yang win instead of Draco Storm. I think that also comes down to the visual aspect, where a team may not be able to see the fact of which buff you have, or rather to see a Draco Storm aura around you, they'll avoid you at all costs. Mystic Might, they can't hide from you. You have all positions to hunt them down. DRG spawning in the Fortress Kaviani though, still looking to kind of go towards Metop region. I'm actually curious to see about this end game circle. I'm actually curious about seeing where the next circle leads down towards. Metop is completely cut off. Jin Armory is a potential for where we might end up into the end game, or even to the ravines. Just aspects alone. There's a lot of corners we cut out here. FPX hiding out here. You can see them in the temple just holding these corners like you're playing stealth game. You can see Tomb Raider skin coming out from Sanzi. Shout out to that Tomb Raider skin. Shout out to Lara Croft. And we're going to have these guys just hiding out here as it's going to try to potentially look for an ambush, because you got to remember, 5-2-1, DRG, both Roaming and Depletion teams. They are looking for blood and they smell it. It's like we're watching shark bait.
Oh no, BBE though starting to move on in. Looks like they're gonna stop the pressure for now, but DRG has the clans with 2 minutes and 40. 5-21 on the other side might be the 2 teams aggressing each other. WBG's in the mix though, so it might have the third party potential here for DRG to try to see if they can cleanse against either 521 or WBG. We do have WBG not trying to full commit, because 521 has a Anti-Depletion time with 2 minutes and 5 seconds and counting here for Pampy and Co. Try to cleanse, so they are going to have to start W keying pretty soon. But Zone 3 already spreading. They do have eyes onto DRG in the backside. Not want to get sandwiched. They do have to cleanse, but you do not want to get sandwiched here and just picking up a solo bloom and get eliminated. That's not what they want to do. But now do have DRG 10 on the board, currently in second place with 69.5 points. Good showcasing so far here for DRG. Still might get a little bit of pressure there onto WBG. WBG currently with 46.9 overall in 6th place. If they do get eliminated, this is what BBE needs for them to try to potentially overcome them and take the lead against them to be able to make it to that top 6. But now DRG is going to probably wait this out around the 50-second mark to try to get active. 521 as well. Might be getting active pretty soon against FPSDQ. Yes, it is. And it's blue armors all across the board there for FPSDQ and 2 purple here for 521.
Yeah, I gotta remember about those range shots, fire arrows, circle lock, the whole shebang. FPX gonna get caught by a double Tessa and Champ, so we gotta wait and that timer goes out here. B2 comes out from the Zion. she's getting denied. They have 2 from Atari. Comes out clutch. Sanzi could be going through, but we got to remember she used the ultimate. Now Pampy might have a guaranteed stun. If the timing was good, not going to be good. It's going to be a way for them to digress and come right back into this, and this is going to be a chance between all of the teams in the Northwest. WBE showing up to the mix. You can see the V1 for the Wu-Tang port going to come out, but BBE's on the standby for that spear wheel, so they're going to be looking to lock down. Also want to remind you for OUG coming through here, if they ever show up, they do have they do have Octa Slash, but they also have Kabloom, so that's going to be a dangerous predicament if they show up into the mix here. Dong Qing, though, gets his elimination with the Wushin 98 against 521's Yin, and looking towards the Takeda Fury, and we're going to look towards and seeing whether or not Dong Qing can get that Soul Bloom. It's going to be left behind for one of the teammates, maybe perhaps for him to look to re-engage, because now these teams are running a counterclockwise rotation on the zone, because once we enter into this cliff side, they're going to be ready to go ahead and loot up and, set up shop, but that Spearow being claimed out for the Mystic Might for BBE gives them a full value to just go for that mitigation aspect. Dong Qing finds elimination against Pampy. The RG taking around what seems to be 13 eliminations, a huge Dragon War. Dong Qing gets Kurumi Circle. Oh my goodness, the delation comes out, the F2 comes out. Iben gets elimination from that F2 Matari, and we're just looking at BBE like this is going to be their potential second pop-off game.
Wow, nice cleanup there from BBE. DRG now has 1 player remaining. Kakaxi here for DRG with the tether onto one of his teammates. WX is going to come up from this. Dong Q now is going to get resurrected here from both of these players. No, X1 showing up to the party. There goes the Tesla Ultimate in the back end. It's going to be catching a 3-player enchantment, I believe, in the backside. Do have Kakaxi still trying to get the resurrection off to Don Q. Don Q is going to be able to go up, but a cannon shot's flying on in from the backside. Timo Ultimate Investor from one of these teams as well. X1, EWG, BBE all in the mix right now. Everybody applying the pressure on the edge of the zone. Now they're going to be forced to start moving on in. BBE still has Mystic Might buff online though, so they do have the advantage in that department, but EWG, XI does manage to back on up here with their squad. BBE trying to get some damage out the Ballista Tower. We do have Iben here trying to lay down some pressure, does not manage to get elimination off of it, but does get some burn tech, I believe. In the backside we have OUG laying down some cannon pressure there onto EWG, and the XI trying to use the Cavalry Bloom here to cut up any of these range shots, potentially being able to avoid some of this. But now look at the splash damage there in the back end. Cookie drops very low. XI as well. Zin Yu just being a big nuisance here against EWG, and it looks like they are going to be able to get them low off of the health department, but they are going to be able to back on up. We do have OUG starting to rotate on in, and BBE as well in the back end. This could be potentially another fall for another squad.
Yeah, Jing Yu scaling out here, making sure he can kind of create distance. Aquila's Gate's going to be the height line for FPX as they're taking the tower towards themselves. And next one's going to be all over the shop, just trying to defend the position, but the Moonbane drops right on Aquila's Gate. This gives FPX no value in terms of where they were positioned, so they have to go east, and that's where OUG is sitting pretty and sitting nice here at 8 eliminations. We're still looking towards them, whether or not they're going to be able to capture somebody here. There could be a chance of getting upgrades. Advanced Seal still on the play for Jingyu, and seeing about a chance of picking up a Deado round pickup for the King. So that's going to be something that comes out for them if they can try to, just lock down towards, range shots. But of course, I mean, they can get a connection for Saggers. That's all they needed. BBE built out of the mind right now, having a Merciless Havoc on Iben, having a Dragon War on Iben as well. Looking at the Cloud Weaver for Fat Milk still, but that Storm Strike picking up for the first Rami Yang for Roishishi. So that's going to be what we're seeing selection. Fire Arrow target lock for Fat Milk, but we also have a chance of seeing that Student Boon being utilized for Roishishi. That's for supplies. If you get that leveled up, which it is currently, that's a 40% chance of not consuming any of your consumables, grapples, armor powders, healing berries, repair chests, stuff that ends up into the end game to be so crucial when you're trying to look to the chances of surviving. EWG, though, still taking towards the center area. We're going to see them picking up themselves that Kabloom and the Hex Harmony for XI. The martial art will form hook for Lu Wei, as well as having a Kabloom, or a Benthic Descent, I should say. So that's going to be his precedence for the Jade, but the Spear Wheel drops in here. White Tiger's prowess. All the teams want to contest this because this comes out to full value, especially if you're going to be running into Sand Siphon or Xiphon.
I mean, this positioning as well is it's a very high risk, high reward type of thing, because everybody is looking towards the Spear Wheel. We do have Tomok Ultimate Investor there from X1, I believe, in the backside. OUG Zin Yu does manage to drop a little bit low here in the health department, but X1 looks like they are going to be able to claim the Spear Wheel. They're off the Tomok Ultimate. A little bit of an old school box comp kind of thing, back then, being able to climb the boxes off of popping that Tomok Ultimate, using it here for the Spirit Wells. X1 now are going to be able to get that ult back, which is the beauty of it now. I mean, before it was just a box, you were not getting that ult back, but now, it's different.
Yeah, full investment before in the past when we had Morris Blessings instead of Spirit Wells. It was literally invested for the loot. Yeah. Now you can get loot and you get your ultimate back. It's a preload. Listen, it comes out to full value. But for these guys, in terms of this area north of the Achilles Gate, this is absolutely, I like this area. I'm sipping my water, just hoping to see what's going to happen next, because everything comes out towards these players just to see about whether or not Vuchin, Viper, Tessa comes out to play. 9 eliminations for EWG, and looking towards investing and seeing about third-party potentials for assassinating BBE, Reishishi. You're going to see those Dragon Roar shots coming out to try to deny shots of range of OUG. You can see the range F1 from the Zippy Innings to throw it in their team's direction just to make sure that team is settled in for sustained. WBG holding their corner. Listen, they got new skin. That's a new skin buff. They're going to get 10 eliminations in this game. I'm calling it. Listen, we're going to have a chance of looking past the two players or two teams, 0.1 difference, BBE and WBG, between Gatekeeper and just being knocked out. And then we still have 2 rounds to play, so it really comes down towards these next 2 rounds. We're going to see potentially the pressure to start off here, because the kettle is cooking, or we're making boiled water, and the tea is about to be ready.
And this is rough here for EWG. I mean, being the only Wuchen Viper Tesla comp in the field with so many Mataris up, I mean, it's going to be rough to try to find an opener there off the Viper Sun for this in circle. So this is something they have to work around. We do see one of DRG's members going to fall here to X1, and they are going to pick up another one on the board. Currently with 4, our runner-uppers, DRG, we're taking out with 13, but BBE now with 10, doing a really good job staying up in this end game. But WBG as well with 8, making sure they can lock them out. They are getting close in the point department, only 0.1 difference between both of those teams. So I mean, the top 6, the fight for that 6th spot is going to be coming to a very, very close situation between both of the teams for now. We do have everybody starting to wait out the zone 6, already completely fully spreading pretty soon. WBG and EWG on the top side of the terrain. We do have BBE playing near the staircase as well. We have cannon shots flying on in here towards EWG. The Wuchen Port already up here for Cookie as well. So F-Lace thrown down there to avoid some of the pressure here off the range, but looks like no pressure is gonna be happening towards WBG's way. It's just straight WBG trying to knock out EWG here. We do have some sorts of damage happening towards Cookie in the backside. OUG playing it perfectly as well, waiting this out. And the backside, Tesla Champion is gonna connect there onto 2 players, but no damage. And they do have the Dragon J there for the Dual Blades to nullify some of those damages from the range shots. And oh my god, EWG just not having any time to breathe there from WBG, applying so much range pressure onto him, and now BBE being able to roam around the bottom side for the free.
Yeah, this is going to be a Roar Burst. This is going to be Spear Horizontals being thrown out here. There's going to be a lot of range shots. We got 70 seconds on the clock right now. BBE Roishi looking for the cannon shots against X1. Of course, we know X1 ZDI still has that chance of popping that tuna. You can see in the background in the corner, Merchant's having come from Fat Milk with a common staff. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He just throw those the ultimate focus if anything comes out for gold focus and just capture somebody off of that end. Pressure's on here for the next minute or so, folks. We're gonna have a chance between the 18 players still left alive. FBX is looking to try to go ahead and try to see about the hoarding down the ground level of this. But once that Viper ult comes out here, everyone spreads out, everyone hides out. Batari ultimates are invested, and they're cornered off into that area. XI looking to try to go ahead and get some prioritization, but that Phoenix Blast really denied him that pressure, dropping down with the blue focus. He's not gonna be able to do anything with that 5-second stun. Now it's gonna be to get a fear to coming out here. There's gonna be a chance for the criminals as it comes out to the investment. XOY corners off, gets eliminated against the XI. This could be X1's position because they are playing one of the key comps to this final zone.
Wow, there goes the damage. XOY being able to get some sorts of help back there from the Matari ultimate or the Kurumi ultimate. Now he's going to go ahead and call in the F, but no, big juggles here in the backside. He's going to eat up a lot of damage. Try to sustain it is not enough. BBE there with the F2 elimination there. That's a big damage there off the Zai. Now Roshishi with the Zai ultimate back online. He's going to eat up a lot of damage off the zone, and the SS being the last one standing, but BBE securing that top 6, knocking out a team that was in 5th place spot, and OUG being the one taking the MVP here for game number 4. And what a change of pace from game number 3 with no end game now with game number 4. Completely changing the pace here for these games. We're going to have another stack in circles, but OUG being the last one standing here for this game, securing the MVP, getting those eliminations plus points with the multiplier on the board. Is going to set them up here for success for them to be able to make it into the pre-finals this weekend.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, man, the middle 4, crazy.
Yeah,
crazy. TE got eliminated early on to that match with 0 eliminations. So that's like for the catch up. They're at 48.6 right now in terms of their positions, but with WBG, with BBE, and especially with OUG taking out this MVP, now it's like it's close. It's close for the next 2 rounds. We got Morrisile to look into nighttime. We got Fedori to look into event time for the players to really work into these matches. And I'm gonna tell you, end game circle like that, I'm glad, I'm happy. Because last game, it was just a domination from DRG, straight up. Nothing was gonna set them up for failure when that point came on, when that Juggernaut level 5 came through for the Zai. But things came out here. Every team comp that was selected was here. Viper, Wucha, and Tessa, Sand Siphon, Siphon. And having these chance of these comps just being the core 3 comps were back before Keelan even came out. We're back into the team comps to be made into the selection. So we're gonna have that to be the core foundation for our selections, just like the core foundation for the questions. We'll see. What's the question production? I need to see what the question is. If it's crazy, which 2 teams have Viper Ning in this game? Oh my god, what a question! What a question. I like this question.
Yeah.
This is for you YouTube peeps to look back into the VOD. But you got a message in the Twitch chat. The question is, which 2 teams have Viper Ning in this game? A, ASE and SS1, B, EWG and TE, C, OUG and ASE, or D, X1 and 521. Yo, we got some pop-off questions today?
Little hit. I mean, I did mention that it's going to be rough for them in that end circle to try to get a stun with so many Mataris in the field still for the end circle. So, I mean, if you were paying attention towards the end of the game, you can knock out 3 of the other options just alone knowing that team, so
Estimate.
It's they're starting to get a little harder now, though, for sure. I mean, the first one was crazy, though. I'm not gonna lie. The first question of the day was insane. None of the above. That is a crazy answer.
Yeah, none of the above. Like, you got 9 potential teams,
Yeah,
pick or choose.
Yeah, that was crazy.
So we're playing Jigsaw's puzzles, right? Let the games begin for everything coming out. We got the chances of seeing that in-game circle. I know people were kind of like contemplating what's happening, like people looking left and right, like it's like Mr. Krabs of like what happened in the in-game circle. Listen, the amount of times that happened for end-game circles in the past where it came down to a team dominating came through, but the moment that a team kind of works, teams that are working off of others' success, that's where it really comes down to the top-notch gameplay of just seeing how well you can kind of snag off of the kills of your competitors. And OUG did that phenomenally. They had the gear that you were kind of hoping for, but they got the gear necessary to work off. 17.2 points earned on here, 11 elimination, 13.2 for the kill point multiplier, and taking out 4 ranking points. WBG with 17 points overall, 14 points for DRG in third, BBE taking 13.5, nicely done. Did 10.5 for EWG, FPX with 8.5, 6 for X1, 521 for 4.5, 3.5 for both ASE and SS1, DDG with 2, TE with 0 for this round. And a lot of players are hoping TE makes it to J-Cup in terms of also making it back into J-Cup, especially getting completely separated, right? Separated. TE's main core foundation of the players all went to other teams, right? From last year. So this is where it comes down towards TE with their current team round, current selection of players to be selected just to make it through and rep the name. OUG though, 5 eliminations with 20k damage for SS, and being probably the MVP for this round. So we're gonna see Matari MVP, and then having 3 eliminations for the King going crazy out here. Xingyu having 3 eliminations as well, forcing out for it, and into this comp of having the Xiphons and just knocking through the zones. It's just gonna be coming out for through the wall V2s, or just holding down a corner and holding out. We saw that from BBE as well. We saw them hauling at you, holla at your girl type moments of just holding the corner and using their gold jades to their advantage. But TE, they kept the spot. SS1 though, we gotta talk about it. 21.3 last place. EWG 35.7 in 11th. 521 with 37.6 in 10th. FPX with 38.6 in 9th. So then getting a chance to get a look at the 8th. 6th with the BBE though. Gatekeepers 50.8. That's the margin right now for them to get past upon 56.4 for WBG, 57.5 for X1, OUG was 62.4, and then 71.9 for JDG, 73 for DRG in first place. So still having these chances for the catch-up. But for the top 2 teams, 2 games, I'm not gonna lie, in 2 games, there's still potential for them to get knocked out, worst case scenario. Still cases of BBE, WG, next one OUG doing pop off, and then the other teams below catching up to 70 some kills or 70 some points. But it's very, 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 very low chance. Now, of course, chances always happen. We love to play those, RNG, the loot box. But we have to be very careful about those chances if it comes down to predictions, because we're gonna go through some clips and highlights for you guys to kind of look through here. Brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming, Gamers United. And this is the first one Yang fight that we're gonna witness from OUG.
They get the 1, 2, 3s, like he's weak. Does get the damage there. We do have Zinyu applying so much pressure here onto the Siphon with a crazy double tap dodge parry there onto the Temi. Into the follow-up hits there in the backside. Still applying lots of pressure into the V2 burn there. The Kurumi F called in there. Onto the Tomog. Gets the Clink off of this alone. Gets the Cypher back off the following hit. Into the F2. Does not get the damage to the backside, but they do manage to get the elimination there onto one of those players. Then you backs up for a quick reset, but it was not even needed there for himself. And now goes up high on the Zai once again. Zinyu wants a little nice spot here to take a full reset in here in the last and final moments of game number 4. Goes in and tops off all that back there with the advance. So as we see, the King in the back end with the Saping is gonna fall. We do see another Zai in the backside with the Motaro Ultimate invested, and he's just playing the safe zone right here. Does manage to find an opening here for him to pop this Zai Ultimate as well. Gets so much damage here onto one of the players in the back end. Enter the F2, overholds, gets the damage. That elimination goes towards his way as well because he's inside the zone. Gets another one in the cleanup in OUG with a beautiful showcasing here. Winning out game number 4. What a great game here for OUG and the Matari. OUG's SS with 20,000 damage, 5 eliminations on the board, is going to be able to take that MVP for themselves. Have a good amount of Jades, Rupture Gale, 2 Blister in the edge, and standard damage reduction plus attack Jades. I mean, look at the damage off the cannon. I mean, I was calling that. I mean, it's just so much damage there off the range pressure from the cannon alone. More damage with the range than the actual pulse sword.
Yep. Now it comes down towards the range gamers. I like seeing the cannon sometimes. Considering that we have opportunities once we saw Rupture Gale gets combined with Burn, like Rupture Gale Orb and the Flame Breath. That's what it was usually called before in the past. Having those two combined into one makes it very dangerous. I always contemplated about Twin Shot being combined, like just to be that, naysayer. But when you have both of those Jades be combined, that's where things get very dangerous for other teams. Because causing burn against the HP threshold gives you just passive tick damage, but also that cannon can shoot through walls. That's why you see people throwing blue focuses at walls, folks. If you're wondering, is this man having a little bit of trouble? Is he No, I'm not gonna make the reference. Listen, I can't. I was about to say something so foul, so out of pocket, but we ain't doing it. We're okay. Listen, but when you see people throw blue focuses at walls, it's just to make sure that they can negate any sort of range shots that comes through, so that way they can, make sure that they don't get caught by hits of cannons or even sort of, if anything comes up from the other side. Actually, it's very interesting to note that sometimes when you see players get caught by Tessa Enchant, they don't go manic mode like an ant when you step on an anthill. They're going to run in circles. You actually saw it coming up from OUG. They stayed very poised, very still, sitting in one spot, so that way they don't get caught out by being noticed. Otherwise, the other teams that saw the Tessa Enchant tether, they can notice where that tether goes through, and then they can figure out how far that person is going just by the speed of which that tether is moving left and back and forth. They can figure out, they're right behind that corner in the wall. But then again, if you take a look and see about where it comes out, Tessa Enchant can get denied by the HP loss. So if they take a little bit of chip damage here and there for that HP threshold, then that gives permission for them to leave Tessa Enchant, and they can use soft combo breaker skills or something of the nature, like if you're going to be able to proc ult, if you're able to use thy ultimate or F skill, just to go ahead and be on offensive pressure and actually forcing out that pressure that comes out for them. But regardless, round 5 begins. We're slowly creeping into seeing about whether these hero points are going to be expended for the worthwhile value. Like I said, core 3 comps can be utilized because you're running the phase selections. If you guys don't know, between the 12 teams, they're split off between 3 phases, 4-4-4, and then they rotate between first phase, second phase, third phase, and then they rotate that again for the second, from A, B to C to B to C to A, yada yada, and then you come back into full swing, full reset on round 4 as well. So for them to kind of work into 3 comps, that can be the solidified action. The only thing that can throw them off is a team that opts in to use a 3rd round phase selection type comp, like the Viper Witch and Tessa, or even to phase 2, the Zyphon, and they go ahead and pick those out in the first phase. That can throw off the gesture of, if the phase 2 teams then try to do the same thing, which then throws phase 3 off in their whole complete set of not wanting to invest their points. Otherwise, how to counteract that, you see the point bans when you're in that point ban phase. You then look to opt in for other characters that can be slotted in. Whether or not that's going to work out in your favor really comes down to how well you believe your team is going to be succeeding off that end. Unless you're JL and you're like, yeah, this is a new meta comp. We just, we're wearing sunglasses when we walk into the building now because, they show up with a comp that comes out that completely dominates to the scene, just like how we saw with J Team in the past when they're able to bring out the Transformers comp, and just seeing how these comp kind of work out and seeing how long that they stayed the longevity for it. And this comp has stayed the longevity with the Xiphon comp completely. We saw Cannonball for a little bit of a while. Then all of a sudden, kind of like seemed to kind of dwindle out because then season 12 occurred. The whole changes of the whole Jade Glyph system occurred, where we're not having the massive rage damage of 40%. We're now down to like 20, or 36. And that's only if you get a kill when you get that 18 plus off the Glyph board. And that's something else that comes out. We don't talk about it because we don't see it. At least we don't see it as often as we would hope for. But the Glyph board system comes into play here very tremendously. It's off drop spawns, making sure you can get quest line to get a purple Jade or greater when you're going for those type of comps of the economy based types like the Xiphon, where you can get immediate gold or immediate purple Jade of greater rarity to gold, and then using that to propel your team. Or rather, you're taking the chances of going into a discount setup for where you can just go ahead and buy out items of the nature, whether it's ranged weapons in the Mortal War, which you can buy. If you guys don't realize it, in the Mortal War, it's a whole different system from any other mode where you're able to kind of get these purchases off drop. But like I said, this is for the new players for you guys. If you guys don't know how it works, just giving you guys a good juxtaposition of saying what is happening, where, what, when, where, why, like on the Spy Kids antagonist in the first movie.
I'm only gonna say one thing, man. I'm
the thumb people.
Nah, that's crazy. He's part of the thumb army. He's crazy. That's insane. That is insane. I'm only gonna say one thing. You ain't hearing from me.
I'll take it.
Cyber's insane. That's all I'm gonna say.
What?
Talk about anyways, back to game number 5. We're back and loaded. You ain't hearing from me. SS1 12th place right now, in a hard predicament right here for SS1. Lots of ground to cover, but I mean, with only 2 games remaining and not having the greatest night of their lives right now, super rough to try to bounce back from the situation. Just play it out the last 2 games. We do have 2 more Firefly maps here for our last 2 games of the day. So, we did have an in-game circle there for game number 4. Hopefully we get one for game number 5. Game number 6, that's where, at that point, a lot of teams just full W key in, especially towards the bottom side of the pyramid. But X1 currently in 4th right now. Good turnout right here, just trying to close out the day strong to make sure to make it into that top 6. And this is one of the teams that Severio had in his, green lit checklist for the pre-finals. So, currently in 4th, but BBE now securing that 6th place spot, as well as WBG in 5th, knocking out another team out of the top 6. So BBE, WBG are going to be able to try to stay inside this top 6. To be able to make it to the pre-finals this weekend. So we're gonna have to wait and see how they bounce back here at BBE with a nice showcasing for game number 4. Now, it's gonna be the mix up. DRG still in 1st place, chilling, vibing, not too crazy, just making sure they can make it to the pre-finals as well. Coming in, starting off the night being in 1st place with the overall points they brought on over to the last chance qualifiers. Just been playing out consistent here for themselves to be able to make it to the pre-final as well. But yeah, I mean, what you think about what I said earlier?
I plead the 5th. I'm turning off my lights in my room. You see, I'm shuddering in the darkness. Listen up. But more importantly, listen. If any nerfs come out here against any of these characters in these comps, like you said, if Zai ever gets a nerf, right, it just comes down to cooldown. Cooldown and scaling. Cooldown and scaling comes out.
Burn tick or something.
Because the explosion damage, it's not the explosion, it's the range. F2 was increased for range after season 14 dropped. So that gave her full send capabilities, just still being in the game, right? Still being used. Like huge transition kit reworks that could happen did not happen for her. She's got an enhancement towards her skill set. So that's going to be what we're entering into, enter the dragon. This is going to be where the basis of the powerhouse of Zayas to never leave. She ain't leaving the house. she's like, oh no, I'm just hanging out. This is my couch. Nice couch there. Like a Dave Chappelle, like a Dave Chappelle skit. We're gonna have to look into the combo picks here. We're gonna see Roy Shishi, Ivan, and Fat Milk opting in here. We're gonna lose 3 points because of Kurumi to be chosen here for the third time. Zyphon picking out here from ASE, EWG taking the Siphon, and then WBG. I mean, listen, we got 9 points. Go crazy, go brazy. Go FIFA full crazy. Okay, Sand Siphon's gonna be coming out here. That's gonna be the third. That's gonna be the third Sand Siphon. That means we're gonna see a 3-point ban or a 1-point ban for both all the Takedas, the Temis, and the Kurumis. Now for 5-2-1 for FPX, we're gonna see OUG opting in for that Zipping Ying for the Zyphon, as well as TE for Zyphon, as well as 5-2-1, which means that FPX have the option of Viper Luch and Tessa or play a Zyphon as well. I'm curious to see. They got the points for it. They went for it. They went for a 3-point ban as well as, or actually a 4-point ban into using that chance. So this is going to be where the last row selection comes out. There it is. Consensus Swan wants to bring in the comp. They're going to bring in the comp that we saw earlier from EWG. Hoping to see it work in their stead, man. I don't play for anyone's downfall. I hope for the success, and that's the way Sean. Listen, dear.
Hey!
Listen.
Hey!
How did I speak it into existence? How did I say cannonball? And I'm like, yeah, that combo's there around a little bit, but let me knock my pride real quick and cause some, Nicolas Cage, the knowing type moments.
I don't know why I mentioned the Yodo earlier. Like, oh wait, hold on, what?
Delicious, absolutely. I'm like Gordon Ramsay. I'm cooking in the kitchen. This one.
Wait, what was that? That was Zai, Monk, and Balda?
Yeah. We saw that before. We've seen that one before. It's actually some success. Someone now coming out of the gates, not extreme success. Like I'm talking like 6 points, but it's still points. It still has value. Still has a chance. Potentially. Listen, if we're gonna see a Zai being brought out for the burn, that's gonna be like the easy A answer is that Zai burns, Valda's throws soak status, it causes the burn to implode. That's it, right? And then Tian Haiku goes for grabs, and then that's the kind of basis of it. That's like the easy A answer coming off that. Now, if you want to get really technical with it, we'll have to see. I won't explain it now. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna witness it firsthand and seeing how it goes through here for X1. But round selection picks, hero selections. Can we see an F1 from the Valda from 2-2? Nope, F2, V2. Well, GG's. But we're going to see a parry bell from Rosemary. So he's going to catch any sort of blues and he's going to throw him back in the face with the parries. F2 from the Jing for the Vipers. So that's the selection process of change up of the skills. Going to see the Yoda with the F2 here for DRG with the V3 Weishan. F3 as well. But wait a second. We're not on V3. V3 and F3 is no longer. Recombine the skills. It's okay. That means we're on F2, V2. So that comes out towards DRG. F1 coming out from Walker as well as it coming out from F2 from the EWG for the Takeda. And then for X1, F2, V2 for the Valda. F1 combo breaker for X1's LYDs, taken into the Tianhai, and an XOY playing out the Zai. Standard skill selections here. Yeah, it's gonna be a good game. It's gonna be a good game. It's gonna be Morse Night. We're about to go crazy. 2 Tianhais though makes it a little bit. 3 Transformers, more importantly, 4 Transformers. You know what? Make it 5. 5 Transformers on the field of play for everyone to kind of look around and see about it. And a Yodohime though to work out to the Cannonball comp is absolutely
Yodohime
ludicrous.
Hey, a lot of people love Zai, huh? That's surprising to me.
That's a Kappa statement, bro.
I mean, I'm just reading the chat, like, hey, Zai got her wall, like, don't touch her, I mean, me personally, I feel like she should have got the Nerf hammer, personally. But it's not about me. It's about these games right now. Game number 5, locked and loaded. We do have a couple of these teams contesting the Firefly spawn next to Temple, near the cave here in the bottom side of, or the top right hand side of the map. We do have FPX, and I believe, I can't see the name right behind them, but we do have another set of teams potentially for the third party action there on the top right hand side of the map. WBG, JDG going at it, top left hand side of the map as well. We do have FPX trying to get active, looking like they are going to try to go for the Fireflies on this outskirt, but EWG quickly regressing him here. June X does manage to pop the F2. Create a little bit of distance. Gets a massive roll parry there onto XI. Does get the damage, but no, in the back end, the team showing up. And Junex is trying to stay up with another parry this time around against EWG Cicada. And he isn't able to stay up for the time being.
Oh my god! This man's on 3 parries. He's throwing the RBs. He's going with the F2 right here to kill confirm, right? Yeah, you better. Cookie goes down. And maybe looking for a parry here from XI. It looks to rotate it around here. Gonna be a solo quick up, going for the ultimate catch. We know XI has F1 here in just a second. The Cicada Fury comes out. Horizontal releases coming back and forth here. Junex looking for the F2 to reposition against the Cicada. 1, 2. XI goes down for the 3 and doesn't get it. He's getting it though for those omnidirectionals. It's working out. 1, 2, 3 is coming out. Sounds gets saved. V2 and snare comes through and it gets double tack dodge away. Wow, what a move in the 1-2s. But we got to remember in the early game, Cicadas don't have 4 slashes. He only got 3. It was at level 1 V3. So now it's up to the case. Gets caught with the V2 and that's gonna be jumping LB confirmation. And that's how he comes back up here. That's 3 eliminations for FPX straight up from off the rip.
I mean, 3 parries there from Junex to turn that fight around, which is beautiful as well. Roll parry to start off as well was just clean there from Junex, making sure he can keep his team on the upper ledge. And now do have ASC going at it against X1. ASC trying to find an opener here. The F2 in here for the Zai into the Zai ultimate. Massive parry there in the back end. Does manage to get some sorts of damage. Now the V2 called in for the pose and Zai as well for X1 in the back end. We do have a tons of pressure happening into the ball. The wave as we see in the back end. Big chunk was 1, 2, 3. Oh my god. Trying to stay alive. Has the F2 up. Does get the damage onto XOY, but XOY getting caught up in the corner is going to be eliminated. And Moran there with the last hit. Now the monk grab here is going to be a reset off of this. No, lands on the top of the ledge. Does not manage to get the re-grab there onto Xiao Wen, but LYD is going to be forced to try to back on up. They do lose XOY, but X1 still alive here for game number 5.
Yeah, X1 and LYD doing some work out here, making sure he can get those grabs. He goes for it. He attempts it. Moran gets caught with the parry. You're going to see it in the back line for the F2 from Xiao Wen to kind of work through here. Of course, got to make sure, got to watch out language because, you know, LYD, he's looking to try to slap here for the stone form. Shunt comes out here. Crackdown LB comes out. No clink. Horizontal gets caught to the parry. That's what happens coming through here. Zhang Dangdo goes down. This is going to be the turnaround that we kind of hoped to not see because we saw how well that kind of worked out. Unfortunately, though, we're going to see X1 go down with that comp. Listen, the Volta and the Zai worked out for the first set, but, you know, it was kind of the premature, you know, pressure that came out. The Tianhai grabs, they could have been connected off of. But, of course, we have to be very, very careful off of this end for when it comes down to those blue focuses and just trying to capture the kill eliminations as soon as possible. Ivan, though, Fiery Cave, a little bit gets a King, gets a nice whisk throw in the V3. That's just where the V3 really comes out here. But we're looking at Roshi, whether he's going to get res here passively.
Oh, no compensation there against the King, and now the King has the health advantage against Ivan since the LB focus or RB focus catches the Prado. LB jump LB doesn't manage to catch it though. In the back end, Zinyu now with the Zai ultimate here for OUG. BBE now trying to apply the pressure onto the Zai. They know the Zai's a big threat. They do manage to knock out a lot of HP there from Zinyu. Has the F2 right back up. Doesn't manage to connect off of that alone, but now Ivan still trying to look for the ping. The King in the back end, Zinyu eating up a lot of damage in the backside. Still alive though. Rishishi now is going to be peeled off, but the army focus there for Ivan onto the King, and now SS is going to eat up a lot of damage. Oh my god, not the...
I'll be getting away with a Tempest Kick in this meta. Come on, bro.
Tempest Kick.
I'll be getting away with that, Jade. I haven't seen like 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm like, bro, it's in place blue focus. And you know, you can anticipate it. But then once you get into purple focus, I mean, it's one thing to the next. But 4 times? Dang, that's crazy. Ben goes ahead though, gets some reset.
Animation log too.
Animation log. It's like I'm saying this wholeheartedly. If we see a buff, it's gonna be like jabbing 2.0. I guarantee it. I guarantee it for it to come out. And Ivan's gonna be looking to get the resets. Yo, BB ain't doing some work out here. 4 eliminations before TE, which is at still 0 eliminations. FPX at the Moonlit Courtyard. Purple armor, purple weapon for Zai. She's looking pretty snazzed out here. 6 eliminations with the team in the overall grand scheme of things. TE, though, over towards what I believe is towards the Alley Crater. Yeah, Alley Crater come out here as TE is going to be spotting through and looting up. They lost TE 14. They lost Washington first of the lives. Now we're waiting on to Leo because he is the last hope. But purple katana, I should say, being picked up here for Wash. So it's really good for the damage spike coming out.
Yeah, I mean... Think about it right now, TE, right? Out of the other 2 teams, WBG and BBE, there are the only ones running the Zai comp, which we've seen so much success from the Zai comp throughout the whole night. But right now, currently with 0, BBE with 4, starting off the game 5, very hot. So they do have some ground to cover currently, but they do have the potential to do so with the comp they're playing alone. So if they have to do it, it has to be now for crazy pop-off game that TE needs to be able to make it back into that top 6. Getting knocked out of the game 4 there by WBG and BBE. They do have that in their under their sleeves right now to be able to make it out here from game 6 into that top 6. But X1 playing up here in Celestia, trying to get some more resources here while getting eliminated early game or off drop. Still with his Valdemonk Zai comp. This is the first time I see this, so it's gonna be very interesting to see how this comp does. They might be looking to try to take Realm. Do they take Realm with this type of comp here?
They need to get some better. They need a better weapon, honestly, because every single one of those between Zai and Tianhai, they both need purple rarity weapons to kind of pop off.
Yeah.
There. But now it really comes down towards if they want to take the aggression. We see people enter with common armor sometimes.
Crazy.
So it might be a chance if it comes out, but that's because they're playing Zipping Ink. So common armor with Zipping Ink means she could sustain out with B1 and F1 and for the duration of it. 5-2-1 though, double purple armor, one purple weapon for the halberds for Pampy. Now we have to see whether or not they're going to be caught going in there 4K. Of course, no one's at Servant's Grounds right now. We're in a slow roll stagnation period. Rosemary, gold, purple fist blades. 2-2 actually placing out all the spears because there's fireflies in this during this forest line, y'all. If you guys don't recognize that. Towards between Daylily Meadow and the Islet Crater on the map. So, they want to invest the ultimate cast they can. Double Tempest. There's another Tempest kick in the field of play, man. Listen, Tempest kick, if it comes out to work out, crazy. It worked out. We saw BBE work it out. Okay, we're drop downing though. Okay, we're drop downing though. Are we getting 30? We're iframing through it because it's Fair via Shen. So this is going to be a reason why Fair Shen might show up here. Regardless, AG might count themselves in the back of the spot.
Remember when Fairy first came out, she was so heavily in the meta, but Zing now is going to eat up a lot of damage. R&B jump LME there from 2-2 to last hits. The Wu Chip port does manage to stay up. Zing now 1 HP in the Dream. Both shot lookage there for the back end on to 2-2. Does not manage to find it. Zing is going to be able to find one armor pot. Does manage to create the space once again, using the terrain as his advantage here with these tall trees. He's able to get some movement out. 2-2 back in the mix though. This time around gets Decade of all the ultimate invested here for 2-2. Does manage to find one wave onto one of JDG's members, the Tessa, I believe, in the back send. Does manage to create the space, so no capitalization off of that. The second wave misses here for 2-2. Kiki in the back end, applying some sorts of pressure onto the ball there. Overholds, gets the ball, the wave onto Zing. Big damage, back-to-back blues there for SS1 onto that player. Now the Tessa re-showing back up. RB focuses there from the fan into the Tessa enchantment there from Tutty, and he is going to be able to get the big parry down to Rosemary as well into the enchantment. It wasn't even needed, and Rosemary is going to fall for this. 2-2 now is going to eat up a lot of damage. F2 called in, overholding now in a 1v3 situation. Can't do much. No silence doesn't even connect there, but I believe in just a little bit of time, the cleanup is going to come into play here for JDG. No, 2-2 manages to create a little bit of space. Grapple LMBs there from the fan, but now no stam left. It's gonna eat up the damage there in the back end, and he is gonna fall as well. And JDG staying up with 3 on the board here for game number 5.
I want to see Valda succeed, bro. Nothing's gonna happen. Nothing's gonna happen. It's rough out here, man. Even assassination comp can't, doesn't have any issues against this. We're gonna see a chance though. Looks like a sky punch for Leo. Maybe. I don't have to triple check to see if he's going to be able to utilize that vertical uppercut. Regardless, for the fist blades, Galaxy charges of R&B fan. Looks towards it. Has that Yodo pick here. This is going to be the F2. Looking to charge up here. The F2 silence is clean, though, from that Fairy Shen. Dodge's going to connect this off at this point where he's watching the force ultimate. Wait a second. Hold on a second. We got to wait for that second V2 or for the second F2 from the Zai. Then we can Yodo ultimate. Because you also remember, Yodo can de-stealth the targets on the field of play when she hits them with their ultimate. Now, obviously, she's not using it early, because the spacing, all the players can escape all the pressure coming out. Now Kakashi locks us down. 1 slash, hits. 2nd slash, looking for it, hits it, nope, gonna miss it, but we're gonna look for the 3rd slash, and that's a knockback from the Fairy Shed to confirm that 3rd slash. That's it. That's gonna be a chance. F2 is back up, boys, and we're looking for the downward spiral of the R&Bs, as Raven like to say, the Brandoro, as it comes out for the downward R&B. But we're gonna take a look for the Kakashi F2 recast as Leo gets a chance for the parry. Not gonna happen. The F2 recast hasn't happened just yet, but it's gonna be too late. It has expired, just like that milk in the shelf. Make sure you guys check it out in the refrigerator, because it looks like it's gonna be a nice cleanup coming out here. No lactate, all 2%. Might be a chance to be in a bad situation. Check the pants, because it's going to be coming down here for Yodo Human. She succeeds. Oh, parry number 1 and going for the R&Bs, and then cannon shot to finish off. Cool guys on the explosions. Can we get a 180 here from Kakashi? No, but he's going to F2 and preempt this, and that's the elimination factor right there, folks.
Hey, Yodo back in the mix. She's back in the mix. AC, FPX going at it right now. We got a crewmate ultimate invested for both teams. Now Junex and go ahead and invest the Zai ultimate, getting caught out by the opposing. The Zai eating up a lot of damage, trying to sustain out. The Zai ult does manage to stay up there with a little bit of armor, but 1 burn tick. F2 can be the elimination here onto Junex, but do have ASC now being able to weave the F there, gets the damage off the follow-up, back to back as well. Now, he is going to be able to get the burn tick onto June X. He's going to fall for that. That's all that was needed, but he is going to fall as well. So now, that's 1-for-1 for both of these teams. We do have FPX going to go ahead and take the resurrection onto June X. I believe that's 2 down for ASC. Yep, yes it is. Moran falls as well. So FPX with the advantage. Sansi now back up, but ASC now getting caught up here by the third party JDG and caught up by the Tested champion as well. This is going to be the elimination here for JDG with a nice little simple cleanup against ASC.
You know, I thought he was gonna. He scare rushed into the same corner twice, and I was like, man, he thought it was an opening. Not an opening, dog. It's gonna be over. AWG leeway though, stacked out of their mind. Vermilion burst back for the next 2 minutes. Gold fan, Takeda, combinations impeccable right now. It's all about a catch up though. You can see Dongting trying to look for the kite around. He's gonna have a chance if he can. Nope, goes down. Vermilion burst back for the first proc here. You're gonna see the F2 from the Yodo even to kind of kite away and keep that pressure alive. F2 still available for that recast. There it is. Knocks back. Li Wei has F2. Remember, we've seen this before.
So annoying.
And that's the jump LMB. The F2 comes out from that Wei trying to push out and peel out. But can we get a parry? Hold check. Nope. But we're going to see a chance for the Vermilions to get burned out here. And we better do it now. Because that's going to be where the team's going to regroup. Kakaxi's going to be the last one going through. Don't throw Blue Stock. Just going to go ahead, get eliminated here, regroup the team. And we're going to see that team gets ambushed because VBE are looking for hunting, for food, and for leather because they need to stay warm.
Yeah, I mean, they have that Yandy Depletion timer on their back with 4 on the board. This is the perfect opportunity. He sends the 3 charge. He's going to get parried off of that. He's going to lose Pole Sword now. Roy Shishi going to go ahead and invest the Takeda ultimate. We do have the Kurumi ultimate invested there from Fat Mech as well. But now EWG sustaining all of this. They just have to live this Tomoe ultimate. Rishishi's getting pulled out of the zone. Catches the Dragon Slayer, but the opposing Furin there to avoid that. With the shot back in, Rishishi now can go ahead and find out some sorts of damage in the back end, but TE now showing up to the party, applying tons of pressure onto both of these teams. Rishishi does manage to stay up for the time being in the back end, but Wash looking for it once again. Had a crazy game 2, I believe. Still on the Zai this time around. He's gonna go ahead and just cut out his chase down onto Rishishi. They might have another third-party potential there in the back end by X1. The Zai ultimate called in there for XOY. And looks like they are going to wait this out. DRG might be moving on in. And BBE do lose the Kurumi, but they do manage to cleanse out 2 out of the 3 players. But WBG does not. And TE still has 2 Yang Depletion timers for themselves.
Now, A-Shao, man hunting. We got 70 seconds left on the clock right now. Draco Storm is in the play for a next minute and a half, so we're not going to survive as long as that Draco Storm is still up. As long as it comes out, if we can find a Soul Bloom. Xing, no, procking out for JDG's Viper. Looks for the stun, gets a double hit, triple hit. This might be good here for those R&Bs for the 5th place, but can't do anything about it. Sleepwalker still has time with that Takeda Furin to create pressure. Last scrap on the board. Furin's number 3 is going to be contested. We're going to have 2 more Furins left to go here. Sleepwalker looks to try to charge out here with the R&Bs. Gets another Furin, gets parried. It's anticipated. It was fully anticipated. And that's going to be Sleepwalker coming here, watching out for that drop down blue from Pampy. Pampy going to be looking to make sure this is going to be their own set. We have 50 seconds left on the Draco Storm, 40 seconds left on that run with Yang Depletion. A lot of teams here at the Artisan's Grove just trying to go through left and right. 5-1, losing 2 of their teammates. And now Atari is going to be chased down here for as long as Eternity leads out.
Yeah, and Walker is going to be the only one cleansing here for WBG. The Kurumi and Temi still have that Yang Depletion timer. TE as well, no cleanse off of them as well. But WBG is going to be able to stay up for this game. And that's what they need. I mean, only 1 on the board, BBE with 4. But the difference is they have 2 players up. A little bit of resurrection here onto Pampy here for 521. They are going to be able to resurrect them. Now, Jing is going to fall off of the situation. 2 seconds for him. Just go ahead and fall down, as well as A-Zhao. Super unfortunate for them, but Walker might be buying out. Not sure if he can buy out both. He is going to be buying out one of his teammates. He is going to purchase a Rebirth Charm as we see it on the screen. X1 posted up for the next realm of Yang, as well as FPSZQ. X1 J setups here. I mean, stack is here for ZDI on the Valda. Man, it's rough here, so the success on the Valdas is just not existing right now.
Listen. If we cast a curse, it's going to happen right now because X1 enters around me. Yang. They do have a Kabloom. They do have an Erudition.
Okay.
So Jade's right down, kind of good. Sap Jade only away in a in a switch dazzle on the next side. Switch dazzle did get buffed a little bit.
It did, yes.
But whether or not I can be using it, the option selection is going to be in the rooftop. We're going to see the drop down blue for the horizontal though. Leeway looking to try to vertical out. We know the Cicada is not going to have really much of an issue for the Tianhai unless some sort of lockdown happens here for the teammates. Look at that leap. Tries to get a corner off in that position. There's reason number one why Tianhai and Valda don't really work well here. But we see XI actually caught out for the knockback into the zone. Grab is free. Looking for a second there. We're going to have enough chances to lock down this omnidirectionals. There's the B2. Yep. There. Okay, this is I was hoping for. But Cicada Fury is going to be coming out here for the double dodge roll. In that wave roll, it's not going to work out against LYD. He ain't going to have a fun time after he deforms.
Oh, he needs the peel there off the whisk. Does get the damage though towards the Takeda in the back end. LYD now, the monk is done here for X1. We do have GDI trying to respond here with a Calvary Bloom. Back-to-back Calvary Blooms in the back end onto EWG. That's a lot of damage there. Now big pair there from Luye onto LYD. He's going to eat up all this damage in the back end. Still alive though, trying to sustain all this pressure. We do have EWGs. Takeda with the takedown to the last hit there from XI. And now Calvary Bloom once again ship paired up from EWG, and that's going to be the cleanup there onto X1. And once again, we did have a restand off the Valda wave, but it's just rough. No sustain. Yeah.
Temi Circle and the Wave Roll Talent Glyph board. Can you imagine having to go up against an innate build that you can't even counteract? It's all up to the players. Yeah. That's going to be the case. Junex, though, looks for the omnidirectionals here. Sleepwalker looking for the dash. Oh, nice parry. And actually hit confirms. Maybe, I don't know. It looked like he didn't even take any damage off that parry. We're going to have to double check to see this. We're going to see a whisk throw off of Junex. It's going to hurt a lot. And this is going to be Draco Storm healing working out if he's a wheel there of it, which he is. He's going to get some heal back armor, 20 per armor tick, 40 per white health if he loses out on the HP threshold. And now it's going to be a chance here. There's going to be a huge upset if everything comes down. Aisha may be having an opportunity here to get it hide out here, but now it's up to the stun. Aisha goes through, and now it is pressure on high.
Wow, nice little elimination there from JDG. They're going to take out 2 members of WBG, and that's all 3, and only with 2 on the board. This gives the potential here for TE to close out that distance. BBE still up with 2 players there for themselves. FPSGQ's Junex is going to be able to try to kite this out. Just dropped low on the armor department. Rishishi's gonna fall. Now it's gonna be BBE getting caught up here. This could be best case scenario for WBG and TE as well. We are gonna have to wait and see how they respond off of this game. Still alive here with 3 players up with 2 eliminations, but Junex down, getting caught up by JDGs. Lots of pressure. F2's on out, trying to create the space in the back end. Another player showing up there for FPSGQ. Sansi now getting up all of the damage there from JDG. Nunchuck meter burn into the last hit there from the fan from Kiki. Is going to be able to clean up there onto Sansi. And Zing now on the chase down against Junex. And to be very rough trying to kite this out, but he does have the terrain here off the trees to be able to do so.
Yeah, got a lot of spots to kind of kite around here. Draco Storm is not going to make that any easier. You're going to see 22 players still left alive into the game. Junex is still going to have the gold armor, so he's still going to have enough sustain. The F2 to be invested as an escape tactic. I'm okay with that. Draco Storm, though, expired. And now is going to be a chance for them to kind of look towards just trying to lock down the Zai. The test enchant's good. You got 2 seconds in the sky falling down. X1 LYD finds Fat Milk, though. This is huge. Soul Bloom number 1 picked up here for LYD, so that's going to be the Tianhai to stay in the game. So only 2 more Soul Blooms to the stead. We're going to see a second elimination, I believe, so coming through here to try to chase down JDG. Now, remember, LYD has a combo breaker for the F1, but has to be used at the right time, just like that. Having the ultimate used right when the anticipated silence will come out, and he finds a grab. Bro, Zing, don't you dare do this. Are we really doing this? Okay, listen. It's funny. The Viper could have gotten grabbed, but she was waiting for it. That's why LYD didn't even attempt to grab, because he knows she's going to tap dodge every single one of those. And now it's going to be a chance for LYD to double grab. He does not get it. The Wu Chen, another counter. Added to the list. This is why Tianhai has a lot of issues on the board, folks, because also Wu Chen can port you out. We're adding that to the list. I mean, it's always been on the list. It just happens,
Yeah, but I mean, that distance was insane. He was like, I don't know, like 25 meters away. He still gets ported out. Now, still having a Yanni Police and Timer onto the other 2 remaining players here for X1. They are going to be facing out JDG with the overhold. The Tessa ready off the F2. No ult online here. Big parry there for LYD. Jump LB for the extra damage. R&B. Big damage here for LYD with the final R&B follow up there into the next beating bear from the Valda wave. Big damage now. X1 clean up 2, and they're able to stay inside of this game. And X1 with a nice showcasing there, being able to cleanse in the back end. 521 are going to be going at it against Zing, and that's going to be the last one there for that squad, and JDG is gonna get wiped out. Now Pampy is gonna be eliminated off the situation as well, and EWG wants some sort of the pie. They're arguing to get one on the board there from Cookie onto Pampy with the Takeda ultimate on line here for Loyer, and they're arguing to be able to get the damage plus some sorts of elimination towards a combat, I believe. In just a moment, we do have the Furrin ultimate called in, and this is just bad here.
Bro, I was
21.
I'm gonna say it because you know I'm going through. I was like, "Toma!" When I parry jump at LMB came through, I was gonna go straight send it, dude. X1 still in the game. They got all their soul blooms for that Romy depletion. Yeah. We're still holding out here. That all came down to close quarters position fighting because it really. You know what's risky about it was that Tessa was in the middle of all the teammates, so she found a Tessa enchant opportunity to last into that fight with the rage. If she had it, that's in the back of the head of all X1's position, and that sometimes throws out. You know, people look at it in retrospect like, wow, why did they take that fight? It was a Tessa, big expense for big risk. You know what I'm saying? Gets to 72 month APR. So we have a chance for these guys though.
That's 72 is great.
14 players left alive. Yin on death's door, cutting through Sunwings here. Not a dangerous game here. Zipping F1 still available. Oh, DRG is looking to cut around here. They get him. Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh wow, we were trying to F2 shot. Yo, if that F2 shot struck.
That's crazy.
We died.
Oh, poison.
No, he didn't get hit. Yeah, that's what I said, man. I was thinking that in the back of my throat. I was like, I'm not gonna pause. We're gonna have to really hope. Hold on. Zolo. Yid's gonna be looking for the crouch elimination. RB throw out the F2. Yodo Hime. This is where Yodo Hime really succeeds. Kappa. But listen, she's gonna go ahead and get the F2. She's gonna knock back. That's gonna be eliminations. We got a pretty hefty. This is a dangerous Spherical. This is a dangerous game because there's so many shrooms around towards his skull.
Could shoot him out and wait it out, but I mean still it's just this area, man. Sunwing always being the downfall of a lot of players with the mushrooms. Personally, my least favorite location of Morris Isle. I don't like it, man. But EWG going at it. Oh, massive paradigm from XLY. Now we got EWG trying to find another opener this time around against X1. Temi ultimate invested in the back end. XI is going to be able to stay up. We do have LYD monkeying up as well. Gets the first grab there onto the Takeda. He's going to go ahead and just off to take the slam down into the follow-up R&B. Does not manage to get the re-grab. The Furrin can be invested there from EWG. They do manage to be able to get some Gooba stop. But no, there goes the Valdo wave once again. ZDI finding it into the Calgary Blue follow-up, into the re-grab as well. And LYD getting a lot of damage. The Timok F called in the back end. ZDI now be able to take a quick little reset in. Calls in the F there. Now, what's going to be the mix-up for himself? Gets lots of pressure thrown his way with no drawback. Is going to be able to get eliminated as well. And X1 now with a nice showcase in here, as well as the Valda to clean up. And now the last one standing. And X1 with 9 on the board and potentially 10. Yes, 10 on the board for themselves.
All right, listen. I'll say this. I'll say this. Listen, I'll say this. Cabloom Gold Dual Blades. Yo, hot take. That alone is setting up the team for success. Especially Cabloom coming out here where you can keep the flop state going and then a regrab could be occurred. But even then, a dash LMB could do the same thing, just holding them in place. But still, I'm kind of happy to see this going through. Now, of course, we got our only competitor though is a team that has only one player still left alive, and that's a Kurumi from EWG 15 eliminations, which would then put X1 at kill leader position. But we still got a Yodo Hime of all the heroes, a Yodo Hime. That's tough. Especially coming out for what she can do against Transformers, especially Tenhai. But regardless, still have a chance here for the Zyphons to look to kite in here. TE watch that go long, so we're going for those cannon shots with the Rift line here and making sure they can look for it. Finds Daunting elimination here against Pompey, and now is a case for this Moonbane to grief out the zone because the entry is going to be death if you enter into the wrong side.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you saw that too. Yeah. Listen. I said pause, right? I predetermined that. I put it in writing. I put it in the legal statement. Okay, it's done. Terms and conditions. TNC.
Oh, Wash. Hey, he back at it with the F2 bombs. Does manage to get some sorts of damage onto LYD. There goes the Monk up though. Gotta be careful. He's been hot all game 5. Finding these grabs here for X1. And you see the ball, the ultimate already called in there for ZDI to try to make sure you can catch the restand off of it alone. But looks like this time around, does not manage to find anything. The line of sight was cut off by both of these teams in the back end. We do have TE inside this hut trying to kite out this Monk ult, and there goes the D form there from the Monk. LYD trying to take a quick little reset in for himself to top off that gold armor. Cannon shots flying on in. We do have Cloud Weaver in the back end for X1 Zai, I believe. Wash though, no ultimate online, no ultimate for any of TE members. Does manage to have some sorts of damage thrown his way. ZDI with a Cavalry Bloom over and over again, just applying the pressure off of that LYD, and there it is, the Cavalry Bloom finisher there for ZDI. Now X1 with another one on the board, and it looks like they're not going to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, big chance here that Zai is going to be used preemptively, and that's going to be that pressure. That's going to continuously come out from X1. This is, Fairy Shen's going to continuously put those cannon shots to the pellet shots. Nice parry though from XLY. He doesn't get the confirmation hit due to the pellet shots coming back and forth again. It's going to be chance to the F2 from the waist, trying to push this one back. Dongqing getting caught by the 1-2s and the 3s, and the Kakaxi. You got to remember, Kakaxi is not the Fairy Shen, by the way. He's just inside the mech. Now LYD has his cornered off here. It's going to be where Wushin 98 has that waist shot active to go through the ultimate. Who got that spirit well? I'm going to be very, very upset, but it looks like it is not X1, it is DRG, and this is where it comes down to Yodohime. If they can catch this lockdown against him, oh my goodness gracious, defenses.
No.
That's unfortunate. That's Yodohime, folks. Lesson learned. Listen, DRG Wushendo 98 looking toward the White Tigers progress. We're gonna see it hit against Leo, and Leo goes down. He's gonna cause that reverberation, and we're gonna have a chance for the White Tigers to slowly but surely chip away at the HP of every single one of these targets. V2 Wall of Spear, pretty good. Probably be a kill off of this if he can. Oh, the V2, but the Fairy Shen is ready to go to save the day. And now it comes down to Wushin 98 just hotlining for this for a real quick amount of pressure. And Fairy Shen versus, it's funny, these two comps are the last two comps alive, but we only got a follow left alive for X1. So whether or not he lives out here, we're about to see.
Oh my god, it's gonna be rough. F2 called in, try to kite that out since the focus gets hit off the Fairy ult there into the 1-2. Into the last shot there from the Yoda ult, just to make sure he does not be able to stand back up if it was needed. But wow, DRG playing a lot more patient in the end game. X1 was full throttled in. Find a lot of success there with the Monk Valdecomp to be able to secure those grabs there for LYD. Game number 5 is where I expected to, probably find some success off of that. We did have another Valdecomp in play for this game as well. And then, DRG was running the Yodo with the Yushan. So a little bit more versatility and not the standard Wuchen Viper Tessa, Sandformers and Xiphons that are always in the field. So, big success there for X1, if I do say so myself. That's a beautiful showcasing.
Yeah, you gotta also remember, Tianhai added to the list is that the fact that Tessas weren't there to kind of contest it is also a big part of that. Correct, because Tessa can look for the knockbacks for the V1. So for everything that comes out of that, also deny slam downs. That could also deny just his position to be knocked back into off top of the pillars or any sort of high ground position. So that really comes down towards where Tianhai's really have issues. But listen, the success that we saw for the Valdas,
yeah,
I'm for it. I'm for it. And now that we see the Fairy Shen kind of working out there, I don't know if the team's going to be wanting, if they run out of hero points, if they're going to be running those one back in here. But we're going to have a question brought out for you Twitch chatters. I know you guys are chatting away in their chat, so I'm kind of appreciating that. Which player used Wu Chen in this game? I hope you guys are.
That's crazy.
A, JDG, Kiki, Bead, EWG, Liwei. Gonna see X1 LYD for C, and we're gonna see D521's Akame for D. Listen, YouTube chat, I know you guys are out there. I know you guys are messaging out. This man said, man, Paul said, hi, is this worth playing the game in 2024? I would say absolutely. I say taking the chances here of seeing a new character dropping here next week. Definitely going to see a good swing of things of just seeing new, everyone kind of used to the new character and seeing how that goes. But for you guys in the YouTube chat, you got to go to Twitch chat to answer this correctly. Spam Tech from Zingers might get him the dub. Who knows this time around? This man won too many times. But we're going to have a chance of getting that question to be answered. And for you guys out into the sphere of what the scores are going to looking about, we're going to get that shortly as well. Because, we're about to enter into round 6, I should say, and we're gonna have a chance of working into seeing who is qualified, who is right at the cusp, right at the middle bar. And DRG takes out the MVP for this round for the 22 kills, or 20 points. We're taking out first place to take out the multiplier themselves. EWG 16.5 in second, 14.5 for X1 in third, FPX taking 10.5, 10 points for JDG, BB with 6 points, 5.5 for 521, TE with 5, 4 for ASC, WBG with 2.5, 1.5 for OUG, and that's this one with the 1 point man. I'm sorry. Yes, this one. Listen, like I said, former J team kind of restructured out, but it really comes down towards them making it through, hopefully not to get a huge hit on the mental, right? In solos, that thing can happen. For trios, that's 3 players. That's 3 in 1. That's a combo meal. You ain't gonna be able to see anything past that point, but they do have mainland qualifier to make it through. But like I stated, the middle 3 teams is kind of rare to see, just like this comp, bro. The fact that we see this comp still, like to arrive, it's like, dread from it, run from it. It all comes back to me. And this is where we're back. Cannonball having a temporary, I say temporary success, okay? I say temporary success
because the new character is crazy.
because we'll have to wait until seeing what will happen tonight or in the next hour, because
it's up.
Okay, listen, guys, continue watching the games because we're gonna have to look into the scene about what the characters going to look like later on. Okay, but regardless, bottom 6 happened here. SS1 here, 23.3 in 12th. 11th place has 521 at 43.1, 43.3 for ASE, FPX at 49.1 in 9th place, EWG 52.2, 53.6 in 7th place. TE, bro. I'm telling you, look, 49.1, 52.2, 53.6, 56.8, 58.9. That's how close we are. BVE is the gatekeeper. They are the gatekeepers. WBG is right above them at 58.9, 63.9 for OUG, and X1 taking 72 points, 81.9 for JDG, and DRG just taking the crown here for the last chance qualifiers, at least to the full extent. They are solidified. They've had great games. They've had phenomenal games, and this game was actually the best game so far with 22 points. So, unfortunately, they don't take any points into pre-finals, but pre-finals, we'll see how they act. It's really WBG, BVE, and the scene whether or not they're gonna get surpassed. That's the main predicament that we're gonna see right now. And for that's gonna be leading us into the clips and highlights, because I know you guys are gonna be wanting to see what the heck happened last round. Well, I'm glad you asked. We're gonna go through those right now. Brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming, Gamers United, Cave Fight. Everyone wants to throw out hands like it's an FGC tournament.
Ooh, see what you did there. 521. Get eliminated there. Kakaxi there is gonna get parried there by Pampy. With some sorts of damage with another parry in the back end. This time around against Don Q. Overholding the Scare Rush. Get some damage into the final hit there. 4th elimination. Ivan with the Tempest kick. Jade here on the 5th place. Get the last and final hit there off the R&B Focus. SS gonna eat up the damage off the Tempest kick. That's cross parry there from Kakaxi. Onto Leo. Some big damage there. Cannon shots flying on in there onto 14. Into the F2. Doesn't connect, but still the teammates were there for the cleanup. EWG, Cicada with the takedown into the wing guts in the back end. Calvary Bloom from X1. Big parry there from Cicada for the finisher. Now Zeng here in the backside. Investing this Viper ultimate here to try to find value. Does manage to find, so they're on to Aziao. And WBG falls off of that. And this is the last scrap off here for DRG with the Yodo, Yushan Khan. Taking out the Monk Valdas out here in the field. WX here on the Yushan. Gets the damage in the back end with the last hit there. And ZDI falls. But DRG Speria is going to be able to get the MVP here for our 5th game. And I mean, I think top 3 safe, but I don't even think OUG is safe right now.
Yeah, I didn't want to say their name. I didn't want to say their name.
I'm going to say.
All right, instigating time, baby. You gotta go.
I'm going to say.
OUG is pretty close. They can get knocked out if they get fully O'd out, donutted, and then all of a sudden 8 points from 7th place, and that comes out really. It can happen from TED.
Correct.
Tuna. Yeah, that's all I gotta say. Dongjin gonna have a chance here because I don't want the OUG to go ahead and he's like Severio. I'm wait. I'm gonna see a private email. I'm like, what's going on here? Those the main concern. We're gonna have a chance of Fairy Shen MVP, and this is a long time. It's like Baldwin, right? It's been a hot minute. But Fairy Shen hatching into an MVP, it works out. It works out for me because seeing a Fairy Shen into the mix and seeing goodbye F2. She had F2, the old F2, I should say. And now it's going to be the cannon shot that comes out from the musket where she can get a silence and his range gold focus. They also buffed that, but no one's using.
They did.
Current moment, right? It's the enhanced field explosion that happens. Another extension of the range, just like how they did to Rizai, where she had her expansion of the range of the F skill for the
crazy,
F2.
by the way.
Crazy, by the way. But regardless, Fairy Shen potential.
Yeah.
Echo Chamber. This is I said this before. If you guys don't know what I mean by Echo Chamber, it's just like success from one side to see if it resounds like an Echo Chamber. If it allows for the other teams to see it. We're gonna see if that happens if we're like bats in the cave, because we're taking a break. We're taking a little bit of drops out here for a second, and then we're going dropping right back in for the final round.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Last Chance Qualifier here for the trios. My name is Creatives, and I'm here with Severio. I don't know if we can talk about this, man.
I'm gonna drink my water bottle shakily.
Yeah, it's insane. Just know it's insane. All right, just know it's insane. I've been throwing it out there after game 4. I've been saying a little bit, so just go ahead. If you guys have a test server, go try it out. That's all I'm gonna say. It's insane. But yeah, Severio, 5 games out the way. Game 6, top 3 pretty much solidified their ticket already to the grand finals, or pre-finals, I should say, this weekend. Here for the trios. Still bottom 3, I believe, still in contestant here. Can't be overthrown by one of the other 4 teams, I should say, because 7th place super close. OUG. Not very safe right now. Could get overtaken. They got a 1.5 off of game number 5, so they need to bounce back off of that to stay into that top 6 threshold to be able to make it to the pre-finals. So, those are the teams we're going to be looking at: WBG, BBE, OUG. I'm missing one. TE.
Yep.
TE. So, yeah, this is going to be a very interesting game to see. And this is where champions is made. You got to stay up, got to show up here for our last and final games, and it's gonna be rough because a lot of teams, I would say, that are in the bottom side of the pyramid are going to be full WQing, just knowing that they don't have they don't have a chance to make it. So this is pretty much standard stuff that we see lots of times for every mode. So we're gonna have to wait and see how it pans out for those teams still trying to compete for the top 6.
Yeah, and it comes down to also what they have remaining to round 6.
Correct. Yeah.
like I said, Echo Chamber. I mentioned this before. Right hand. That's crazy. But more importantly, seeing about the Echo Chamber of the hero selections that we saw previous in round 5. If the players see, like, if they're at the bottom, it's like, yeah, let's see if it works out. Now's the time, right? If anything comes out, they don't have hero points in the value of it. But I'm looking at chat, man. Lynx, what are you talking about, bro? Gonna have a chance. Regardless, we're having a chance of seeing about the pop-offs this round, potentially, for everyone kind of working into this round. ASC, I want this team to succeed. I want every team to succeed, but I want ASC to kind of work off. Remember, they participated out. They were previous towards playing out as XMF, if I'm not mistaken. So having a huge potential here for them to come. Like the catch up is gonna have to be absolutely astronomical. I'm talking 22 kill game, 1.4 multiplier for ranking points. We're taking those. Like that's potential if a single team comp can work out. Heck, this might be the chance we see Kali Ying showing up here. But regardless, FPX rocking out here. I'm still kind of tarnished by the topic at hand. Check the test server, guys. We're gonna take a look and seeing about that later on, because it's gonna be a nice experience seeing about what's gonna happen between now and then. Because up until now, we still have our players still working with this current comp selection of the post October 17th patch. So for everything coming out, we only saw like one Draco Storm, two Draco Storms in the in-game circle between Shadows 3 and 4. Like I think we only seen like a handful, like not even 2 handfuls, just like one, less than that. I know. I know you're looking at what you're looking at, right? I just saw it too. I saw it on the back of my. I looked at my peripheral vision. I'm like Justin Timberlake, 2020 vision.
It's crazy. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. But yeah, all right, we got locked in. Game number 6, right? I'm locked now. Game number 6, we're locked and loaded. OUG, TE, arguably having that first round pace is gonna, work in their favor here for the last and final games. Once again, contesting for that top 6. We're gonna have to wait and see what they lock in with how many points they have. 520 have 7 points. They can play whoever they want right now. I mean, they're sitting comfortably and they're going to be playing that Siphon or Sand Siphon comp for the game. OUG locking it in as well, using up their 3 last points for that. FPICQ with the Wuchen Viper Tessa, TE, trying to see what they're going to lock in for the last and final game. The Sand Siphon, once again, this is going to be probably more beneficial for them on the Sand Siphon. We're gonna have to wait and see what the second round picks. I mean, nothing too new on the Siphons comps being called down here for the second half of picks. For 3 out of the 4 teams, X1 still has 7 points on the board, so we're gonna have to wait and see what they choose. Wow, I mean,
perfect.
Yeah, it's pretty staple here. And then this is where we have a little bit of mix-ups. Either Wuchen Viper Tessas, if they still have points. PBE, there it is. Wuchen Viper Tessa, as well as ASE. Oh no, ASE on the Zaya comp. And we do have it for EWG though. And WBG being our last ones picked here for our game 6 to be able to see what they pick. What is it? Wuchen Viper Tessa, not a surprise. But yeah, I mean, very, very interesting. Now in my head, guys, I think we can say it because it's in the test server, right? Like we can say something.
First impressions. No, first impressions.
Not okay.
You can do first impressions because you got to remember things can happen. Remember Shail?
Yes. I mean, all right. We can't say much, right? Because I'm not sure. But I do, off of what I've seen so far, I do believe, like, this whole Siphon and Sand Formers, or Sand Siphon, I should say, being played out might get changed very, very soon, especially in the live server of the game next week, which is what I've seen so far. But yeah, locked in here for game number 6. Who do you think is gonna make it here? Do you think anything's gonna get knocked out? Yeah.
It's only one team that's gonna get knocked out from the middle 4. TE is bottom of it, and then OUG the top of it. It's between BBE making it through or not. I think BBE potentially, and they're working into a Viper Wuchen Tessa comp now. They did that in their first. That was their first MVP. Like the first match was the MVP for it, so they're working through that. FPX though, V3, F3 for the Viper. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Full aggression like we've seen once before. That's an actual full W key comp, by the way, or a selection. So that's what they're going to be working into. But I'm curious in seeing how that's going to end up going in their favor, or if it's going to be running down the midst. I'm seeing no Takeda shenanigans just so far yet. So seeing out to the hero selections here for the skills, it seems like this is going to go accelerated. We're pushing into third gear here. We're pushing into seeing whether or not our boys are going to be making it to finals, for pre-finals, I should say, into grand finals in a week's time. Because I'll say this wholeheartedly. We're going to see pre-finals this weekend. We're off for a week and then we're back. And we're going to see what's going to happen after that, because that's exactly what we're kind of preparing for. And I know the players are going to be playing out the CN scrim, or for grand finals, we're still only going to be on this patch. And then after that, main lane qualifiers are going to be on the newest patch. So that's where we're going to see the new gameplay of the new players and the new hero and then everything in between for the balanced patches. But regardless, spawns, Purity Chamber, not going to be the case. Going to be, actually, that is where we be spawning in. And then we're going to see JDG and FPX dropping into the Arcadia region. ASC's all the way towards, in terms of the northwest of that. So that's near to the Fairies Pavilion. I am going to see an A's off peak spawn for WBG, and TE opting in for the same directional, looking for those Fireflies. Remember, this is Firefly rotation. That's where we're at. We're packing out the damage out here for ultimates. And on the bottom right side, you see 4 teams. I see 4 teams. I see TE. No, I see OUG, X1, EWG, and SS1. 521 chilling out at Ascension Forum. They're going to be by themselves, ordering out towards the Imperium region. But ladies and gentlemen, round 6. My name is Cerverio alongside Creatives. Last chance qualifiers, trios, final round. Middle 4 to make it out of here alive, because whether or not they can, it's up to their skill level and up to their approach in reaching.
Here we go. FPXCQ against JDG. Slap off there onto Zing. Zing's gonna fall for this alone. We do have a lot of damage happening towards JDG's way. Now, we do have 2 members down there for JDG, and they are going to be cleaned up, I believe, here from FPXCQ. Kiki trying to stay alive. The test ultimate is going to be called in. Kiki getting caught off for that. Now into the last 1-2s here. So Ping ultimate invested. Just rough into the R&B bunk there from the Spirit for the cleanup here for FPXCQ with the resurrection as well. And what a startup here for FPXCQ. And hold on, wait a second. They can contest as well.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, they can. Listen, they can take a chance of actually getting all the coins right now and just working through it. Otherwise, they could probably even hold the coins until post roaming Yang if they really want to risk it. Inventory space is going to be consumed because of that. So it really comes down towards FPX looking towards making that happen for the time being. Now, of course, we look at Empyrean. Like I said, BBE chilling out here. 521's going to be on the approach here very soon. But DRG is actually on this instead. Bin finding a purple armor for a Viper. Still looting up here, looking towards this. He's just mid-air pairing. He's just like, listen, I'm going to fight you if I need to. You know, if he comes out towards this. Look at Ivan playing this out stealthily. Looking to try to ambush that, actually. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the call-outs. You saw this man? He's like, go, 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 go. And now it's going to be a chance here for the aggression. You're going to see the R&Bs hold out. Maybe hold checking it. Doesn't get caught for a blue focus on his side, but he does get caught by that blue focus on Dongqing's side. And now BBE needs to really be careful about this stead, because if they look for a try to investment for an ultimate, it's not going to work out. There's a lot of terrain infatuation here.
There goes to Tessa ultimate as well in the back end, but a Matara ultimate to avoid the Viper's stun. Still getting caught up there by the Tessa enchantment. WX now trying to show up. There goes the F there from the Viper with the big damage in the back end. Now we got the Zai ultimate invested there from DRG. Now this is gonna be a full juggle, jump L and Beast for the extra damage, and Ivan is gonna fall here for BBE. And this is not the start that BBE wanted here for their last and final game. They are gonna lose 2 members. The Wuchen's still alive. Now we have ASC against TE on the other half of the map.
ASC Jiangdong looking to charge out the R&Bs as the fist plates come out, the great swords get released, and that's going to be a full Takeda rubber band through here. Look at that Scarerush coming out for a double parry. Nice one. Looking for the mid-air Zai ultimate for the V2, the guarantee 14's demise, but that's Harumi tether. It works out. Leo's not going to be able to go down here without a fight. Parry like that, though, into the Moonbane. Send him to Sparta because he's getting kicked down here. And that's a straight spread from ASC to get 3 eliminations just like that.
There it is. Another cleanup there this time around for ASC. Trying to stay up for the 6.3. Potential, yeah. Need a very, very strong game. Starting off hot here, though, for game number 6 at PXEQ. Off the resurrection. Trying to find an opening here for themselves. Or, I'm sorry, not off the resurrection. Just trying to find more eliminations on the board for themselves. 3 currently for this game alone. Junex on the Viper. This time around, they do manage to see or get some sorts of visibility onto ASC, and ASC trying to kite out this. They are going to get engaged here by FPXEQ. There goes the massive F3 there from Junex. Big juggles here from ASC. Tesla ultimate investing here in the back end. Now, the big damage here from the Halberds in the back end. It's going to be lots of pressure. Now, Viper ultimate is going to be called in. Enchantment connects to the backside, but now FPX trying to respond off the pressure here.
Yeah, it's terrible for this fiber pressure to happen. Material comes out, the Lucian port used in conjunction. Now, Jiangdong looking to try to go ahead for a heal into the background. Maybe he's going to be looking to hide this out here. Volpin's Essence is in the play. Scatter shot still built out by Nobo. We're looking at Junex to try to go for a scare rush. He connects that blue focus. The Zai ultimate comes in the background. The F2 comes to the Comet in, and now it's going to be the V2 guarantee. Psych, going to be F1 coming out here. Nicely done. Coming out from FPX. Maybe looking for a chance for a drop down blue. Avoids Batari F2. And Junex looks to go for Dragon Slayer. This Moonbane is FPX's, and this is going to guarantee a denial of this area for the enemy team. All these Moonbanes, but not for the players. Who would have thought the RNG was going to throw them out just like that? However, Junex gets one Moonbane. Oh my goodness, as Zai literally dies out here. Jiangdong has 1,000 heal, or goes towards Junex as a Moonbane, and the turnaround comes out. FPX looking for it, has V3. He can get the mitigation necessary to survive here. He finds it, he RNBs it, and that Moonbane goes ahead and strikes back, and this is going to be where episode 5 happens, and it's going to be a chance of whether or not Junex can survive here for a couple of seconds longer. The Moonbane's working out in the favor. We like to see it, but Wind Blast into the RNB, the Volpin's Essence, that's a nice surprise, isn't it? And that's a Moonbane that comes out again for the slash, and that's going to be where Zhao Q drops right back in for that salty rest to make sure this team does not go down without a fight.
Wait, hold on. He's doing it. Now the Resurrection comes back. Now the Matario Ultimate Invested called in as well in the back end there from ASC, but to the 1-2. The Bane just doing wonders there. I have never seen the Bane stack like that. That was just crazy how much is stacked there for them, and it playing it out perfectly for themselves. 521 going at it against SS1. Matari after onto Akame, eating up a lot of damage. Walker and Co trying to back on up from this third party. Do see Rosemary eating up a lot of damage as well. Oh my god, catches 3 players there from the lunch follow-up. Now Pamper's going to go ahead and invest the Cicada ultimate in the back end. Rosemary trying to stay alive as well to the 1-2s. Uppercuts off of this. Aerial LMB, one on the ground, holds the last one, does not manage to get the damage down the back end. Still looking for Pampy though, out of the bunch. 521 is gonna be able to kite this out for the time being. We do have the Furnace Shell there to avoid them a little bit of distance. We do have the V2 called in the backside WBEG, and this is what I was saying, Severio. So much pressure for everybody. Everybody's just W keying in.
Literally coming out here, going crazy, going brazy, and that's elation for Rosemary. Now it's gonna be the F3 coming out. Gen 1 goes ahead, gets a hot elimination, and we're switching up to the camera view to TE. We're actually watching these live fights happen just because since these teams are so close towards each other, we're just having to watch every single one between it's going to be TE Watchdog Wind Blast coming out here. Hoping to kind of wonder whether or not he's going to copy the RMBs. There's going to be the dash LMB. There's going to be a charge up here. Nope. Scare rushing out here. We're kiting out, and this is going to be where TE might get eliminated completely. This is actually the full wipe. TE goes down completely, not getting catch up. We're not going to see them for the summer finals, but that's going to still be the case. If FPX can earn out, it's up to between them to catch up between BBE and WBG up to OUG, because now it's up to these teams to work out. Heck, it's even up to EWG to work this one out here, but we're going to see, because OUG is going up against what seems to be WBG.
I'm gonna give it an ASC. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna give it an ASC. Look, I know I'm reaching. Don't get me wrong. I know I'm reaching, but hear me out. If the cards play out right, they could have a chance right now. You know, a chunky multiplier. Hey, potential, but we're gonna have to wait and see. OUG still in the mix though. We have our first Roman starting to form on in now. You know, ASC, get in there. You got to get in there. They have the Zai comp. They can. Everybody else above you pretty much is on that Wuchen Viper Tesla. Not sure they're going to be taking this Roma Yang. So, you know, this could be the possibility for them to have that opener that they need. Unfortunate enough for TE, they get eliminated there with 0 on the board. That is going to be their run here for the summer split. Being called out here for game number 6 with no kills on the board. ASC, though, now might get aggressed on here by FPXEQ. If they're able to get some sorts of eliminations, they could just add up more to their run here for game number 6. But we're going to have to wait and see how that goes. JDG's in the back end. Gonna go ahead and kite out the situation. Trying to post up for the Roma Yang. We do have ASC, JDG, and FPXEQ. Gonna go ahead and bite up some of these resources. Blue armors here for FPXEQ. He just shows up. He's like, look, I'm friendly. I'm just trying to buy up some grapples, and I'll just... You know, I'm just gonna get out of here.
Listen, man. I just need a gallon of gas, and I need some toilet paper. All right, you got you. You know, we're on Mayday duty, man. I feel that. It's like the hurricane all over again, man. All right, listen. Having a chance between FPX though, between ASC, between Rummy Yangs, between buffs. That's a Miss McMight. So EWG wants to contest that. They're going to be holding out for 4th down. Haven't looked at any Jades today so far. I mean, we haven't looked at Team's Jades in terms of the overview. Can't wait. Hoping to see this before we enter into the Rummy Yang fight. Hopefully. Hey, press that. We're gonna see. It's gonna be just one J. It's gonna be 7 strike. That's all right. It's gonna be a chance out versus Young Gun to look for 1, 2, 3, but he's gonna be looking to use that fan, obviously, because it's purple rarity. F2 of a target dodge, Kakaxi, hold her horizontal, and this is gonna be a really big case of which side's gonna hold first. I'm gonna be 100% honest.
All right, here we go. Massive pair opener here from ASC. Big damage as well. Wing Guts and a quick elimination there onto Kakaxi. Hold on, they can do it. F2 called in. No damage, but a V2 called in. Now the opposing side is going to call in the ultimate as well. Gets the damage onto them. Oh my god, caught up in the corners. The pink ultimate called in early there from ASC. But the burn tick still doing wonders there in the back end. Jan trying to stay up. Get some sorts of damage to the backside. But the Zai there to avoid that. Don Q doing wonders here for DRG. Trying to stay up. And this team has been in the lead all day long. To the F2 does not connect off of that. Now on the backside, Don Q with another burn there onto the opposing Zai. Does manage to get the elimination onto him, and now in a 1v3 big parry there, WX is gonna fall for this as well. And ASC now another 3-piece on the board for themselves, trying to shoot up in the rankings, and they have the buff off of this, so they are gonna get active off of this. Now we have 5-1 against SS1 on the other Rummy Yang.
ASC going to be picking up a group heal from that Jade box. Now we're going to see 5-2-1 looking to try to work out in terms of seeing about these spammerones, because Rosemary is spamming all these gold focuses he can. The V2 comes out here though for the burn, gets his F1 as it came out towards the reach of the RMBs. Now he gets Tempest Kick, he gets slapped. Damn, the disrespect. Absolutely disrespectful, but necessary. Subject gets cicadas. Now it's gonna be the scare rush coming out here for the jump LMB, maybe for Rosemary to go for the RMBs, and that's the extension, that's the elimination. SS1 finding a victory in the Rummy Yang. A nice, we get some points out here. We're gonna see a gold halberd getting earned out. We're gonna see a Salt Smoke. Hey, listen, I'm trying to remember this coming through here, but it actually comes out to Rosemary with the halberds where he's stacking out this Gen 1, still not having the purple armor just yet, but that's where his comp leads out. Between them though, between SS1 and X1, ASC, EWG were the ones who took that Mystic Might from the Arcadia region, so whether or not they're actually gonna reach through and find out, they're gonna have to find out tremendously, just like BE, they're trying to place out, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with hiding in the bush. I know we have 0 kill eliminations, but we really need these teams to get eliminated if they want like for them, right? In their eyes, they need to make sure they get 9 teams, or they count it out, or there's enough players for 9 teams to be there, so they can get just okay. Now we can just chill out and walk around. But fights are gonna be happening. WBG versus OUG.
WBG, I believe, has the upper hand right now. OUG eating up a lot of damage here by WBG. The King's gonna eat up the damage off the R&B focus in the back end as well. He's gonna fall. WBG now trying to clean this up. Jump LMBs, big damage. Now SS eating up a lot of damage in the backside. Walker tries to parries a little bit too early into the R&B jump LMB. Now Zinyu is gonna fall for this as well. Has the Tumok F, calls it in, but was not enough. And they are going to fall off of this situation. And OUG is out. WBG does eliminate them, closing out that top 4, and BBE though with 0 on the board. And I mean, they're playing it safe, and from a lot of the last chance qualifiers, not even last chance qualifiers, even you can even go off of the bi-weekly finals, right? Because it's around the same amount of pressure. Sometimes it works out. Don't get me wrong. Playing it safe works out. It's more of a 50-50. It is 50-50. A lot of times, you either have the cards in your favor where a lot of the teams that you need to be eliminated get taken out, or you fall and you come out not stacked and you get eliminated, and you're kind of just stuck there waiting to see if anybody catches up from you, as we see. But SS1 still showcasing here. Now this is 8 kills on the board for game number 6, popping off. That's making 9 now. Big damage here from Rosemary. Put up a lot of pressure onto X1, but I mean, X1, even if they fall here, doesn't really even matter. They already solidified their ticket for the pre-finals this weekend. JDG though comes on in here for the kill onto DRG. That's a lot of damage there from Rosemary. SS1 still applying tons of pressure, trying to stay alive. And it looks like they are going to be running out of the Zai ultimate. And now another team showing up. It's going to be 521 showing up to the mix. And they have that Yang depletion timer that they need to have to cleanse now.
Yeah, and then for SS1, they have until 1640 on the clock to make sure they can burn their Vermilion's birds, I should say. So it's really up to them to burn it now. These teams are invading this. That's gonna be where X1 goes down, Rosemary goes down. That's Vermilion's number 1. We got 8 seconds, 7 seconds. We gotta die out now before that point comes out, so we can just start rezzing. But SS1, they're all in soul form. They're all gonna go ahead and gonna make sure they can spawn somewhere safe. They burn the Vermilions at just the right time. V3, F3. We saw that from June X. This is gonna be where he's gonna be ambushing against Fat Milk. Like I said for BBE, right? You stacked out, you can maybe hide out, but now it's going to be a 50-50 shot, and it's working out against him. BB, I think, gets caught through here. There's going to be a chance between Junex to try to kite around this building. You see it in the background. How much pressure is going against BB in the open field of combat? And now you're going to see the double gold weapons in the hands of Jiangdong as ASC is going to be stacked up out of the mine with 9 eliminations, just trying to go crazy.
He does manage to stay up. ASC still in the mix right now. 9 on the board. Second in the board here for eliminations. That's this one with 10. X1 as well with 10. Taking a resurrection there off the Vermilion's birds. My FPXZQ though with 55.6, still not in that top 6. Only one ult online for them is gonna be that Wuchen ult for the squad. Now Rosemary reaggression ASC. This time around they are gonna be getting some sorts of damage onto them. Zai ultimate 20%, so they're not gonna have that damage there from that Zai. Oh, they do have the Tessa or the Zaping and Matari ultimate online, trying to build up some of this rage in the back end. Now Rosemary is gonna eat up the damage off the LNB focus. There goes the first Zai ultimate. Does not have the ult to counter it though, so needs to try to stay alive. X1 ZDI comes down here with the F though, has the F2 to stay safe, and now the pressure might be happening towards X1's way. We do have ASC being able to kite this out. Matari ultimate was invested there to try to create the space. We do have one player full focusing is gonna be June X there, trying to see if he can find the damage onto the Zai, but he's doing a really good job kiting this out. But it looks like both of these squads are looking over towards ASC's way. So this could be bad for them, but they do manage to kite this out, and I believe the Zai ultimate might be coming online pretty soon as well.
Dragon Slayer comes out, Moran gonna be caught into the corner, maybe looking for an uppercut. Gets caught the F2 in the corner. Ooh, Tessin Chan is avoided though. Moran gets out of here. Stop 3 potential R&B spam. Listen, Junex gonna be looking to try to go ahead and kite around through here with these F3. Maybe hopefully they go for the cannon skywalk, but then again, any pursuers get caught by the F3 blast. It's gonna be a wild field day. The F2 is not up for Jiangdan though, so he's gonna be rushing down towards the Wuchen. Looks to kite up to the sky, looks at air dash, and just backs off completely. Look, B2 comes out from X1. XOY, that's why we back off here. Parry like that, huge, beautiful. But now that the knockback happens, the Wuchen port is free. Now for XOY, having invested Zai ultimate doesn't have much value. Looking to try to go ahead and chase down Zhao Q as it's getting come through here from ZDI from X1, and looking for the elimination. They can get it. The Mystic Mud, we get it. We still got it through it here. I was looking at the Immortal Defiance aspect from F1 to come through and clutch out, but XOY finds the last hit confirmation, and he's still creating that pressure towards Crimson Cave. That's where BLVBG are going to be retreating towards his corner.
Yeah, with his Zai ultimate going offline, I'm just off to just back on up. JDG against SS1 right now in the second realm of Yang. Looks like the damage is gonna go towards the Tessa or the Zai's way. Rosemary once again trying to stay alive. Has to go halberds. One player falls there, 2-2, and now the second one falls as well. Big parry there for Jin, but it's not gonna be enough because the Zai ult was online there for Tutty, and he is going to be able to stay up. And JDG now securing the second realm of Yang. They are going to get this buff as well, plus the Golden Nunchucks gold armor on themselves for this realm of Yang. They're going to come in hot with what?
They got,
what is that?
I mean, the Jade is not the other thing. They got a cannon and a Rupture Gale in the same box. That's the crazy part. And get this. They got a repair roll for free there too. So you have that, all 3 of those combined. Crazy.
That's insane.
That's gonna be sustain out for the end game, coming through for those shots, and it's gonna work out. But 5-2-1, ooh, you know, this is tough. Cicada ultimate comes out. X1, XOY might be looking a little bit more shoddy, but like I said, X1's Gucci. They're at 11 eliminations this match.
Just Jay, bro.
They're just, you know, the 5-2-1 might need these eliminations more than they can, you know, come out here to survive for. But hey, we can't ask for everything in this world. RMBs comes out from Pampy, looking to try to go for the tank. He finds a double parry. Ooh, saw the 360 parry in the background as it came out with the display. It's very nicely done. And RMBs come out here. He has one last fear and make his count. The Dragon Slayer comes through, and there's gonna be the F2 from Atari to knockback. F2 from the Zai. Maybe looking to try to see about an RMB, or we're looking for those omnidirectionals as we mentioned before, and the connection. Oh, goodness gracious, oh my gosh. Looks like Champion's gonna find the F1, but he gets still extended. I can't, bro. I can't. This thing couldn't stand on the ground. on this 2 feet. By the time he did it, it was over. X1 find their 12th elimination as a result.
Couldn't play the video game. It's just stagger after stagger. And into the V2, Yin falls as well, and that's going to be 521's run, I believe. 2 players fall after that. Oh no, they're still in. I think 1 player's still up, but SS1, when Yandy Police and Timer on their backs, they're going to be trying to pressure ASC, and this is what ASC needs if they're able to clean up SS1 here in this situation, but it's gonna be full W key here for SS1. Moran eating up a lot of damage here off the gold halberds. It goes to double minks there off the halberds. Now in the back end, 2-2 with a massive parry into the F2 there for the burn damage to the backside. We do have another team showing up, EWG. This could be bad for one of these teams. In the back end, Rosemary's gonna eat up a lot of damage. ASC though turning this fight around. They pick up another one on the board, and now ASC with 11 kills here for game number 6, trying to stay alive, but a third party coming in hot here from EWG onto ASC, and it looks like the Zai is gonna fall in this situation. The peel is there, still alive. Double tap on Zai, but the focus slide down the, oh my god, down the staircase there for EWG, and one of ASC's members gonna fall, and now the Matari trying to stay alive as well. And this could be bad for them. They could have done it, but EWG coming in hot here at the perfect timing. The Matari trying to stay alive. Big parry there from Xi into the Tesla Ultimate there to secure the elimination. And we have the Zapine just gonna go ahead and kite this out, cut noise, wait this out. But yeah, he is gonna stay up. Oh no, that's all down for ASC. I jinxed them. I mean, that was close though. That was a really good run for them.
Yeah, 11 eliminations. This game was nothing to be shy of in terms of crashing through, but since eliminated on, it's up to a 0.1 difference between FPX and EWG. Now, FPX does not have a Wu Chen. X1 ZDI get caught out here. EWG, all they need is 1 elimination to kind of beat out. It's crazy. 0.1 difference between them and BBE. So the moment they get a kill, it's over for BBE, man. It's over. And they need, you know, maybe if they catch a little bit more eliminations, OUG goes down too if FPX catches up, because it only comes down towards a placement multiplier or a placement point of 0.5. and a kill for FPX as well to pass and overtake BBE. So we kind of griefed. We kind of griefed the boys.
That's what I was saying, right? Like playing it safe. I mean, look, 0 on the board. You don't try to extend that lead that you have from the bottom 6 or 7, we should say. And it just doesn't work out for them, right? I mean, like you said, even FPX ZQ can knock them out. He can even knock out OUG. So potentially EWG and FPX ZQ can make it to the top 6, and OUG and BBE cannot.
Yeah. And it all comes down towards a Viper Witch and Tessa assassinating the Xiphons if they can combat against one another. Now, X1 has the benefit of Kurumi in his in-game circle, so the heal off is definitely going to work in their favor against other Xiphons. It's just really towards mitigating against the aspect of having to fight up against the CC control. Now, Phoenix blast pick up from Leeway, finding that repair row, finding focus slide, finding a switch dazzle, having, you know, chances for the bar bolts. But we're gonna see Xi with the explosive armor picking up himself a desperation and having Juggernaut Overlord. Now for Cookie having armor pierce, having slow shot, sunwing shot. I saw 330 pop off with that slow shot, you know, with everything in mind. And if he can proc that Juggernaut, that'd be crazy, but I don't think we're gonna see that. Tempest kick for Sanzi though, having a Sap Jade as well, and a Thunder Call. So he's the only one that has a specialty Jade selections here for them. I'm looking to see whether or not he can go for those pot shots if he decides to go through it. Regardless though, this is, you know, this is gonna be a Jade game if it comes down towards it. I mean, listen, if a stun happens, that armor pierce will suffice just by itself if a stun were to happen for 5 seconds.
Jabbing here for Kiki. The backside XOY with a massive parry opener there for X1 though. The backside Xi is gonna respond with the F3 here with the Viper. And yeah, I mean, FPXGQ literally needs 1 kill, I believe. Big juggles there from EWG. Now they are going to confirm their top 6 now. BBE falls off of this. They're out of the summer split, and they are going to be taken down there to that 7th place spot. Now it's up to FPXGQ to try to see if they can make it as well. But it's going to be a contestant between FPXGQ and EWG. We do have EWG getting active right now against X1. JDG in the back end as well, trying to stay up. We do see them alive in the backside. I think 1 player falls though. Xi on the Vipers can be able to weave that. Now Viper ultimate called in. Big parry happening there from Kiki. Now Tesla ultimate weave again there. Xi is gonna be able to stay up as well. It goes to F3. Oh my god, the universal slash there from WBG into the Wu Chan port there to stay alive. Cookie gets enchanted, but no value off of that. And it looks like WBG might be claiming the spirit well, but FPSEQ wants to contest this now.
Now V1 for the Viper Sun's going to be set up for shop here in the Spirit Well. Now June X gets out just in time. Has V3. Remember that Gotta really working out that point threshold, making sure they gotta pass 64.9 if they want to make sure they come through here to make sure they can get those valuable points. But of course, Sleepwalker kites around here. V1 Wuchen port comes out. Oh, almost caught by that. Almost gone. And now it's gonna be a back off situation. FBX Santi looking to try to swap out the armor, if I'm not mistaken, from one of the bodies. He's healing it up passively. But the Spear Wall shield wall is now down. This is gonna be a gold set of gear there. Some kind of contested. So you're gonna see EWG, the X side, dropping down here with the nice swap with the R&B, with the halberds. It's like we're watching solos, but we're not. We're watching trios. We're looking for this nice F3 for the conversion. Now dash R&Bs, but the pulse work comes out. No Stoneform proc. ZDI is not safe from this. The Fando comes out. The F3 from that knockback might enforce a chance of risking for the biscuit. We get caught by the R&B. XY looks for the scare rush. He confirms it. Jump R&B might come out here for Skywalks. The F2 avoided. XI still gets caught by XLY's dash LMB, and that's going to be the pulse word action comes through. But another assassination team comp showing up to the mix-up, and that Wuchen port might be necessary for FPX, but it might be too late since he got eliminated in the process.
I love that from EWG. Just letting go of the Spirit Well and confirming more eliminations there to continue to take that lead on against FPAZQ. I mean, they obviously don't know how close it is, but I love them not trying to get in or not trying to get eliminated or griefed off of that Spirit Well capture and just often to stay up. They do lose one member, but I mean, one kill for one kill is still better than no kills. But now FPSGQ is getting called out here this time around by EWG as well, into the musket shot as well, and that's a two-piece right there, not staying for the Spirit Well, and they're confirming their top 6. So we have our 6 teams that are going to be making it here to the pre-finals. DRG, JDG, X1, WBG, OUG, and EWG. And like I said, that was a beautiful play there from EWG, just making sure they don't get eliminated off that Spirit Well.
And Universal Sash there to confirm that kill. V1 Wuchen port in the Moonbane. Cancels the ultimate. Nicely done from Steve Walker to actually confirm more chase potential. The EWG leeway goes down here. Din gets caught by the Moonbane blast. There's still going to be a chance for the top 4, but there's only one player left, and he dies in Moonbane, and that's going to be it, folks. That's going to be WBG catching themselves an MVP, taking the multiplier, and with that, 5 of the G's, X1 included. That's going to be 6 teams confirmed for our finals. I know we're going to see some upsets. I know we're going to see some faces. And I'm sorry for the peeps to go through there. We still got chances for them to climb out here, right? We still have to look towards and seeing about the mainland. But for right now, this is our top 6, y'all. Top 6, pre-finals confirmed, and we're ending out here for the round 6 for trios to show up into pre-finals on Sunday, I should say, while the Slash qualifiers comes to an end.
Yeah, I mean, that was beautiful. That was beautiful from them. I mean, making sure, like, okay, it's fine. Like, we'll give up the Spirit Well. We might die to it, but we're going to be taking out some bodies with us, too, on the way. We're just going to go ahead and take that top 6, too. So, I'll catch you guys on Sunday. We'll be there. So, I mean, hey, that's the GG's in the chat. I mean, that was super close, though. ASC was super close to be able to bring it back as well. I thought they were going to do it. I thought they were actually going to do it. It would have been insane if we saw that run. But still, beautiful showcasing so far. Tons of action. Like I expected, crazy W keys for our last and final games. Every single time for the Pro League. But hey, there it is. Hey, top 6 making it already. Big games today. We saw some crazy plays. I mean, Zai on top almost. Zai on top always. I mean, what can we say? That comp is crazy. He's looking at you guys that way because it's not going to be like that for too long.
Yeah, I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it. But we have to, we have to keep this in mind, right? We're going into this, into these, top 16 to be selected. We're going to look at the standings overall as well.
Yep.
Forcing out to see if we could potentially, when we come into the mainland qualifiers in the next once we hit the finals at the grand finals, I'm curious in seeing what the changes are going to be coming through here. But what we saw today is potentially a precedence for pre-finals, but then once we hit grand finals, 8-round selection for trios. That's a whole different ball game.
Yeah,
it's a whole different selection ball game. Just because the first 3 rounds don't have any hero points available, so you cannot just I got a 1-point ban. Hey, Paul. I'm gonna have to see about whether or not they're gonna see some variations in the mix involved, as just like how we saw into round 5, or even to seeing about the combination of comps, a cannonball maybe potentially making I say comeback, but I'd rather say a potential showcase. Hottie, Keelan, not even here. They ain't even here, bro.
Yeah.
They didn't even show up. They didn't have any appearance.
It's crazy.
Even with the with the vicinity of points to be earned out. they just got gutted. You know, it's like et tu brute. You know, we're looking at the stab wounds coming up from the 13 sides, and you know, there's 13 reasons why. All right, listen, I'll stop. We have a chance. Whoa. We have a chance here. For the potential for future comps to be made out, new characters to kind of work into making their standpoints, or even characters getting either buffed, getting changed, getting reworked. Like we talked about with Justina, she is anticipated to be reworked. They don't know whether or not it's going to be in this season, but they're still kind of working up the kinks there to see if it's going to end up being one of the debuts for the next season. That's just potential for what's going to happen after J-Cup, though, because this season runs through J-Cup. So we're going to see the chances of whether or not she makes an appearance of a whole new set of skills, combination of skills, like combining V1 or V2, or maybe even just removing V3 altogether, or making it something more unique. I've always said if V3 were to have range, like if it was to deny range shots with the field of ice, that would be baller. I say the baller with a capital B, because if anything comes out from Justina and she has that immediate rage regen off of 2 seconds off of casting that, and then having the opportunity of range shot damage and being safe, it'll be pretty cool to see that happening, because like I said, it's an ice wall. If any projectiles go through it, shouldn't it freeze the projectiles going through it? I talked to this about Moxie about this a couple months ago. I was like, listen, why isn't V3 just seen like that? But points, 20.8 for WBG. X1 with a 16.5. ASC 12 points, as well as JDG. SS1 takes 11 points, 10.5 for EWG. FPX taking 7.5, 6.5 for DRG, 5 with 5.5, 1 point for OUGBB with a 0.5, and 0 for TE. And coming out at this point, right, obviously this is where we're going to get standings coming through here in just a second for the middle six or bottom six to the top six for the remainder of the teams to make it through. I'm kind of working out to seeing, you know, listen, if rounds into pre-finals leads us to have the top six make it here up against the, you know, the top six, you know, grandiose teams, and that they've surpassed the grandiose teams, what's that to say, you know? What's that to say? EWG out here in the back, you know, in the back room, just chilling out. I was like, hey man, you know, we made it through. We're chilling. Thumbs up. Yo, peace sign. All love.
Another day.
One day.
But yeah, standings. Overall here for the last chance qualifiers, SS1 with 33.3 out of the loop, 521, 48.6 out of the loop, TE with 53.6, ASC 55.3, FPHCQ with 56.6, BBE with 57.3, and now the 6 teams making it to the pre-finals this weekend. EWG 62.7, OUG 64.9, WBG 79.7, X1 with 88.5, JDG 93.9, DRG with 101.5. But yeah, I mean, top 4, WBG bouncing back there with a crazy game 6, 20.8. I mean, they were like, you know, they wasn't even safe, but just, you know, stamping it, solidifying it right there, saying, you know, let's make it. And we did. 79.7 there for WBG. EWG with a crazy run as well, taking out BBE, nullifying FPHCQ to going in as well. So now got a quick little replay for our last and final game of the day, powered by Thunder Robot Gamers United, like Severio says.
Final time here for today, and this is going to be where we're going to see those first 3 eliminations given out towards FPX. Gets ADG as 2 tick got knocked out here. TE taking the full swing here. Jiangda, look at this man, triple parry coming through her. I thought it was a double parry. This man got a triple parry. He went for the full aggressive with the ultimate, the knockback. Man's a pinball machine going crazy. There it is. Gonna look for the gold focus strikes. Looks for a parry. He can. Knocks into the Moonbane. Full send out here. And that's going to be 14 going down for the absolute Matari, confirming out. And then into the replays coming out from ASC Jiangda. Finding a parry against Coxie. Purple weapon on the ground, looking for the pickup, looking for the wind blast. It comes out, and the Zai ultimate later on confirmed the kill for that Rummy and victory, as parries are coming out left and right. And this was the full congregated fight north of the, you know, the Imperium Temple for everything in the Hall of Eternity. This is where everyone came through, and Jiangdan still kept it going even into Arcadia up against Rosemary. Omnidirectionals, Omni attacks coming through here. Zhao Wen caught out, slide into the LMBs, gets still eliminated here, and Sleepwalker keeps going through. Just goes for the proc here for the RMBs, catches Lee away. Of course, having a chance. I'm not sure what was going to be coming out here to be said, but listen, Sleepwalker comes out here, 2 fists in the air. My man said, woo, we got it.
Not the woo. Oh man, there it is. Our last MVP of the day, Jing from WBG. His first MVP, 11,000 damage on the test, 6 eliminations, 5.9k damage on the fan, 4.7k on the staff, 500 on the bow. Had jabbing, starfall, poison splash, two standard attack Jades for himself on the Tesla. Beautiful showcasing here from WBG's Jing. And, you know, man, I was just thinking about, you know, how it was before, right? Keelan Hottie in the mix. They were always like, you know, pretty much contesting all the Zycomps, right? So the Zycomps were just always being taken out off of the Keelan's Ultimates alone. We do have a question for everybody at home, though. We'll talk about it in just a second. Question for everybody at home. Last answer for Treasure. Guys, make sure you guys are locked in. Last question of the day. How many scores did Team WBG get in Game 6? 10.5, B 12, C 16.5, D 20.8. And I mean, we just looked over the standings, right, Severia?
Yeah, we did. And I hope you guys are paying attention. Like I said, YouTube chat, you guys can't go in there. You got to go into the chat here. And you know, people are saying even in YouTube chat, it's crazy, right? Even in YouTube chat, it seems like the new hero will be releasing soon. Man, let me tell you something. You guys go into Twitch chat, you'll see it right now. Answer it correctly. We'll get you guys going to Twitch Whispers.
She's crazy.
But she is crazy. We will have to worry about that later. In the meantime, I hope you guys had a good time going through here. You know, we have a chance of actually going through this question. You know, no interview for today, but you know, let's go into retrospect as it came down towards with creatives, right? Retrospect on the Keelan, retrospect on the Hottie. And having that true. Play. You know, coming out like, and I can sit back, you know, with this, you know, my hands, you know, you're going through like an old man in a rocking chair, just like I remember the days.
Back in my day,
I had a chance of losing in a 1, 2, 3 ball. They never expected it.
No, but yeah, I mean, what I was trying to say before the question was like, you know, so the Keelan comp was always, you know, came on top against the Zy comp. I mean, prior to the Keelan comp being in the game, the Zy comp was, I mean, as we saw today, and how it was before, which is always on top. So the Keelan comp pretty much shut that down a lot of the times, being able to create this space with the Keelan, this full staggers over and over again. And now with it out of the game, it's crazy to see it just back. Like it just never left, and a little bit better with how Zy is now, with having that range on the F2 to get that splash damage off the F2 burn. It's just, you know, I feel like we just hit the reset button, you know, like you just went up, hit the reset button and like act like it never happened, you know, because I mean, off of today, we didn't even see Keelan being played out once. But like you were mentioning, you know, we might have the potential to see it be played out in the grand finals, possibly with the 8 games in play, which is, you know, a lot different. Did get a little bit of taste of the Valdas in the mix as well, some success as well, so that could also be another way. But you know, like you mentioned as well, we do have Cannonball that can come back, so you know, I feel like there's different comps that, you know, might be showcased instead of Keelan bringing back in the mix, you know, for those 8 games.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things coming out from the Cannonball, right, is the fact that it's funny. We've seen the evolving sense of the meta where the new comps show up, new character, or rather characters to be buffed out of their, or changed out of their minds, that created this huge new approach. Yeah. And then once they get reverted, old characters that had a stable kit that had a little tweak, just like how we saw with Zy, right, still has that pressure, but then it expands upon that. And then even then, we can switch back over to Cannonball, an immunity comp that comes out, having the Weishun, having the Fairy Shen to work into place. Where Fairy Shen got the rework. Where I'll be 100% transparent. I did not know that Fairy Shen had a delayed purification effect when she went to Cannon mode. I'll be 110% honest. Then they made it immediate. So that means that then she can cleanse the burn that affects her from Zy's, and that's on the cannon cooldown timer that comes through. On top of that, having the Weishun to kind of mitigate through for having stuns to be worried about is another factor. But the fact that Fairy Shen Beacon can also iframe through the Son of Viper is something that is a key component that comes out. Just like how Hottie was able to utilize his teleporter whenever anyone is in the team in silence, it doesn't matter. They can take the teleporter. It's just the amount of rage that kind of comes out here, and Hottie can only do so much when he's having himself in, when he's at 40% rage bar.
60% rage out is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like 56 percentage points on a rage bar to be kept on going through was and then being able to build outrage.
Yeah.
That's where I was like, Hadi versus Wu Chen was my first argument when it came down to back in March. And then all of a sudden it came down to where, it just, Hadi just became that staple when it came to Keelan, just because the disengagement for a character that's a berserker type or upon losing that point can fully disengage without the cost of an issue. And then he could drop down with a slash too. So he can be really offensive with it. I was kind of hoping to see it if it was going to be a chance for him to swap out for Wu Chen in the Viper Wu Chen test comp pick, but it happened better for him with Ziping Ying. But taking out that point, right? Farius Shen is something that might be showing up if there's more Vipers to be making into assassination scene. That type of momentum of just making sure the V1 does not have pressure that has been going through. It's a rotation, it's a cycle, it's like a loop. We're seeing this back and forth, and Wei Shan might be having his chances with a stun immunity. Now it's a 5 second, I think it's in terms of having that immunity guard for the V2 for Wei Shan. So when you're looking at Wei Shan having his approach to be made, the reason it wasn't really utilized as much is because there was so much more other opportunity for offensive forces of nature like Zai to be actually burn out Wei Shan HP bar like water, like it just goes down. But maybe the potential in the future, Wei Shan gets buffed and he's immune to burn or something like that. Things get a little bit more dicey as it comes out. Or maybe there's a character that flies around and starts healing you and starts negating that pressure, so that way you can listen. Yo, I'm caught. Listen, if that happens, I'm hitting the suspenders down on my shirt.
Yeah, that's. I wasn't trying to say it again, but Now, like, I'm kind of curious what they're going to be cooking with that, because that looks insane.
Yeah, it does.
It looks insane. But yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. You even mentioned the Justina getting a change as well. I feel like Justina is like, I look at her like a Tarka in the sense of how you balance her, because she's already super strong for the solos aspect, right? She did get knocked out of the meta for the trios a lot. She was heavily in the meta back in the day, but I look at her in that way, kind of like a Tarka, where you have to be careful how you balance her, because just one change can completely make her super, super aggressive and strong. That could, potentially break her. So that's why, even they mentioned that they're trying to be cautious of how they're balancing her, because it could be a big problem if they don't work her or rework her correctly. But I still, Justina, I know Justina has a lot of favorites. A lot of people love Justina, so I would love to see her back in another trio comp. We just have to wait and see how that happens. But I don't think, like you said, I don't think we're going to be able to see it before Jacob, because the rework Jacob goes throughout season 14. So hopefully, we get some information on that later down the line. But still, wow, it's crazy. Last chance qualifier done here for the trios. Yesterday was solo, so all that's left is just pre-finals into grand finals for the summer split, and then after that, mainland qualifiers into J-Cup. Everything is coming to a close pretty soon. I remember like bi-weekly 1, I was talking about, we have bi-weekly 1 through 4, and then it's all happening now. We're gonna take a quick look at our standings. Our last time looking at the standings here for today's matches. Is there a team that surprised you that didn't make it out of the bunch of you that are more tapped in with the trio teams?
Do I have any? Am I surprised by any of these guys making it through?
Are you surprised that a team didn't make it through?
I put TE down in terms of it, just because they lost.
You put TE?
Because I had them like the thing is that they lost their core player set, right? They lost all 3.
Oh.
So they restructured after Worlds, right?
That's
and
rough.
we lose, and like even in this after spring, LID went to X1, so it really got swatched over for the rotation of that team for the roster. But anything can happen if they have the right resources of understanding where it comes out for both the coaches to get the gamers on standby and setting up. But our top 12: JL, Wolves, GG, Alliance, KLA, Bauda, DRG, JDG, EWG, OUG, WBG, and X1. These are our top 12 teams to make it through for finals, for pre-finals first, and then into grand finals in the following 2 weeks. That happens out towards this area going through. He's like, "What's up?" And I'm like, "Yo, what up?" And everything comes out here for what we have in terms of the games, because what happens next is if anything happens, coming out from the mainland qualifiers, we'll see it happen there. But I'm really curious in seeing about a TE can get a restructured set standpoint before that time into the mainland qualifiers. Otherwise,
yeah,
solos is going to show up here. T225. Everyone's looking out for that boy to catch through. He got his bi-weekly 4 wins, so he's able to kind of capture that type of moment to go through, and making sure he can kind of capture that energy so that way he can finally win a season. Please, can we just get some prayers in chat for the boys? Pre-finals is going to happen tomorrow. This is where the proposed points has to be earned. Padoria Midnight is always going to be the first round selection, or first round for the map selection for the heroes or for the solos players, and then Hollow Sunny Midday, that's the second round, that's the third round. Padoria Morning Dew, we're going back into daytime for Padoria, into that daytime, but then we go into Hollow Dusk, and then that's night, and that's for 6-round rotation. A little bit different. A little bit was energy coming through here. We're gonna have a chance for the players to kind of work into seeing what's gonna happen next season, because you gotta also remember, I think in J Cup as well, maybe even the mainland qualifiers, they'll change the map rotation potentially. They do that sometimes.
Yeah.
So if we see that map rotation get changed out, that switches things out, especially if the phase rotations, since the phase rotations are in place. And if you switch the map rotation, we're back to the drawing board about who's going to be first round selection. If we see Viper contest his first round selection mono pick, that's just because it comes out. But at the same time, throwing off the guys, that's or like in terms of the face of what your opponent might think you're going to be coming out here and showcasing, considering they know your phase count, or they know what phase you might be in, or understanding what your play style is. That's just what it comes down to. Finals for solos. Mike's been having a really weird season, but then all of a sudden now he's still locked in for it. And after that, it's up between them, between KLA, T225, up between Spider, up into Star. Coming through here, trying to be cool under pressure, but it really comes down towards those guys to kind of work off. Unfortunately, we didn't see X qualify for finals for this season, which is kind of feels bad.
What?
Yeah, bro. Yeah. Breaking news. So
for me, yeah. What?
Yeah, for everything coming down here, it's like having the staple picks that have been having a weird season, but like Mike says, and it's gonna be etched in stone, chisel in rock, just like the Greek temple that Syra comes out of. It is either sword or skills, for skills for the characters.
Yeah.
That's where the situation we're at, folks. And that's where we're going to end off on. We're going to have a chance between you guys to be witness tomorrow. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Moxie and Duncan are casting pre-finals for tomorrow for solo. So give them some good warm welcomes. Have a good rest of your day. Stay safe. My name is Severio alongside Creatives. We're going to see you guys later on. Take it easy and be